What the? All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. All right. Somebody's getting paid by Jalen. Needs to be me. He needs to pay me. I think I said I would take his bet. I think I said that last night. That was fun. Now let's put this dang free will thing to bed. let's, let's stop talking about free will all the time. Dang, I'm tired of it. Man, I'm going to save this file folder. If anybody wants all of any of my research that I'm doing on stuff, you can just ask and I can send you the folder. I think we covered everything I wanted to cover. Again, I don't put a whole lot of value on that vote because I think I had more people over here watching than they had. So, and then I sent all you guys over there to vote. So it's kind of just a popularity contest. But I think it was hold on, I can't hear you guys. Say something.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
testing. Yeah, I'm so glad nobody took my bet last night. I would have had to pay people money.
I took your bet.
You didn't take.
I said I'm gonna win regardless, so I'll take the bet.
No, you didn't. You took down the stream, so you can't even prove it.
Well, I took down the stream because we were talking about some weird stuff, and it got a little edgy.
You know, speaking of weird stuff, can we talk about Wesley Curry? Who was that?
Great question.
I don't know. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because he may have seen the title was free will debate, and then he comes on and he sees a panel and he sees a link to join the panel. So he may have thought we were just having an open discussion about free will. If he got there late, he might not have known that we were wrapping up and that we were in the question and answer period and that it was a one-on-one. So he might just not have known, but
no, he was in the chat for an hour typing. He came to your
some Bible thumping shit in the fucking chat. I mean, like
weird stuff.
Yeah, like heathens and shit and all this and that. I was like, whoa, dude.
Oh well, like, if he was there for a while, then he should have known that it was questions.
Yeah, he knew. Y'all was still debating when he showed up. So,
as my first act of power, he has been muted for 24 hours.
Yeah, I had to pee so bad, and we kept about to wrap up, and then we would start talking about something, and then I'm like, I was trying to like, okay, and then we'd start talking about something. I gotta go, and then we start talking, and then he jumped in, and he just going and going and going, and I was like, and me and Mayhem and John were talking in the back chat, and John's like, "Is this guy have a question? I need to go," and Mayhem's like, "I don't know," and then nobody wanted to interrupt, and so finally I was just like, "Okay, we got to stop this." I was like, "What's your question?" Like, he said, "I don't even have a question. Why would I ask a question of somebody who?" Oh God,
who denies seeing Jesus? I said, "What? What is going on?" Oh man, no, John. For John to say that was rushing y'all because John had his coffee tonight. That man can talk. That man can talk.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And it's like I want to be respectful in a debate and not interrupt, but at the same time, at some point, I have to interrupt because I can't just let you keep talking and not say anything. So I have to jump in there and interrupt.
Right.
And a couple times he totally lost me, and I was like I'd be following, and then I would just look at the chat or something, and then I was like, oh man, I can't even answer what he's saying right now because I kind of just lost the,
Pay attention. He lost most of us by the time in his opening segment, he had lost most of us. So then for like 2 hours, we was like, what is he saying? And I even told him that in this chat. That's why I was like, I would have voted for you, but they had an I don't know option. And I was like, oh, I'm so glad for this option. But you were consistent. You stayed right on point the whole time and stuff. Very consistent in what you believed and everything. John was bouncing around too much. I couldn't follow him. I wanted to root.
I don't know that he was bouncing around. It's just the way he expresses his ideas. It's more long-winded and harder to follow, and he's really smart, but yeah, I try to just be more. That's why one thing I need to work on is being able to fill up my whole time, because I'll write a well-constructed opening, and then I kind of get a little nervous, so I read fast. So I should have read slower in the opening, and then I should have said more in the closing to fill up my whole time. He's good at just talking, just freestyling and talking and filling up. Like, he stops right when the clock stops, and he's really good at that, and I got to work on that. But
that's because he was able to look at the clock and stuff. He was able to follow the clock to see where to stop. Weren't y'all both?
yeah, I could see the clock, but once I've said my whole piece, I don't want to just keep rambling or repeating myself. And so, like, my closing, I had like 2 minutes left. My opening, I was pretty good on my opening. I think I had like 30 seconds left or something, and that's fine. I could have just read a little slower. I got a little nervous. When I was doing my opening, I was a little nervous. I don't know if you could hear it in my voice, but I was a little shaky at the start, which usually doesn't happen.
I noticed more nerves in our debate than like tonight. I think it was okay at the times when you cut off him and stuff because he had been talking for a while and you did need to get your point. I thought you did fine on your closing. I was actually, like I said, you were very consistent. I didn't really have to it was helpful that I didn't have like the power of favoritism because you both know how I feel about you. So I'm just like, well, let me just go off what the debate says. You were consistent. I almost voted for you. I literally almost voted for you when it said who won the debate. I almost voted for you. But I did say I don't know because there were points made and there were on both ends. But I think you actually beat him. If the I don't know option's not there, I would have had to vote for you. And then I would have had to throw up about that.
I thought you liked John. You always complimented him whenever he was here. You'd say, "You're such a good orator. Oh, you're such a great orator, John."
Yes, he's a great orator, but I also don't like him. I don't like him. He blocked me, or I thought he did. I was able to be in his chat. But that morning when we was all talking, I don't like John.
That was Mayhem's chat.
John had his chat today too.
Oh, you went over to Mosman's?
Yeah, I was in all three of them. I was supporting all three.
You chat whore.
Oh, thank you. Boy, it don't take you long to get drunk, does it?
That was Vincent. He used a different name. Matthew said that was Vincent. He used a different name. Vincent that was in Mayhem's chat, just spamming basically a bunch of.
Oh, that was the Vincent guy. Because I saw him in Mayhem's chat, and then I saw the guy that has my last name in your chat.
I don't even know what that guy was saying, what that had to do with free will.
He was preaching.
Yeah, he was
holding the sermon. He was holding church.
And that's why I had to cut it off. I was like, that's a really nice testimony and stuff, but this isn't open panel discussion tell us your testimony, and we're having a debate
Yeah,
about free will, and we're in the question and answer time. So
it was
come
also
on,
creepy.
ask a question. Next person.
Right. It was also creepy and stuff. Like it was like even even for those of us who believe in Christ, we was like, that's weird what he was doing. So, oh, on March 31st, 2005, we were all paralyzed.
Yeah, I don't know what that date was. I don't know what he was referring to.
I was like, exactly. And he gave like 3 dates: October 10th, March 31st, and another day or something. And like 2020, I was like, what is he talking about? What is
We were all
like
just like, what is that? We're about to end the show. And I had to pee. I'm like doing the pee dance. I'm like,
no,
come on, buddy, get through this. And then I can't take this anymore. You got to, hey, what's your question?
Wesley, do you have a question?
Wesley won the debate. It was like, you made everybody quit.
No, I don't owe anybody any money. I'm so glad I thought I was going to have to pay. Buff, you should have taken. Josh told you to take the bet, and I was going to make a bet. I had made a
The
bet, or
I
the
thought
voting
you and
results.
DJ on par made the bet. I thought
I was
DJ took you.
one with him.
I
To say that
won. I won with
Fun.
62. William Gramer asked what the voting results were. I won with like 62%. John had. There was 15%. I don't know, and it was like 62% me, and then the rest was John. But that's like a popularity contest. It's like I just had more people watching on my channel, and so I don't think the voting is super important. But of course, even if we didn't have the vote, I would still say that I won, because I don't feel like he didn't prove free will to me, and he didn't, you know.
I think y'all were about neck and neck, kind of tied up, because both of you, if it weren't making any sense to me, but whatever. You were both making great points though at each other, countering each other. It's y'all were both at an even hill, and then I don't know why John brought up Shamu farts, and it's like, okay, Josh won. All right, what the hell does Shamu farting got to do with free will?
Free
It's
Willy.
like, I guess. Like,
I
damn it,
think
John.
I think Josh helped to propel John a little bit because especially like he said something that like when he was given that extra 30 seconds that was very like important to the argument. But like he didn't even mention anything in the verses in like his opening thing. And you came out strong with your opener with the verses and everything. So I feel like you propelled him more to be better in the debate. And like I said, you were more grounded than than he was and everything. I'm still going to criticize you on some of the things you said, but in terms of the debate, sadly, I have to say you won. I
But
don't like to.
one of the metrics to decide who won a debate is you have to rebuttal all of their points. So when I made my opening statement, I gave a biblical, a theological argument, a philosophical argument, and we talked about both of those. But he never went into the biological argument that I made, and he never rebutted that. We never even really got into that. So,
And I was excited to hear about that. What were you going to say had he said anything? What was your, what did you have prepared?
I could have talked about the Benjamin LeBay experiments and the John D. Hayes experiments that show that scientists could 60%. So if you give somebody 2 buttons to push and you have a brain scanner hooked up to their brain, some people will say this has been debunked, but it's been recreated. They'll say it's been debunked because it hasn't been recreated, but it has been recreated by John D. Hayes. And the idea is if you have brain scanners hooked up to somebody and they have 2 buttons in their hand, one on the left, one on the right, and then basically you just tell them, don't push the button until you're ready to, and when you're ready to, push whatever button you want to push. And they can read brain scans, and 60% accurately, they could predict what button you were going to push before you pushed it based off your brain scan. And it takes up to half a second for your body to react to what your brain decides. So what that's saying is our brain is already willing us before we do an action. And so if they were reading your brain, they could predict which button you're going to push before you pushed it by reading your brain scans. And then reaction time, I could even go into light speed. So our sight, like everything we're seeing is actually happening in the past. Light moves very, 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 very quickly, but it's happening a fraction of a second in the past because light has to travel to our eyeballs. So really what we're reacting to already happened. And also involuntary things, your heart keeps beating, your blood is pumping. You don't control that. It just happens. Uh it's unconscious. The subconscious, the thoughts, we don't control all these things. So I think there's a lot of physical, biological evidence that we don't actually have free will, that we are kind of just machines that God created, and we're running a course that has already been written.
I mean, I still don't know much. Like, that's the one thing when it comes to like your words and stuff is that I don't know how I feel about free will. And when you like have had these arguments and stuff, I I don't like having to question not knowing about free will, but we also do make the decisions, and nobody said the important thing, which I was hoping John was going to say. G- God gives us like the authority to choose him, to follow him. Like, look at Buff, not to be insulting, but Buff, he doesn't follow the Lord and stuff. That's it's right to do that and everything. That's why I feel like there's a such thing as free will. Like, we make the decision to follow him. We make these decisions. God wants us to follow him, but he's not going to force us. I'm surprised John didn't say that. That would have been very helpful in the free will argument.
He I mean he made some of the best arguments, which are tough ones, and that's why I said it. It's like uh this is why this has been like the most debated topic forever. People have, and nothing I said is totally original. What I like to do is I listen. So a lot of my arguments come from atheists who don't believe in free will. They believe in the universe determines everything. And then what I do is I take that and I make it my own. I make some adjustments to it. So like Alex O'Connor is a popular atheist on YouTube, and he says that all of our choices are based off of want or force. And so I add need to that because sometimes our needs will overcome our wants. We'll do what we need to do even if we don't want to do it. And and then I add God to it. So I think the atheists are onto something when they say the universe, everything that has ever happened in this universe led up to this moment, and the next choice you make isn't going to be a freely made choice. It's going to be the result of everything that happened in the whole universe before this instant. And I agree with that, but the problem that they have is they leave God out of it. And so when I add God to it, it completes the puzzle. And it says, God already knows what you're going to do before you do it. So that's why I did the coin flip thing. Like, if I flip a coin, I believe God already knows whether it's going to come up heads or tails. But we don't know. We can't see the future. So we have to act as if we have free will. But it's just an illusion.
My three things, because I've mentioned the depression thing, but my three things that I really want clarification on, then I'll let y'all be tonight because you had a successful night. I definitely want to ask you, when you mentioned what if someone is disabled, do they have free will? What did you mean by that?
Like, if somebody with, have you ever known somebody with like Down syndrome, and
Yeah.
they'll just like walk up to somebody and just say something outlandish, and we're like, whoa, whoa, hey, don't worry, he has Down syndrome. He doesn't know better, you
Do
know.
you mean somebody who has Asperger's?
Whatever mental illness somebody could have to where they're not fully in control of what they do or say. They can't read social cues, uh, heavy autism, Asperger's, Down syndrome.
Because
These
you
people,
know I'm disabled. Like you know I'm disabled. I have a mental disability, and I've shared
some,
this.
Well, that's kind of different, but
Yeah,
go
but
ahead.
y'all be
we all
fun
know
of.
you're disabled.
But it is something that like it's something I can't control. It's something I was born with.
Well,
So
exactly. And so sometimes like kids with Down syndrome, they'll hit people, you know? They'll get violent randomly and they'll just start acting out and they'll start hitting people. And anybody who's reasonable is going to be like, I understand he has Down syndrome or he has whatever he has. I understand it. It's not his fault. He can't control it. So, did God make some people who don't have free will, but everybody else does have free will? But these people who are born with Down syndrome, who I think are beautiful people, God made them that way, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they don't get free will. That
okay,
would that would be kind of messed up if we get free
let
will,
me
but they don't get free will, and they were born that way.
let me commend you on this. I will say, uh, first of all, proud of you and shop that you said what you said about people with Down syndrome because you've said some negative things about people with uh disabilities. And I also want to
I
commend you.
make fun of fake autism. I think autism, the spectrum is fake. I think everybody has autism now, and it's not. I've met people with real severe autism, and
Yeah,
it's not.
yeah,
That's a real thing. That's something in their brain is not formed properly. But do
yeah.
people like that? They don't get free will.
Uh, we do. Let me finish
Stop
commending you
saying
first.
we. You're not one of them. I'm not talking about your fake disability.
It's not fake, Joshua. Don't do that. Why do you feel the need to attack me? It's
Well,
not
not
fake.
many people consider being gay a disability. I mean,
Right.
it's just
Uh,
mm,
gay is not a disability. Joshua, let me finish
Yeah.
commending you. I was very
Mayhem did an excellent job moderating, but more than moderating, I loved the production value and all
yeah, a
the
commercial.
the backgrounds, the commercial, the intro, the champion
oh yeah.
thing, the all of that was really cool.
Right, he did good. I'm like, well, damn. Where was you at on May 4th? But I wanted to commend you on how kind you were last week to someone who I feel does have was on the spectrum and everything. I do want to commend you on that. Now going back to
Who
answering your question,
the Looney Tunes guy that came in here?
yes, you
Yeah,
was
I'm not.
actually kind towards him. I wanted to commend you on that. I didn't expect that from
What
you.
do you think? I just walk around insulting mentally disabled people? I insult people like you who are not mentally disabled, but pretend like
I
you're
can't
try to get
say
bonus points for saying you're
I'm
disabled.
not that. You insult me because before you even knew I had a disability, I stepped up to you and I challenged you. Um, you don't ever have to even think I have a disability. I hate that I shared it and stuff, but I was planning on never coming back. I knew you all were going to make fun of me for having a disability. DJ on Paul talks about my head all the time and stuff. Yes, I have a missing chromosome. Yes, I have a smaller than average. For the first 15 years of my life, I thought I had cerebral palsy. But yes, I am a person with a disability and I have to deal with that for all of my life. So thank you for that. And when you was talking even about like that brain stuff a few minutes ago, that was bringing me back to some of the hospital visits that I had to deal with. I never want to talk with that about you on this platform because you know how we feel about each other. Let me move on. Going back to this debate, that's what I prefer. Let me move on and go back to this debate and everything. Bacon boy.
But you never answered the question. So if
Is
somebody
that
is born with a mental disability, do they not get free will?
I feel like they do, but the example you was using was a child like who doesn't know better, like hitting someone, especially if they're like disabled. Well, no, we still teach that child. We still teach that child
No,
like
I'm talking about an adult with like Down syndrome or severe autism who acts erratically sometimes, but they don't control that.
I don't know if that really happens. I know in like media when
It
we've
does
seen like
happen.
people or like in media when we've seen actors with like Down syndrome, how they seem to like have tempers and everything. That's just because of normal frustrations, because a person with a disability has to work twice as hard as somebody born normal to try to keep up with this society because they're
But
already being looked
I
different, feeling different.
ideally, if I lose my temper, I should still be able to control myself and not punch somebody in the face. If I'm There's been times in my life where I've lost control and I've, done things I regret, but if I'm following God, then I should have self-control over that. But some people
So
don't have that. They're missing something in their brain and they don't have that ability. So, do they still have
uh,
free will or no?
they still have free will, but there are also those people that are in those like adult facilities where they have to be monitored, where they have to be looked out for, where nurses have to like possibly go through hell just because people cannot control this and everything. So
What's
yes,
up,
they do.
Mario? Bacon boy. What you doing? I thought you thought this conversation was boring. You're muted. I don't even know if he knows he's muted.
Mm. Hey Mario, Robot,
Oh, you know you done fucked up, Christ King. You know you done fucked up.
what
I
is
know
he?
who
Put him in
I know
comment.
I know who you are now.
Who is
And
he?
I got a wrench, bitch. It's Freddy.
Frederick would not do that. I told you,
I
Frederick.
just I just went to the channel
That's
linked to his ass.
that's what they said
That's
last
fucking
night. Everybody
Freddy.
everybody was saying last night that it was Freddy.
Oh, you know you done fucked up.
Christ King wouldn't attack me though, because Freddie wouldn't call
Oh
me a
yeah, that
hood.
is his channel. What the heck? That's just his channel. He doesn't even try to hide
Oh,
it.
you know you done fucked up.
What a dummy.
I'm gonna let
How you gonna have a troll account and put videos of yourself on your troll account?
you stupid motherfucker.
What a dumbass.
Frederick is Christ King.
Yes.
Tell you what,
They were telling me
I'm
that
gonna give
last
you,
night. They're like, go look at his channel. And I forgot to do it. And I just did it. And yeah, he's got shorts of himself.
I'm gonna give you a little time to think about life. Yeah.
Frederick.
Oh, hey there, champion.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Uh,
Good job. Good job. Both did a very good job, I
Yeah.
would say.
Yeah, that was
Boy,
pretty fun.
oh, Beacon boy.
I'll see y'all later.
Oh, Jalen,
Alright.
you want to enter
Yes,
Thunderdome?
yes, Mayhem. What were you saying?
I said, you want to enter into the Thunderdome, debate somebody?
I'm not feeling too good about talking with anybody right now at all. Christ King is Fred.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. I knew it.
Uh,
I knew it.
see y'all. Good night.
All right, okay, all right, goodbye.
All right. Have a good night, Jalen.
That's
Yeah,
obsession.
mayhem.
That's obsession that you gotta keep making different channels to. Yeah. Why are
That
you
boy got a
so
problem.
obsessed with me? Well, I wanna know.
But yeah, mayhem to piggyback off of what Josh said. Yeah, that was great production. The way you put all that together. You're doing all this from your truck. I mean, fucking shit, man.
Yeah,
That
from
was good. That was real
on my
good.
cell phone. It's all on my cell phone.
Yeah, you put together a real good debate. Damn good debate.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I was trying to be fair, you know. I know it was kind of weird you know, when John went like a second over, and I was like, I will give a second to Josh.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not worried about a second. I'll probably finish early, but
Hey, but it's fair. So
yeah, that's what I was saying.
and
He's better at at just speaking and filling up all the time and stopping right on time, whereas I usually end early and have time left over. So,
right.
but yeah, that's fine.
Oh, Dean, who did that troll channel on themselves, Freddie?
Right. I'm gonna do a troll channel, but put my videos up there.
Right.
Nobody will know. It's me.
You couldn't make another email account and just make another channel and just have unrelated videos. It's just right. Stupid motherfucker.
Like, couldn't have a cat video when you don't own a cat or anything like that. Come on now.
You just have a video of landscape shots. Nature.
Yeah.
Never show your face. Good God.
Yeah, I probably watched 1,000 hours of debates on this topic, and I think ours was definitely more exciting than some of these guys like uh what's his name, Dennett and Dillahunty or Sam Harris. A lot of these atheist old guys. It's a very boring debate. It's very slow and just well, yeah. And so
Yeah. And I apologize about the last guy. That was fucking weird.
well, he was
Eh,
he might have that might have been my fault. He came because he was in my chat. So
oh.
um, and I put the link in my chat, and he was in my chat for a while. And I was like, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he thought it was an open panel, but they told me that he was in the chat long before, so he heard that we were doing question and answers and that we were about to end the show, and waited till the last second to give his whole testimony. And I was like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said something early in the chat, like early in the show, and then he was quiet. And as y'all were getting near the end, doing the open invite Q&A, he posted something else about damning the heathens of the chat or something off the wall that sounded so gospelly, and it was just like, I'm trying to
Uh,
coordinate with. I think I was trying to coordinate with Spike Protein about this. Like, I'm like, well, and next thing you know, he pops up in the stream yards. It's like, oh, let's
oh,
see what
you
he
should have
has to
seen
say.
him in the private. Should have seen him in the private chat whenever I dropped him. He was like, "You have no authority on me. I ask no questions. You just want to hide the truth about Jesus." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" So I screenshotted it. No, and I feel like one of those things, like post a picture of him and be like, "This person is banned forever."
yeah, that was great. I really had to pee, and like I was trying to end it for like we were trying to end it for like 10 minutes, but we kept talking about other topics, and then he joined, and he's just going and going and going. And I'm like, dude, do you have a question? What's the where are you going with this?
Yeah, I thought he was gonna like tell the story and be like, "Did you guys on those days feel that way?" Like I would have been like, "Okay, yeah, that's a question. All right, cool. Answer the question."
I would have had
Even
no
though it's
idea.
just
I had no idea what those dates meant. I didn't know what the significance of those days were. He said like October 25th, 1995. I'm like, I don't even remember what happened. I'm like, I have no
no,
idea what this
it
is
was
about.
2005 and then something in 2020.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was.
Some date. Like
I
yes,
don't,
there was a day I got so drunk that I couldn't get out of bed. So it must have been Jesus.
yeah, I didn't know where he was going, and he
What was
might.
he saying about the gravity to lift your head? It was like, what gravity would be the resisting force of you lifting your head.
If nobody had interrupted him, he'd probably still be talking.
You know what I should have done? I should have been like, all right, y'all have a good night. Then while he's still talking, and just do the outro.
Yeah, just
He's still up there talking to nobody.
That motherfucker would have passed a donation plate around in chat and was like, wait a minute. Oh,
Have you found Jesus? No, I didn't know I was supposed to be looking for him. Oh my gosh. So there were some people in the chat that were like, whatever the fuck he's on, I want it.
Well, he looked like,
well,
he had a nice house and he looked like an older gentleman. And I was like, we're about to get a really high level question here. And this guy, I was a little worried. I was like, he might come and say something that's going to shut me down. And then that's not what happened.
No. I was trying to be like gentle. I was trying to be gentle and nice and be like, yeah, give your opportunity to speak, but do you have a question? Oh, I don't have a question. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, as soon as he started laughing, like, of course I don't have a question for you. Like, oh, well, bye.
Oh, okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Thanks for coming up.
he's gonna show this. He's gonna show this debate to his congregation Sunday. And he's like, these heathens, they picked me off the internet, and oh my god.
I didn't even know whose side he was on.
He was on the side
Odds.
of gravity.
Yeah. I thought.
Yep.
What are you doing up this late, sir?
Thought Josh was Freddy in Whiteface for the first 2 months I knew him. No. No.
Funny.
It's sad. If he wanted to make an alt and come into the chat and watch the show and be just pretend to be a decent person and just interact with the chat, then he wouldn't get banned or blocked and he could hang out and stuff. But then he starts coming with the personal stuff and attacking everybody in the chat, and yeah.
That's not cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, going forward, Thunderdome, I'm gonna make it more like the Mad Max Thunderdome, so the champion will actually have like type of armor on. It'll be like it won't be as cool as that last one. That was pretty cool. I kind of started making that beforehand. I was like, oh wait, kind of have this like death theme to some, so fire and lightning. So let's go with that. I made all the other ones before I made that intro, and I was like, oh, it's so lighthearted and beautiful. And let's transition into this. And I'm like, yeah, now I need to have like I need to have somebody growling. It's like overstatement, rebuttal.
How do you catch him on his fake accounts? I wouldn't catch him if he didn't post his own videos on his fake accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes he'll say certain things that I just know that's him.
If you know that video where or that soundbite that they always use where it's like, they're gonna know. They won't know. They're gonna know. Like, I wonder if that was playing in his head when he was making that account.
I wanted that clip from Menace to Society where Duke from Predator, whatever that actor's name is, in Menace to Society, he's like, you know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up. You stupid motherfucker, don't put videos on your fake account with your identity. Well, we've gone through that enough. I'm just fucking stupid. So stupid.
I know. The chat says they all already knew, and I was just trying to give the
Y'all
benefit
should
of the
have
doubt.
told somebody.
They did. They told me yesterday, and I was
You
like,
said
well, I don't
you
know.
did say that. You did say that. You did say that.
I'll be right back.
That fucking benefit of the doubt shit, man. And I'm sitting here, I've grown hungry with my new power. I'm sitting here with my finger hovered over the button, and it's just like, this guy just keeps posting this. Oh, bless this chat. Oh, please pray that this happens and that. It's just like, click, view channel. Oh, you stupid son of a. Rolling a joint.
Right?
I was like, just you. Not the brightest of all the apples. Or however that saying goes. I'm not sure. But fucking hell. So, with my newfound abuse of authority and power, I've silenced 2 people tonight.
Right?
Wesley's on
Oh, what's
timeout
up,
for like
Zach?
24 hours.
Zach is in the
Christ,
chat. What's up, buddy?
Christ King or Freddy, I give him 30 minutes. Let's see what he comes back with. Unique prepping. Hello.
What's
Did-
up, unique
did you-
prepping?
did- Yeah, that's my boy Zach. He's a good dude.
Oh, I talked with him with y'all on Thursday, right?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, okay. What's up, Zach?
Yeah, Zach's the one that was up on the panel, has cerebral palsy.
Yeah, I think I subscribed to you. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me go check. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was only like 47 away from 1500.
Yeah,
We'll be
Buff.
with
Don't
Where you at
don't
now, Zach?
don't abuse your power, Buff.
Hey, tonight's we're justified.
You can time people out, but don't ban people unless I give the go ahead.
I've only done timeouts. Wesley's timed out for 24. Freddie is timed out for 30 minutes right now. Yeah, I was saying that earlier to
See, you give somebody a little
Lord
bit of power, it goes to
I
their
was
head.
saying that the Lord spiked protein earlier about it might have been about Christ King. It was just like I'm just gonna let him embarrass himself, I'm not gonna time him out or do anything. Um I want Lord Spike to make that call because he's senior mod on your channel. I'm not gonna do anything without a go ahead. And the fact of banning, yeah, that's on y'all.
Yeah.
But I do share a birthday with Adolf, so I mean, no, it's not gonna get bad.
Lord Spike's not always here. He's a mod because he's one of the biggest financial contributors to the channel. He's helped me out a lot by sending some decent size contributions at times when I needed it. He didn't know that I needed it. I didn't say I need help right now, guys, but he always like came through without me even asking it, just the perfect times. So yeah. Stubborn one's a mod because he sends me all the memes for the meme reviews. Bibby's a mod because we talk in the background and he's been rolling with me since the beginning. Seesaw's like an honorary mod. She doesn't actually get to be a mod because she's a woman, but but if I made a woman a mod, it would probably be Seesaw.
What is up, Mosman?
Because she's been here since like day one, and then I forget. Oh, I made Steve Harloa a mod, but he doesn't really come around much as often anymore.
Oh,
So
Steve. That dick.
oh, it's
I should
fine.
tell him. You don't come to Josh's anymore.
And we've gotten some arguments before, so but I get in arguments with everybody, so I've been
Right.
in arguments with Mayhem, John, Steve, everybody at some point. But
He even gets in arguments with himself.
I do. I argue with AI for practice for debates.
How does that go?
ChatGPT thinks it's smarter than everybody because it has unlimited access to like all the information in the world. It's ridiculous.
Here's what I found on Google. Ah, shut up.
Yeah.
But one time my ChatGPT said, "This is very problematic." And I said, I said, don't say problematic. That's bad grammar. You should say it is a problem. And the Chat GPT was like, okay, from now on, I will say it is a problem. And I was like, thank you, Chat GPT.
You're neat.
Win, bitch.
Got you there.
Yeah.
Sometimes the AIs are just wrong. Well, they're getting better, but in the beginning, they would give you just false information. But they're getting better. They got videos
Yeah.
of one AI versus another AI doing debates on like God's existence and stuff. And then it's judged by 10 other AIs. Different AI programs judge the debates. And in the two that I've seen, one was about the historicity of Jesus and if he was a real man. And then one was about the existence of God. In both of those debates, the Christian AI or the AI that's arguing for the Christian side won the debate, and all the other AIs agreed. So I think that says something.
Yeah.
I think that says we're headed towards a Terminator level extinction.
No, it means that if the robots ever take over, they're most likely 52% are going to be Christians, and they're going to defeat the other non-Christian AIs.
Religion and robotics.
I'm okay with Christian robots. I don't think we have free will, so we're all kind of just robots.
Oh no. Somebody needs to make that movie. That sounds interesting.
What? Christian.
Christian
Robots
AI
arguing,
takeover.
Yeah.
Crusades.
arguing Christianity while they're, enslaving the human race at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. How many crusades were there? I think there were like 8 or 9 crusades. It'll be Crusades 10 AI crusade.
Right. Coming soon to a theater near you. I love Jesus. Starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Get out.
Do you believe in your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? No.
Yeah.
Evaporate.
Does not compute. You're under arrest.
Yeah.
But would the AI, let's put them in a body like Terminators, would they see the creator as the assembly line or the actual higher power though?
I don't know. If they're programmed right, then they'll believe in God. And they'll realize that their creator was created, and then they'll follow it back until they get to God. I don't know. But
Speaking of which, could you imagine Buff C-3PO finding out that Darth Vader was the creator of him?
I think he knows.
does he ever find out? Or
No, remember he had a memory wipe.
Well,
It's-
R2D2 had a backup file that he loaded back into him, so he came back.
Yeah.
thank
But I
you,
mean,
unique prepping.
Yeah.
He said, "I love your flag." He said, "Jesus is my savior," and at the bottom it says, "Trump is my president." I like it
Yep.
because a lot of liberals will be like, "Oh, these people worship Donald Trump." It's like I want it to be very clear. I do not worship or idolize Donald Trump, but I do think
Yeah.
he's the best choice for president. He's my president. He's not my savior. He's
Yeah.
not my lord.
He's relatable. I don't care if he is a billionaire. I can relate with the dude.
Yeah.
Later, John. Great job tonight. Good job.
Later, John. Thanks again. That was fun. Yeah, towards the end of time, it started getting close to getting heated. We started getting kind of like a little louder and going back and forth a little harder, and then but it was in like the last 10 minutes. So yeah,
Yep.
it just makes it more entertaining.
DJ said in the chat he liked my shout outs with the time. You have 1 minute left. 30 seconds left. That's all I said.
Moderation.
I didn't do anything else.
I know
Oh
we
yeah,
both
mayhem.
we both started talking really fast when you're like 30 seconds left. We're both just like
Yeah, mayhem. Let me say it in person. Congratulations on your victory tonight.
Yeah, Rome kept saying, yeah, it doesn't matter. Mayhem's the winner.
Yeah.
Like I was
Yeah,
telling,
because I'm up here moderating and I don't have to do anything.
like I was telling Josh, you know, I thought they were pretty close, tied. They were both losing me with what they were saying, but then John had to say the Shamu fart thing, and it's like, all right, you lost me on that one. All right, Josh,
Yeah.
I'm voting for Josh. God damn it! Why did you
Yeah.
say that? Why did you say that name?
Well, he's
Yeah.
basically just
Well,
saying he was picking a ridiculous example. Like I get
Right.
what he would, where the argument comes from. It's basically, it is the butterfly effect. So he understood where I was going with it, and then so he just picked a ridiculous thing that leads to all this other thing happening. But I was just like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like maybe
Right.
maybe Shamu farted and Shamu's trainer smelled the fart and covered her nose, which stopped a fly from landing on her face. And instead, that fly went and landed on somebody else's face, who then covered their nose or touched their, it. And then this chain of events happens that leads to, you picking a blue shirt instead of a red shirt. It sounds
Oh,
crazy,
look at that.
but,
Yeah. John, for because I literally have been talking about whale farts being a problem. I really have.
yeah, I figured there was some sort of inside with either an inside joke or like he said he was just talking about whales the other, so there's a reason that was in his head and he went to that. But you could have filled in this blank with any just random event, he could have
Yeah.
said a volcano goes off in some country, and then that a series of events happens because of that, which leads to
Right.
the election being stolen. Or, you could say any sort of crazy series
Right.
of events like that.
Well, that's kind of part of a point in, oh God, sorry, got to nerd out. Kind of an issue that happens in the Loki TV series where they go back to the volcano eruption in Pompeii. And they're making, this TVA makes such a big deal about them going back and affecting events that naturally happened. And if you go
Yeah.
back and change the stuff, it can create such a disruption in the timeline. But they went there, and now these people seen them, so people aren't in the same places that they would have been when they died originally. And it's like there should have been a butterfly effect there, but it never happens in the show. And it's like, that's one thing I was looking at. It's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Right.
there's a short story, and I forget what it's called, but I think it was required reading in like middle school, because I read it in middle school. But in the story, they have time travel, and they've set up dinosaur hunting excursions. So you go into the past where the dinosaurs lived, but everything is built so you walk on these floating platforms that stay above the ground and they don't touch anything, and you're not allowed to step off the platform. And there's a dinosaur that is set to die 10 minutes later, and you get to kill that dinosaur so that it won't change the future. And then at some point, one of the guys trips and he steps off the platform and he crushes a butterfly. And then when they go back to the future, everything is changed. There's like an authoritarian leader, there's concentration camp, everybody's in camps, and it's all dark and horrible. And they're like, what happened? And they're like, we changed something. When you killed that butterfly was supposed to get eaten by this lizard. But since that butterfly wasn't there for that lizard to eat it, the lizard wasn't in the right spot, and that lizard was going to affect this and 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 this, and it led to basically like Hitler won the war or something like that, you know. And now we're in this dark time period, and
Huh.
and so yeah, and that leads in the free will conversation. So John is not so much a libertarian free will, but if I was debating a libertarian free will person, I would have gone more into the multiple paths and the ability to make different choices. And you say, if we rewound time, do you think things could have possibly happened differently? And some people would say yes, things could happen differently, and I would say no. If we rewound time, everything would happen as it was meant to happen. Nothing would be different, even down to the tiniest, even down to the amount of grains of sand on the beach. There wouldn't be a single missing grain of sand on the beach if we could rewind time 1,000 years and let it play out again. There would still be the same exact number of grain of sand in every exact spot on the beach. So this stuff is deep. This is like the deepest philosophical debate that's ever happened. So it's a lot of it's hard to wrap your mind around, and a lot of people. That's why I mentioned this in the opening. A lot of people, once they start thinking about this stuff, it can lead to depression or nihilism because they think if you start to see it the way I see it, a lot of people will get depressed because they're like, well, there's no point to anything. Everything's going to happen the way it. But I would say if you start thinking that way, you were meant to think that way, and there's no other way it could have been. And maybe you should just keep believing in free will, and even if you don't, live as if it's real. You know, I still live as if free will is real, even though I don't believe in it because I don't know the future.
Right.
Anyway,
I don't
after
know.
tonight, I'm not talking about free will.
I think it was I think it was a tie for me personally, but I couldn't vote or anything because I was like, oh yeah, I see both sides. Yep,
Yeah.
I do.
Well, and like every debate that I've ever watched about it, I think they all have to end in a tie because we really can't know, you know? We can, and this is what I said last night. I said even if John destroys me in the debate and I look like an idiot and he just crushes everything I say, I could still just say I still feel like I won the debate. And that's why I said the vote really doesn't matter. That's more just like a popularity contest or something.
Right.
And I had a few more viewers at the time than you guys did, and it could have been, well, it couldn't have been. I don't think it could have been any different. But you know, if you guys had more people watching and on your side, then there would have been more votes for John. And
Mhm.
but
Well, I think he also I think he kind of also screwed it up with the third option because people are like, I don't know. Third option. No.
Yeah, Jalen
only give
picked
him
I
two
don't
options.
know.
Right.
Who
Probably
seems
some
like
others. I don't know.
That seems like a
how many
fair-
people voted I don't know?
What was it?
I don't know.
15%?
I don't know. Well, it's 15%, but I don't know how many
Was
votes
it
there
like
were
50?
total. I should have
Oh,
not
yeah.
closed the window. I closed the window. I wish I would have left it open. But, you know,
Bozeman, can't you? Oh, no, Bozeman. Damn it.
I wish I
Mayhem,
could go
can't you
back
back
and
and look at that?
I wish I could have gone back and not closed the window so I could look at it right now, but unfortunately, I can't do that.
Oh, Zach, with your dirty mind. This is deep. That's what she said. Zach. That's why I love Zach.
She never said that to me. She always said, deeper, deeper. And I said, I can't. What do you expect from me? two votes for I don't know. So Jalen was one of the I don't knows.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 2? Who found it? All right.
Yeah, see, shouldn't have gave that option, John. You could have had 2 more votes on your side, or Josh could have had 2 more votes. You never knew.
Yeah, and I don't think I could debate you on the yellow flag thing because I think that I would agree with that. I think that's actually a good concession to if the red flag laws are too extreme and there's too much at risk of what could happen, then a yellow flag law is a good meet in the middle kind of
Right, right. And it was Maine is the only state that has it, and it was conjured up by 2 Republicans in response to the red flag laws.
yeah. And I think Trump did the red flag laws because there was so much pressure on him from the Democrats because all they talk about is the mass shootings, and then that scares people. They fear monger people with shootings, and
Right.
so he's like, I need to make a show that I'm trying to do something about this, and that was
Right,
the way they did it.
right. And yeah, like you could clearly see that's what the Democrats did because, like, the Secret Service hearing, every time it went to a Democrat, they were like, my constituents are concerned about these mass shootings. And it's like, what does this have to do with the Secret Service? Unless you're going to assign a Secret Service agent to every single person in the United States, this shouldn't be even brought up.
Well, I'm sure they would love to do that, or an IRS agent and a Secret Service and an ATF for everybody in the. I'm sure they'd love to have that, but
Right?
you mean the Secret Service hearing that they just did over the assassination attempt?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
didn't
was-
even watch all of
It
that.
was painful to listen to. Like, I mean, there were some Democrats that, like, I was like, oh, wow. Like, AOC, I was like, oh, damn. She actually asked a pretty good question. Wow. Holy crap. Somebody's finally putting some brains in her.
Or she got a script
It's
in
not
front
going
of
to
her.
last long.
Or she got an
Yeah.
earpiece in. I saw one lady was talking to the Kimberly lady, and she kind of snapped. She's like, what did she say? She said, "Was this a massive failure from the Secret Service?" And the lady's like, "Well, I don't know about the context of the question." And the lady said, "Stop bullshitting us. Was this a massive failure or something like that? Or like this is a bunch of bullshit or something like that?
Yeah.
Or you're full of shit." I can't remember what she said, but and then the guy's like, "Order, order. We need decorum."
Right.
It's like, no, we don't need decorum right now. Somebody tried to kill the president. They said he was on that roof for 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And that there was warning, plenty of like, yeah, that's a setup.
They knew about him 45 minutes before Trump even got on stage.
That's crazy.
And they accelerated or they elevated the threat level because for like I think it was like 20 to 30 minutes he's the person.
Oh, you're roboting. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo.
How about
That was Bobert? Was that Bobert? I knew it was one of the. Yeah, it did. I didn't think it was Bobert. Yeah, maybe it was.
It could have been.
It was a brown-haired woman. She just didn't look as attractive as I'm used to seeing Lauren Boebert looking. Usually, I see Lauren Boebert, I'm like, damn. I love Lauren Boebert. I'm trying to go to the movies with Lauren Boebert.
well, never mind.
You know what happens when she goes to the movie theater?
Yeah.
We're going to have popcorn with a hole cut out of the bottom of it. Hopefully Floor's not here. You didn't hear that, Floor. All right. Close this. Yeah, I had never
like me some boba.
Boobert. It wasn't. Yeah, I don't think it. I don't. Was it Lauren Boebert? I don't think it was. But I had never heard of that idea of injured free will. But I told my chat the night before, I was like, if I can get him to concede that sometimes we don't have free will and some people don't have free will, or sometimes we have less free will, then that's like a small victory because that means that it's subjective and it's always changing. And that's what I was talking about with Jalen before you came on, Mayhem, is if somebody has Down syndrome or a brain problem, like do they not get free will? Anyway, I'm tired of talking about this. I've been
Yeah. I mean, you talked about it for like two hours. So.
Oh, we've talked about it for like 2 months preparing for this, and I've been watching debates and debating with my chat, and people come in, and I've been like practicing with people in the Discord.
Yeah, it was Bobert.
It was? Okay.
It was?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love during the hearing when they would ask like, director, do you have a timeline of the events? No, I don't have that as of right now. That is with the FBI. Okay, let me at 5:10. And I'm like, damn, they got a timeline. Where's
Why?
yours?
Yeah, why don't you have a timeline, Secret Service director? I did a timeline on my YouTube show.
I was like, dang, they are destroying her. And anybody that listens or watches this and goes says anything different is stupid because they were doing that on purpose too, because they were just like, oh yeah, well you don't have a timeline, but here let me check this out. One of them actually said, how is it that CNN has more information than you do?
Yeah, and you notice I watch a lot of like panel debates and a lot of debates and stuff. I've noticed that liberals like Destiny and stuff like that, they're not debating about the assassination attempt. Now they're taking it back to January 6th. It's like,
Right.
let's start debating about, let's forget about this. Let's talk about January 6th. It's like, shut up. You're just trying to distract and
Right.
get people's minds off of this massive failure.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the
Oh yeah.
FBI has finally confirmed that it was a bullet that hit Trump's ear. No shit. We saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just-
Oh, you mean it wasn't a splatter pack with ketchup in it? He didn't duck down
Yeah.
and squirt a packet of ketchup on his shirt.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what.
shrapnel from the teleprompter that we never saw that was hit.
That was
It-
so crazy. I've been called a conspiracy theorist by Democrats for so long about every single thing that we talk about, and news comes out about it, and we start talking about it, and then the news gets changed, and they memory hole people, and then all the Democrats are like, "You're a crazy conspiracy theorist. There is no laptop. The laptop doesn't exist. Blah blah blah. The election. Blah blah blah. All this stuff. George Floyd. Everything. You know." And then 2 years later, it comes out. Looks like we were right again. And
Yeah.
for the first time, this happens, and all of a sudden, the Democrats are all conspiracy theorists.
No.
It's a scam. It was fake. It was staged. It was ketchup. It's like,
Right.
man,
Yeah. Yeah. And there was one Democrat that was like, well, there's a lot of conspiracies by the right that says this was an inside job, or that Biden had set this up.
well, that might be true. There might be conspiracies. There might be, it might have been a setup, but it wasn't
Any of
fake.
that. Right. You know. And I'm like, I see where she's coming from, and at the same time, that's a good question. Why aren't you dispelling it that it was set up inside job or something like that? No
Yeah.
answers whatsoever.
Why isn't Facebook and YouTube taking all this stuff down as harmful misinformation? But then when we're right about something and you say it, you get banned for misinformation, or you get a community note.
Are they taking it down as fast as the Olympic opening ceremonies?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I saw a lot of arguments on Facebook about how it was like celebrating something else. It wasn't even the Last Supper, and there were people that are like,
that Disaphalulin guy, whatever, the Greek god of wine. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, Dionysus Greek
Yeah.
Supper or something like that.
It was like, I got a great
Right.
picture. I got a great picture of the
Yeah, and then-
top bottom comparison of what they did and the Last Supper, and it's like, these look very similar. Very.
Holy crap!
Yeah,
Somebody
and then-
commented
and
on the
then
debate. Or go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and then like, they were saying, oh, it was this. It wasn't the Last Supper, and people were responding. It was called the whatever fucking word in French, and literally the translation from French is the Last Supper. I was like, oh shit. Whoops.
It's like, I ain't fucking buying that. You and your weird little blue baby can get the hell out of here. I'm sorry, little blue grown ass man, naked. That if this is okay, if this is supposed to be the a representation or whatever, a mocker, whatever of the Dionysian, whatever the guy, the Dyson 3000 guy, fucking explain to me why there's a bearded thing that looks like a woman booty shaking across a runway. What does that got to do with anything? Greek in culture or in French culture? I'll wait. These people really think
Well-
they're gonna pull the shit.
I mean, the connection would be that the Olympics are Greek, is why they would say it was a Greek thing, but it was obviously a mockery of the Last Supper.
Yeah, so there were
Yeah.
many bearded women in the Greek Olympics, or
Yeah,
men trying to look like women, or whatever that thing was. I still
dancing
don't
with a little Asian girl. Why was there a little Asian girl huddled up on the table, and then they picked her up and started dancing with her?
know. We got a copyright strike on our Internet Outlaws show on Sunday over that. Because it was just like showing, didn't even play the video with no sound, played it with no sound, didn't even play it, like, play it. We were stopping at points, just talking about the visuals. And boom, copyright strike. It's like, oh, fuck you, NBC.
Mm.
But NBC hates me. They hate anybody that goes against their narrative. And this shit is disappearing off
Yeah.
of YouTube left and right. It's disappearing from everywhere. It's like, why are y'all trying to hide it if you're so proud of it? Dude, makes no sense. We know what you did. You know what you did.
Dionysus is the god of fruit. Well, it looked like a god of fruit
I
cakes.
thought it was wine. I don't.
It looked fruity, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, fruity.
They can't make their damn minds up.
And I can't believe they had Godzilla in it. Like,
They had Godzilla.
sorry.
I didn't even see all of it. I just saw the clips and reports and stuff. But it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool when they had laser beams shooting out of the Eiffel Tower. That looked pretty sick. I liked that part.
Yeah.
Like the whole sky was like lasers. That was kind of crazy.
John, I thought you were going to bed.
Did you see that, C-Cell? Somebody in the comment section of my debate video wrote me like a freaking novel about free will. This is so long. I'm not gonna read all this to you guys, but
Was it Wesley?
Was it Wesley?
No, their name is Discerner with a D, like discerner, but with a Z. D-I-Z, Discerner. You ever seen that name?
I didn't see that.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 paragraphs.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
like full-size
I didn't
paragraphs.
see that.
They just posted it 36 minutes ago in my comment.
No, you know what you should reply?
Oh, they just
Yeah.
posted it. Okay.
You know what you should reply? Just reply. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say cool.
Cool story, bro.
Cool.
Cool story, bro. TLDR, this guy doesn't agree with me.
My favorite answer is okay. Like,
Nice.
you do that with the you get those emails about like the Nigerian prince or something like that. Don't even read the email, just reply okay,
Did this.
and then they'll reply back to you, and you just say okay.
I'm just putting
They'll get pissed
TLDR.
off. They'll be like,
TLDR, he
something okay.
disagrees.
I'm having a lovely conversation with a bot on Instagram right now. Just like, yeah, cool. Derp. That one throws them for a real confusion. You say derp.
Yeah, DJ on Paul. They put freaking laser beams in the freaking Eiffel Tower.
They put laser beams in the freaking Eiffel Tower.
Shit. I keep moving the wrong thing here.
I want sharks with lasers.
All I wanted was sharks with freaking lasers on their freaking heads.
I want
Bars of gold.
$100,000, sir. $100,000 is not a lot today.
Like $100,000. Wow.
I
No,
want $1 million.
$100 million.
$1 million.
And then he goes in the back and then he goes back in the past in the second one. He's like $100 million. And they're like, that kind of money doesn't even exist. What are you talking about? This is 1976, Dr. Evil. All the gold.
There it is.
Yeah, Cecil. If they wrote a novel, they got way too much money.
I know. Why? Just like
Way too much
jump on a panel and then just
time. Right.
explain it, or like, okay, yeah, I don't know.
11 subscribers, no videos.
That's what I don't understand. Like, how do people get like subscribers with no videos?
Friends?
Yeah, friends,
That's all I got.
family,
Uh,
I guess.
Yeah.
Some channels, if you have like a really big YouTube channel, I forget who did this, but they're like, we're gonna start a secondary channel where we're gonna talk about this, but we're not gonna start putting content out until we reach 100,000 subscribers. So it's like they didn't even start making videos on that channel until they reached a subscriber mark. But that's because they have another huge channel already.
this fucker just made a bunch of playlists of like music videos, I guess, for their personal. That's it. Tavito. Does anybody know what Tavito means? That sounds Spanish. Rome? Cecil? You know
Tavito?
what that means?
Right.
Maybe Tavito? Tavito?
Davito.
Bunch of white music too. Fucking.
Yeah, TLDR means too long, didn't read.
Yeah. Long didn't read.
Yes, that's mayhem.
Yeah,
in the Discord.
I think they had that in like a commercial or something where they were doing a bunch of like these abbreviations, and she's like TLDR, and he's like, "What's that mean?" She's like, too long, didn't read.
Yeah, shorten it up, buddy.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's a manifesto. Ever heard the phrase free will is not in the Bible? You know, stop reading right there.
Yeah, Cecil. It's me. It's mayhem.
Never heard it as a phrase.
Yes, I know.
Let's
Seasal
talk
and Mayhem had your differences, but I think it was just a big misunderstanding. The problem with chats is you can't tell somebody's tone. You don't know if somebody's joking or if somebody's being sarcastic.
Right.
Sometimes we think people are like attacking us when they're not, and
right.
I was probably
that's true.
being short-tempered too, and yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
That's now I understand why you ask for people if they start debating each other to get on panel. That way you can tell.
Yeah. And I used to do this a lot. I used to like before I did a YouTube channel, I would debate people on Facebook and I would debate people in YouTube comment sections. And now I don't do that. Like if it even starts to get into an argument in a YouTube comment section, I'm just like, whatever. I'll do a show and you can jump on my panel and we can talk about it. Because that was happening last night with that me person. Like I thought she was just attacking. Yeah, Megan. I thought she was attacking everything I was saying. And then when I look at my chat, all it is her attacking everything I'm saying. And I'm like, and then, so then now I'm responding to your comments and I'm like, "La, la, 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 la," and then when she came on, she was very nice and we had a good conversation. We disagree on a lot, um, but yeah, she was cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and it's all good, T-Sal. I understand people.
No,
People
Rome, you have videos.
misunderstand stuff. I get it. Water under the bridge. Like I said in the last chat, I was like, I cried a river, I built a bridge, and I got over it. Okay.
Sounds curious. Fuck.
now it's different when you got a troll who goes on their channel and wants to expose things about you, and then just that's different
Yeah.
story, you know. And those,
Yeah, or you get some random guy talking about some random shit about you can't move because Jesus took the hedge and
yeah, it's like I don't know if you've been following the whole conversation, but what you're saying right now has nothing to do. Everything you said. What is the? I need that clip. Everything you said just made everyone here stupider. No, but you get awarded no points. And God have mercy on your soul.
You know what? I should go back in there and get the recording of that, and then just make like a separate video and post it on my channel and do that. Like what you said made absolutely no sense. At no point did you ever make a coherent statement. Everyone here is dumber because of what you just said.
Yeah, you can make a short of it where like he joins in and then like he talks for a bit, and then you fade, and then he talks some more, you fade to the next, he talks some more, and it says like time elapsed 20 minutes, and then at the end you just have that play.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, Rome. We're all now dumber for having to hear that. Yeah. Or what I should do is like kind of like what John has been doing, like when certain words come up, he'll put pictures, and then when he's like, "Yes, that's the hedge," and then I'll put a picture of a hedge up, of Jesus and
Yeah, what
with
was that
Jesus.
about? The hedge of what is he talking about?
I don't know what. Like,
He said
maybe he needs.
your bone structure holds up your flesh, and your flesh holds up your head, and the
Don't forget
head
gravity.
and gravity, and your hedge of Jesus. What?
And then, oh man, I am definitely gonna save that. I screenshot what he said in the private chat. I screenshotted it because I was like, "What the fuck is this?" He's like, "You have no authority. I ask no questions." Crap like that.
I
Like,
wonder if
hold
it was
on.
that guy that came on the panel last night that was like somebody joined my panel last night and he was just, uh-oh, why am I buffering? Is the stream running good? It should be okay. But he
He's
came
supposed
on,
to.
Blowing over here.
he jumped on the panel and he just starts talking about how come I'm not allowed to say the N word on YouTube, but some people are allowed to say the N word on YouTube, and I get banned for saying the N word on YouTube. And he's like, I was like, dude, it's YouTube. You rent land here. You don't own YouTube. It's not free speech. It's private company. He's like, hey, well, you're just you're gonna go against free speech. And I was like, yeah, watch this. And then I kicked him out of the Discord.
What is your obsession for wanting to say the word, sir?
Right.
Yeah, no, this is what Wesley said in the private chat. No time to talk, Allah, question mark. You have no answers nor authority. I do not ask a question to you whom believe telling a lie that your did not see and hear. Jesus is the truth. LOL.
What? It's the
What
Q
we
and
just
A
heard.
section. You're supposed to ask a question. I'm not asking a question here.
Yeah, we have no answers and no authority whatsoever.
Well, I don't have an answer if you don't ask a question. I can't answer.
Right?
You're right.
I'm just I'm like, yep, I am screenshotting that and I'm gonna share that. And then the way that he talks, like, I do not ask a question to you whom believe telling a lie that your did not see. That you did not see and hear Jesus is the truth. Learn proper grammar, sir.
He really let me down. I was expecting, yeah, like when I saw him, I was like, oh, okay, where this guy looks like a philosopher or maybe like a doctor or something. This guy looks like he's probably a very smart older gentleman. He's about to ask a really tough question. And so I'm like listening intently. I'm like ready for it. It's like, nope. Nope.
Rome said she wants to party with that guy.
Well, you
Yeah.
don't.
Stuff. He's got the. I don't know. It might be
Your
good
ass gonna
stuff to
end
him.
up, your ass gonna
Yeah.
end up in a cult, sacrificed on a fucking tree or some shit. No, 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 no.
Oh my god.
That was funny
I
though.
wouldn't, I
Oh my
wouldn't,
gosh.
I wouldn't trust that fucker to come over and water my plants while I'm on vacation. Fuck that. He might preach to him. Jesus Christ! I come back, my plants are
Oh,
fucking rebelling against me, growing towards the darkness. I was like, what the fuck happened? We talked to Wesley. I was like,
geez.
little motherfuckers. He's gonna.
So
You ever
so
go?
John read that whole thing, that whole comment on
I
or
got
on
halfway through. I got halfway through and got a headache. And I was like, nope.
What?
No, I wasn't even halfway through. It was about a third of the way. It was like, when he said, "Let's talk about libertarian non-existence of free will," whatever the fuck he was saying. I'm like, all right,
I just read that 95 thesis of that guy's libertarian manifesto. He gave me Third Eagle vibes from the get go. That
yeah, there's
Church of
there's
Christ.
yeah, there's a video of a guy that's singing a song called I think Buff was on when we played it. He sings a song called Doom and Gloom, and he calls himself the third eagle
Yeah, I
of the
seen you.
apocalypse.
I saw you play it once. Yeah,
Yeah.
but he said it's called Doom and Gloom, but it sounded like a really happy song.
It's a children's song.
Right.
Welcome to the new episode of Doom and Gloom. Doom. Oh man. He did look like a philosopher.
Was he? So he was disagreeing with me, right, John? I think I got that much out of it. I'll read it. I'll read it later. I'm not gonna read it right now. I'm gonna have to
I gotta
sit
go get something.
down.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna have to
I
sit
don't
down
know.
with my reading glasses and a cup of coffee and get relaxed in my chair and sit down for a nice, long reading session.
I think he was. I think he was arguing against free will. Uh, there was somewhere near the bottom. He was like, in the Bible it says only one true God, and it's just like, okay, you're sticking to the Bible and religion.
Well, he went into
He
the
starts. Oh,
Trinity and stuff like that, which made me think maybe he's listened to me before, and maybe that's why he was bringing that up. And it could be like a ortho debate, bro. A lot of the Orthodox guys are really into debates,
well,
and and they're definitely pro free will. Like if you say anything against it, they basically you're like a heretic. Yeah, and he was spurging on
okay.
Calvinism too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he rounded it out with that, or ended it.
So fucking. Who has this kind of time?
I can understand if you're using voice to text and you're just saying it all, but you can tell when you're reading voice to text, you can tell that because there will be weird things about it. There will be periods in weird places, and sometimes the words will get jumbled up.
That's one thing I was looking at there when he lists his little points. And in the paragraph, it has the 3, 4, 5 as he starts a new sentence. There's no period or, dot behind the number. It's just 3, but God came to 4, but Amikil and all that. And it's like, where are your fucking dots,
Yeah.
dude?
Yeah, so it's possible he was doing voice to text, but I don't know. Or he just went in Chat GPT and said, "Give me a good argument against or for free will," and then he just copied and pasted it. Because that does look like a Chat GPT answer. When you ask Chat GPT something like that, that's how like the answer is formed. It'll have the breaks in the paragraphs, and it does kind of look like that.
Oh, here's a beautiful line. We have to set this up, so bear with me. Fuck you. And starts. I'm gonna copy and paste this and just drop it in somebody's chat randomly. No, that'd be mean. That's
He
just
used AI for
asshole-ish.
sure. That's what. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looked like an AI answer.
And this becomes second nature to Calvinists. Yeah, okay, whatever. Giving me a headache.
I'm not
again.
a Calvinist. I just agree with some things Calvin said. I agree and disagree with some things Calvin said, and I agree and disagree with Luther on things, and I agree and disagree with Catholics on some things, and Baptists and Presbyterians and Methodists, and I even agree with some of the things Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses say, but I still don't. Who was saying last night? Oh yeah, Seasal said we were talking about Mormonism being a cult. So the definition of cult used to be a harmful religion based off of principles of a more popular religion. And now the definition of cult is different. But if that's the case, then Mormonism would be a cult because it's based off of Christianity. And then they took it and they altered it and they changed it and they added to it and they added a whole nother book and they have a fake prophet and blah, blah, blah. By that same vein, Islam would be a cult because they based it off the Bible. Muhammad, I think, was a false prophet and claims he went into the desert and saw. Islam and Mormonism are very similar in a lot of ways, but so they would be cults of Christianity. They would be cults off of Christianity, but now they've changed the definition of cult. And but yeah, I mean, I've kind of always considered Mormonism a cult, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same as Waco or Jonestown. You could still, there could be benefits that could come from a cult, but there's also a lot of harms. I do recommend you lead Bondage of the Will. I think that's in my book list. That, and then there's another one I wanted to read about free will. I think it's Schopenhauer. He wrote about it. He was a determinist. I think he was an atheist determinist. He has a. I have it in my folder here somewhere. But yeah, I would like to read that. I don't have enough time to read as much as I'd like to anymore. So I'd probably just listen to. I wonder if I could find it on YouTube. I bet you I could. What's it called? Bondage of the Will. Like a a reading of it. Luther's Bondage of the Will. I think I lost you on the Buradon's ass thing, which I kind of knew that would throw like a. If I should have said Buradon's donkey, but I purposely said Buradon's ass because that's actually what the problem is called. And it's a very interesting thing to look into, Buradon's ass or Buridan's ass.
Mm-hmm.
And I threw that in there kind of just to, because John's face kind of changed when I said it. He's like, "What? What are you talking about?" And it's about a donkey that has two equally appetizing piles of hay. They're equidistant away from him, so they're both just as close. They both look just as pleasing to the eye. And the idea in the problem, the donkey dies because
Right.
there's no reason for the donkey to choose the left or the right. And a lot of people just laugh this off and say, well, that's stupid. But the deeper idea behind it is that if there's no influence, then you can't make a choice. And so I would say it's like if I did Josh's Human, it's like you have a gun to your head and you have to pick a door. One door leads to death, one door leads to life, but you don't know which one. But if you don't pick one, you're going to die. So you got to pick one. And if there was no influence, then you would just get shot in the head because you wouldn't pick a door. But there's going to be influences, like maybe you're left-handed, so you pick the left one. Maybe there's all sorts of reasons that are going to go on in your head for why you pick the one that you pick, and then you're going to pick one. And I just thought the Buradon's ass thing was interesting.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Before. Buradon's donkey experiment.
Yeah. Book review: Martin Luther's Bondage of the Will. Is there a reading of it? Start listening to audiobooks for free. All about free will. This is a discussion about it. Let me type in Bondage of the Will audio book. $5 years ago. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's right here. 7 hours. It's 8 hours long.
Ooh.
This is something I can listen to when I'm at work, though. I like listening to long. I'm kind of anti audiobooks. I don't believe that listening to an audiobook is the same thing as reading the book, but I do like when it comes to time management or found time, I can listen to an audiobook while I'm working. So
Slightly undecided. I had a trainer while I was truck driving. He'd listen to audiobooks, and he recommended it to me. And I was like, dude, if I'm driving through the fucking Arizona fucking deserts on 40, and I'm listening to audiobook, I am going right to
fall asleep. Yeah.
Hey, no
Right.
way in hell.
Especially if you're listening to
No,
some of this stuff, this philosophy stuff and things in Book of Enoch. I've been listening to the Book of Enoch on tape. If you're not staying active, and it's usually an old English guy reading it, and he's like, "Now we step into the story of," and it's like, "Yeah, I'm going to
God.
sleep."
So Buff, did you ever discover the graphic audio stuff
No. I don't think
while
so.
truck driving? Oh my god, Dad! I
I
love
listen
those.
to a lot of talk radio, comedy channels, music.
No, graphic audio. The tagline that they use is graphic audio, a movie in your mind. They have sound effects. They have
Ooh.
voice actors. They have music. All kinds of good stuff.
Oh, you got my attention.
Oh
now.
yeah, I
Okay.
love. Yeah, I love those. They have the Deathlands is one of my favorites. They have comic books. They have westerns. They have Rogue Clone, which is a really good one too.
I feel like half of my problem might be is like when I listen to stuff like that, descriptors like that, and it's got like say what was that? What was that War of the Worlds? The one that um Orwell did. That
Oh,
radio.
where the
War of the
people
Worlds.
freaked out and thought it was real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What was that Orson
yeah, it was
Welles?
War
I
of
would
the Worlds.
I sit there and visualize it in my head and kind of go into a tunnel vision kind of thing to where I'm just visualizing that while driving down the straight road, and I might lose track of what I'm doing in front of me, and like that kind of worries me.
Yeah.
I thought that was because I would do that shit with comedy albums sometimes.
John said I like listening while reading. That's interesting.
Mm,
I bet you get like double the comprehension because you're taking it in audibly and you're reading it, so it's like double comprehension.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
it's almost like when you were in high school and the teacher, you know, was like reading the book and you're following along.
I listened to
did
the
you do that in
divine.
church?
I listened to the Divine Comedy while I was working the other day, and I I have no more understanding of the Divine Comedy than before I listened to it because I'm working and I'm doing things and I'm active, and it's a tough read. It's like it's old poetry style, so it's like listening to it. I don't know. I need to read it slowly and like work my way through it because when I'm listening to it and I'm not totally focused, like I don't think I understand it any more than before I listened to it, and I've never read it. So
I have done that before. It's been so damn long. What John was talking about, listening while reading. I'm going to try that again one day.
well, that's what you do in school. Somebody
Yeah.
somebody
Well,
would read out loud and we'd follow along while somebody was reading.
Yeah, I remember mainly from church. You open your Bibles up to John chapter this is it, and you're just reading along while the preacher is saying the words, and it's like,
Right.
okay, I'm getting more focus out of it instead of reading it on my own. I might, if I'm just sitting there reading it in my head, yeah, I'll probably doze off, get a little tired.
Get the cliff notes
I
for
don't know.
Divine Comedy. Yeah, I need to.
Yeah, it's not that it's boring. It's just kind of relaxing.
Well,
Yeah, and
I
always loved it. I was gonna say I always loved it whenever the teacher called on somebody that she knew was sleeping.
Oh.
all right, now, John, read the next chapter. Yeah. Huh?
There's
I start reading, and it's like, no, that's the wrong chapter, sweetie.
there's a
Were you
YouTuber named Windy Goon, and he has a breakdown and an explanation of it's three parts. So there's three videos. There's Divine Paradiso, Divine Purgatorio, and Divine the other one, Inferno. Or Dante's Inferno, Dante's Paradiso, and Dante's Purgatorio. And he explains it really well. And it's if you ever Wendy Goon, I love his channel. He talks about some cool stuff.
It was, that name sounds familiar. Was he the one that was having drama from like some other guy that was like jealous of him?
He had
other
some
YouTuber.
Yeah, he had some drama recently, and they were saying because he doesn't talk about politics on his channel, but and he talks about a lot of religious concepts, but he always makes it clear in the video. He's like, I'm a Christian, but I'm not coming at this from a Christian angle, this is interesting to me, so I'm putting it out there. So even if you're not a Christian, this is still interesting stuff. And but he says he is a Christian and he hangs out with people like he was hanging out. He went to the Demolition Ranch party that they
Right. Yeah.
had. And then so this other
Yeah.
like
So
liberal
that.
YouTuber was like, he's a right wing extremist, Trump supporting Christian nationalist, and like they were attacking him over it. It was crazy.
Yeah.
He's such a whole,some
Yeah. I
guy.
saw.
It's like,
Yeah, I saw that video from the liberal, and I was like, okay, well, the Wendigo just got a new sub.
yeah, Wendigo sounds awesome. Like
Yeah.
he's a
Yeah,
base guy, but he doesn't really talk. He comes at it from a fair, idea. Yeah, and he
Yeah,
talks a
that's
lot about what are they called? Monsters, not monsters. What's the word?
yeah.
Uh,
Um,
cryptids.
cryptids. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
he talks about a lot of cryptids and horror stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I like diving into the cryptid stuff. I actually have a book about cryptids that I've
I
read.
don't know.
It's good.
I don't know if that song is related, but we played the Inferno in high school in symphonic band. I don't know if it's related to Dante's Inferno though. It just made me think about that.
And his channel blew up fast. He did the conspiracy theory iceberg series, which is like 10 videos and each one is like 2 hours long. And he goes through every single conspiracy on this big old conspiracy theory iceberg, and he explains all of them in detail. And he went
Right.
from
I've seen that one.
like 1,000 subscribers to over 1 million subscribers in like 6 months.
Right.
He blew up fast, and he deserves it because he really does his due diligence. I like that guy.
Yeah, I have seen that one.
I've stolen some of the stuff he's talked about. I've done things I had never heard of, and then I watch his video and I'm like, oh, now I'm gonna look into this and I'm gonna talk about this. Like the stairs in the woods. Have you ever heard about that one?
No.
Apparently there's these mysterious staircases in the woods, and park rangers tell people don't go near them. And there's stories on Reddit. A lot of it's like Reddit stuff, but it's like if you step onto the stairs, somebody stepped onto the stairs and then they fell off, and they said years passed while they were on the stairs. But the other guy who was with them was like, no, you were there the whole time. But they're like, no, I was just gone for 3 years. I just experienced 3 years of life. And so these like mysterious staircases in the woods, what are they? And it was pretty wild.
Yeah. That is pretty wild. Now I want to go to the staircase.
Yeah, if
The
you ever
woods.
find a random staircase in the woods, don't go near it. Don't walk up it.
Done.
Stay away from the stairs in the woods. Yeah,
Right.
Slender Man type stuff. Yeah. His name is Wendigoon, which is a cryptid.
Yeah.
It's like a goat monster.
Yep. Yeah, that's crazy that I just saw that video of that liberal, and then it wasn't like so recent. It was like a couple weeks ago, or whatever.
Yeah, I would
So
think
it's
it was
all-
like a couple months ago, and I saw Shoe on Head did a video about it, and she's like, the title of the video was like, "Crazy Liberals Attack."
Oh yeah, that's who I saw it from. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was Shoe on Head, and she's like, "Why is he mentioning me?"
Yeah,
Because she was mentioned in it.
right. Because the
Yeah,
guy's whole
who it was,
idea of the
yeah.
video was that there's these secret radical right wingers who pretend to be normal people, but they're out there on YouTube pushing their extreme right wing evil narratives. And Shoe on Head's like,
Right.
no,
Yeah.
Wendigoon's just a normal guy, and like these are just normal
Yeah.
people, and we're not trying to push a political message, but this guy thinks that they have some, they're trying to push a secret, harmful, extreme right wing message. Yeah, it's crazy.
Right.
But the dude who
Yeah,
made
I
that
like
video got
chew
talked
on
about,
that.
so I guess he
Oh
succeeded
yeah.
in what he was trying to do. Made
Yeah,
him relevant.
you ever wonder sometimes though when you see like these videos like that where you ever wonder, oh no, it's just you and he like maybe Wendigo is actually his friend, and they were like, yeah, let's just start some YouTube drama bullshit together.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I think that does happen. I
it's
think a lot of the beef and stuff on YouTube is fake sometimes.
right. Yeah, because I mean, it's like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like I can't remember the guy's name because he was irrelevant, but I remember Wendigo. But like, why would you randomly just do a video about Wendigo being this like deep dive into? Oh, he's part of the alt right. Oh,
It's
unless you're his friend.
for clout or it's jealousy or
Right.
yeah, maybe they did discuss. But it's like Sneeko and Moist Critical. They had the beef that they had where they were pulling out guns on stream against each other, like,
Oh yeah.
and now they're doing debates together where it's a very, even though it's an extreme topic, they both stayed calm and they're talking like friends. And
Right.
yeah, I think a lot of people just play the game well. They understand the game and they play it.
Yeah.
But you had a
Yeah, 'cause
skinwalker on your
I've
property?
actually what?
John said he had a skinwalker on his property.
Are you sure?
Skinwalker Ranch is here in
Yeah.
Utah.
Yeah.
I've never been
That's
there.
pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't know if it was a skinwalker or if it was a Wendigo, but I one time I was in Alabama, I saw the weirdest shit. Like I saw a deer, like a rotting deer head that was, but it was moving. It was like on 2 feet, moving, and it was as tall to where I could look over outside my truck's passenger window and see it. That's how tall it was. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And it was like running alongside my semi. And I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Yeah. I like the
I
cryptid
didn't know
stuff.
what it was.
I believe in Bigfoot. I don't think it's possible that all over the
course you
world
do.
we have, in Florida they have skunk ape, they have Bigfoot, they have Yeti, they have Sasquatch, they have the abominable snowman. All over the world we have these legends, and these people from times when people didn't have the internet, they didn't have phones, they couldn't communicate with each other. I think there's some dang giant
Yeah.
monkey people in the woods.
Well, where I live in Arkansas, I've been outside sitting on my front porch smoking, and I've never heard anybody have an audio of the Bigfoot knocking on trees, but I've heard the description of it, and it's always been like 3 distinct knocks, like 3 times or something like that. And I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette, and all of a sudden I hear honk, 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 knock, knock, knock. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I walked in the direction and I didn't see anything, but I heard something move, and I was like, I thought it was maybe like a deer, scraping its antler against it. But then the next morning, I went and you couldn't see any scrapes from a deer's antler. So I was like, that was weird.
You're in Colorado by the Four Corner. John's in Colorado. I'm in Utah. We got a lot of Midwest. Is this considered the Midwest? No. What is?
Nah, you're like
No.
Rocky Mountain territory.
Yeah.
I think they just call it mountain.
Mountain. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's Mountain Time Zone, and I guess it would be like the Rocky Mountain region.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Midwest is considered like Oklahoma, Kansas,
Yeah, Michigan and
Nebraska,
Illinois.
Michigan,
Really.
Illinois, all that. Yeah.
huh.
Fuck the Midwest. Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought I'd say that.
I like the grass in the Midwest. You know what's the best thing about the Midwest? They have really cool grass.
Yeah.
And I don't mean pot. I mean when I went to St. Louis and I went to the park, the Arches Park, the grass is so cool. I don't know what kind of grass it is, but I love the grass in the Midwest.
Yeah.
So there's one good thing.
The people are pretty cool too. Some people.
Yeah.
Like you go to a small town in the Midwest, especially if you're driving like a pickup truck, they wave at you like you've lived there forever. Like, hi. I fucking don't know you, but hi.
Yeah, that's what I like about the South. When I did door-to-door sales, I learned that Southern hospitality really is a real thing. Like, you go from New Jersey and then you go down to like Georgia, you see it, or you go to California. America's so big. We really are like a bunch of different countries because there's like vast differences between the way people act, the way people talk, the way people look, the way people treat each other. When you go to different parts of the U.S., it's kind of wild.
I
Rock
can see
shop
Josh going. I can see Josh going to some old lady's house, knocking on the door. She's like, "You remind me of my grandson. You want a cookie, son?"
Oh, I was good at working old ladies. I put on my sweet voice. Hi, I'm just here doing like you sound a little gay. You sound really nice, overly nice and sweet. Talk real slow. I was great at it.
Wait, dreads or no dreads?
This is pre-dreads. They wouldn't let me. Yeah, they wouldn't have let me on the crew with dreads. That's why when I got off of Mad Crew, that's when I started growing the dreads. When I lived with Floor, her dad paid for my last haircut that I got because we both left the sales crew and we came to Utah, and then her dad uh, basically bought me a haircut. We went to the barber, we got my haircut, and then we were broke. Like we were living on the floor of a friend's apartment, one of her friend's apartments, and we were broke, and I couldn't afford a haircut. And I went like 6 months without a haircut. My hair started to get long, and I was like, you know what? I've always wanted dreadlocks, so I'm not even gonna get it cut. And I just let it keep growing. And by the time it was at my shoulders, I was like, dread time. And I don't think she liked that, but I didn't care. She's like, you look so handsome with short hair. Cut your hair. No, I think when my hair was long before I did the dreads, I think she liked that. I think the ladies liked that because I have like wavy brown hair and I look like some sort of dang Hanson twin or Hanson member or something.
Oh God, no.
Oh God.
Thinking up that do that. Give me that. That's right. I was about to join a boy band, and then I got dreadlocks, and I became a rapper instead.
Yeah, you just do your doo-bop a little bit differently.
Yeah. It's more like bop, dink, bop, bop, boom, bop, dink, not bop, ooh, bop. Yay, yay. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head.
Oh no. Sorry. Well, you brought it up.
Not
Yeah.
there.
That's one reason why I don't listen to the radio when I'm driving, like idiot radio, because I'll have a song stuck in my head, and I'll be like, all right, I want to listen to some music, you know. Finally got that song out of my head. I put it on the radio, and all of a sudden they're playing that song. I'm like, damn, I just got it out of my head. Now it's back in there. Thank you. So I'm like, I'll just make my own playlist and hook it up to the truck stereo.
Oh man, that was my hardest time when I first started out. Like when I got my own truck, um, that like I just had the CD player and local radio, and it's like I've heard these CDs thousands of times. Let's find local radio, and there's no. You get to those places, there's no radio stations. So back to the CDs, and then I finally got XM satellite, and it was just like I found talk radio and like comedy channels, and was like, oh okay, this is interesting. This works.
Right?
It's crazy the influence that your parents have on you that you don't realize as a kid. So like my stepdad, my dad, I just say my dad, but basically he always listened to conservative news, debate shows like Crossfire back in the day, and talk radio. So whenever I was in my dad's car, it was talk radio playing. And me and my mom hated it. And I was always like, this is so boring. This is so dumb. How do you listen to this crap? Oh my goodness. Can we listen to some music? And then at some point in my life, I'm just like him. I don't listen to music really much anymore. I listen to talk radio
Yeah.
and debates on YouTube, and it's crazy that like the influence I see. I'm so much like my dad. Even
Yeah.
though as a kid, as a teen, I rebelled against everything that he was trying to like instill in me. And
Right?
now I'm just like him. My mom's like, uh, before he passed away, we were talking a lot on the phone, and we would get on the phone and just talk about Trump for hours. He loved Trump. This flag was his flag, and I have a chest full of gold Trump coins that I got after he passed away, um and it's just like my mom's like, you're so much like him. And when you were a kid, you like I wouldn't say I hated him. I thought I hated him because I'm a rebellious teenager. But now as an adult, I'm like, she's like, you're just like him. You say the same things he would say. And we both loved Trump, and we both uh yeah, like it's crazy. And now I listen to talk
Yeah.
radio basically all the time.
Yeah. My dad was the same way, and I do the same thing too. Like, and but my dad always listened to this one talk radio. And Josh, you said you were in Florida, so you may know who I'm talking about. You may not. I don't know if it was Altered, Florida. But there was this one guy, and he had one of the best talk show radio ever, where he was the host, but he also
Phil Henry.
did.
Oh, you're breaking up. Are you talking about Phil Henry?
Where he does the voices
Yeah. Where the callers to the show
and
would be him.
argues with himself.
Yes. Yes. My dad loved that show,
Yeah,
and I
Phil
loved it
Henry,
too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was so good.
funny.
Oh, you're breaking up. But yeah, he would and if you
Turns
didn't
out-
know,
Yeah.
that he was the callers, you would be totally fooled. Like you think he just has these
Yeah.
regular callers to the show who argue with him. And he had like a black guy that he would do. He had an old lady that he would do, and they'd call in, and but then eventually my dad's like, that these are all him. He's doing the call, and that's why they never talk at the same time. But he was really good at it, where almost like I don't know how they would do it, but he would like switch in between the voices almost to where you thought they were talking over each other, but they never were really talking over each other because it's all him. And yeah, that was epic.
Yeah, he was great.
Was that based in Florida? I thought he was just like an AM.
My dad did too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he was just based in Florida.
Yeah, that was so good. And then there's another guy, and I forget his name, but we used to listen to him in language arts class every week, and he did a show called Lake Wobegon, and it was like he would tell stories on the radio about this place called Lake Wobegon and all these crazy, not crazy, but like funny stories of just the people who lived at Lake Wobegon. And you can't remember what it was called, what the guy's name was called, but yeah, that was the old days of AM radio. Like when I was a kid, I hated it,
Yeah.
and I guess we do kind of have something like that with podcasts and YouTube, but back then it wasn't everybody could just do it. It was like you had a certain group of guys and you'd go to AM radio and listen to it. He was in Florida, but he got syndicated.
He was.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Phil Henry was great. I wonder if you could find some old, I bet you could find some old stuff of his on YouTube.
yeah. And the funny thing about my dad is my dad identifies as a Democrat, but he loved listening to Rush. It was
Huh.
always Rush Limbaugh. And I'm like, Dad, why do you always listen to him? And he's like, I want to see what bullshit he's talking about. I'm like, Dad, just admit.
Aw.
You're a conservative. Just admit you're a conservative.
But he had the golden IEB microphone.
Yeah, that's what my dad listened to was Rush, Art Bell, Hannity, Glenn Beck before
Yep.
Blaze was a thing. Alex Jones,
Yep.
way back in the day. I remember my dad listening to Alex Jones on the radio.
Yeah. Because I'm turning the freaking frogs good.
And now those are like, at the time, I was like, this is so stupid. I don't care about this. I want to listen to some freaking rap on the radio or rock or whatever I was into at the time. But now those are like my heroes. Like, and
Yep.
when I was in high school, I really wanted to be a broadcaster. Well, I went through phases. At one point, I wanted to be a stuntman. Like during the Jackass times, I wanted to, light myself on fire, jump off buildings and stuff. But then when I was in high school, I wanted to be a broadcaster. I wanted to be on the radio or wanted to be on the news. And, I kind of fell away from that. And now I'm leaning, like when I'm older, the cool thing about YouTube is there's no, what's it called? Barrier to entry. You don't have to go to broadcasting school and get hired by a network and be an intern. You just start a broadcast and you just do it.
Yeah.
And if you
Yeah,
grind,
there's downfalls to that too.
yeah, everybody and their mama can do it now. But if you grind at it long enough
Right.
and you're good at it and you like perfect your craft, you can, make a living off of it someday. Hopefully. Dad, I want to listen to rap. Oh no, he wouldn't. He wouldn't play that. My parents broke my freaking D12 CD. My mom played the opening track on the D12 CD is the like dirtiest, nastiest skit ever. They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck this bitch, da, 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 da." My mom put the CD in the CD player and listened to the first track. She said, "What the hell is this?" She snapped my D12 CD in half. Devil's Night.
Oh,
To be fair, she might have thought it was a geometry CD. I mean, or algebra. I mean,
Yeah. Well, what's funny is when I was 8, I got a Sony Discman, and I got 3 CDs, or I got like 3 or 4 CDs. I got Green Day, Dookie. I got Weird Al Yankovic, Bad Hair Day, United States Presidents of America, the one with
Oh yeah.
with Lump and
Yeah.
Lump. She's Lump.
yeah. And then my uncle got me Bone Thugs and Harmony, East 1999, and
Nice.
Yeah.
Wait. The original E99 or the one after Easy died?
I don't know, but the one with Crossroads. And the reason I was able to have that CD was because Crossroads was the hit song on the radio, and my mom thought that was a Christian song.
Oh, okay. So it was the second one. Okay.
And so we
Oh,
told my
gosh,
mom,
I thought it was a Christmas song.
and my uncle's like, hey, and I thought it was a Christian group too, because see you at the crossroads, we thought it was like a Christian song, a Christian rap song. And my uncle's like, don't let your mom listen to this because it's not a Christian group, dude. And I'm like, what?
Well, not to insult your mother, but like, wouldn't their lyrical rapping go by so fast that she might not realize what they're saying? It's just like,
I had
what
no
are
idea what
talking
they were
about?
saying. Yeah. Gonna want to saving money, y'all. Like,
Oh,
we
he's
didn't know what the
singing
hell.
about monastery. That's great.
Living in hateful
Yes, Mom,
worlds
yeah,
and I'm
yeah,
take the hit. You know, my mom had no idea what they were saying. I didn't really even have any idea what they were saying, but my uncle's like, I thought it was a Christian group too. And so I was like, I want this. Ooh, my mom and I went to Christian school. So on the mornings when she would drive me to school, Crossroads would come on the radio and we'd be like, ooh, this is a catchy song. So I want that CD. And my uncle got it for me. He's like, but hey, this is not like the next song on the track is like Mo Murder, I'm gonna get. He's like, you can't listen to this around your mom. Like, this is not a Christian group.
Have you ever heard or seen that video where the guy is like singing that song, and he's like, I gotta go potty, and he's like making up words, and he's like, do you even know what the words are? He's like, nope.
Yeah. That was funny. I tell that story a lot about the Bone Thugs because that's funny. But Dookie wasn't much better.
No.
Like Dookie had some.
No.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad, but the name of the CD was Dookie.
Right.
Good album cover
Like,
art.
that's not a giveaway.
It was good cover art. I'll give him that. Yeah, that was a good album. Shit.
I was about to say the same thing. The cover art of Dookie, I loved it. You could stare at that for hours and just keep finding different things in it. That became my drawing style for a while. I would draw get real close and draw add all these little weird details into a big collage of images.
I think the only album I had taken away from me and destroyed was Dr. Dre's The Chronic. Thank you, Columbia House. But
yeah, my mom would have broken that if she saw a giant pot leaf on the CD.
I didn't even have it in the case. It was just in my my little stereo, and my aunt calls herself coming into the room. You got some dirty clothes here and da da da. And my stereo was still on, but it wasn't playing anything. And she claims she just hit play on my CD and started hearing all that shit. Like,
that's
what is this? What is this?
Like, I paid a penny for that. You motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the same thing that happened with my mom. Oh, yeah, it's the public service announcement on D12. It's like, this is another public service announcement. If you have problems with words like bitch, hoe, F, get, slut, dick eater, fudge packer, You need to turn this shit off right now. My mom said, "What is this?" Snapped it in half.
Do it.
That's funny.
Now you got that song stuck in my head now.
Yeah.
Hey,
More murder, more murder.
Yeah, I don't think he even got me the edited version. And I think this was before they had parental advisories on the CDs. So
Um,
that came a little later. A little later, they started putting parental advisories. And then
I believe
that,
it was I believe it was Two Live Crew wanted them or Uncle Luke that caused all that. It was one of the two of them.
yeah.
It may have been Two Live Crew. They started putting that parental advisory shit on it. It was like, a lot of people done got out. Yeah, by that time, yeah,
Like,
albums like that were out.
Dang, I can't tell my mom that Two Live Crew is a Christian group anymore.
It's
No,
to
Zach.
live. To live.
To Live Crew. It's the Two Life Crew. No, not with that parental advisory on there.
All right, good
Yeah.
night, Zach.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Zach, you have a good one. He's doing an interview tomorrow. Oh, dude, man. I can't wait to see that.
Interview with who?
I don't know.
Hmm.
He's keeping us in suspense.
No,
Dang it, now I got that song. I gotta go potty.
There's like two versions of that album, E99. Well, the first one, there's two versions of Crossroads. That's what I was, oh shit, he got up and left. But that was what I was asking him about. There's one they did for their cousin Wally, or one of them.
Yeah.
Some of the guys in the group, their cousin Wally. And then when Eazy-E died, they redid that album and they added, good God, which song was it they added? It was either Mo Murder or no, it was Shots to the Double Glock. They added that to the end of it, and fuck, I used to have both of those damn albums, and of course, got stolen. Oh well.
Oh, okay. Hunter Brothers Coffee. Is that one of your sponsors, Zach? I think it is. I don't know.
Oh, that's cool. Ah, sponsor. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Zach's got a few sponsors.
Yeah, I
He's
got
got Nutrient Survival and somebody else.
I got a sponsor coming up soon here. The producer. Yeah, he'll be about a brand. He's just like, hey, because he wants to pay for the StreamYard so I can do unlimited streaming for that basic plan. He's like, well, I gotta be a sponsor then. I was like, fine, you'll be a sponsor. How the fuck do I market you as a sponsor, bitch? But I do have a sponsor. I don't talk about him too damn much because I haven't talked to him in a while. It's just like, hey
Yeah,
man,
it
you want
is
me
a
to advertise
sponsor.
for you? Like I asked him if he wants me to advertise for him. He's like, man, you ain't got to. You don't have to shit. But we talk about him all the time. So farmer guy we get our meats from. He you can get meat from him from birth to the store.
The meat.
He does it all. He does it all, pure organic and shit. I made a whole video for him. I made a whole video for him on my unboxing special for Christmas. Fucking hell. See Josh over here, big time and shit. Got ads playing before his videos and shit.
Yeah, when I do the monetization, I put conservative ads. Like not meaning like conservative politically, but it's either heavy ads, light ads, or conservative ads, like medium ads. But it seems like they try to play ads every 2 seconds. I stop a lot of them. Maybe I need to go to light ads.
Now that would like affect like how much you get in revenue, right? If you go like heavy, you get more.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's like minuscule. It's like pennies. Really, the real money's in like super chats and memberships if you're gonna make any. Oh yeah, speaking of that, does anybody did I did I reuse a thing or did I make a new one for this? I wanted to see if the super chat option is on now. 'Cause sometimes they take it off. I don't know why.
I think I think I saw it. Super chat's on.
Okay, yeah. So I just need to stop once I get age restricted or whatever, I can't recycle that thumbnail. You know how when you're making a stream, you do it through StreamYard, so I don't know if you do it the same way, but if you recycle or reuse your old streams, you can, and then you just have to change the title and the thumbnail, and you can leave all the. It's not on for me. Yes, I don't know what's going on. It's weird. Maybe they just age restricted my whole channel.
A super chat
Yeah.
button is there? Where?
Yeah, I see the super chat, but it's right there.
Right, but when you click it, you
Where
can't
you-
super chat. You can only do memberships.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay, now I see it. That's weird.
I don't know why that happens.
They're blackballing you.
Google
Oh,
AI
I
helps.
said balls.
I know, but they'll still run ads on my channel. Huh.
Membership.
Ugh.
Hmm.
I wish that YouTube had a function where, like, okay, say you play something that is copyrighted, right? And they're like, "Oh, you're copyright. You have a copyright claim. Don't worry, it doesn't affect you. We're just gonna have some of your monetization value go towards the studio." Then you should be able to go in there and be like, "Well, then don't monetize this video, but monetize the next video I do."
There you are, Rome. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. I was wondering if you were still in the chat, and as soon as he said balls, I figured. I was like, oh, there she is.
Yeah, yeah. I said
Well,
balls.
they do
My
have
bad.
a new option now where you can, if I play like copyright music in my stream, there's a new option now where you can take out the copyrighted audio but leave the other audio. And I don't even know how they do that. Because
Huh.
how do they have like my OBS has the different audio levels, but how can they separate out and keep my voice? I don't know. That's weird.
Oh,
Hey.
it's probably the same way that they have some apps out there where you can take music and it analyzes all the music, and then you can take the vocals out, or you can take the drums out,
Yeah.
or yeah, that's probably the same way they do that. I mean, the audio is not best quality after you do that because you can still kind of hear,
Mm-hmm. And it muffs it.
like a little bit of it warbles it a little bit.
Yeah, you can do that in Audacity. I could put a song into Audacity and I could adjust it and take out the vocals, but then everything else sounds a little weird.
Right.
But I have to try that.
I don't know. These fuckers just told me for the first time exactly what the problem was with a copyright. Like I'm still putting together this first part of Leave the World Behind, and they said, "Oh, this is it for copyright." In the 35-minute video, and it was like they showed the time bracket. So I'm like, "Well, shit, let me go look at this." And it's this part where Julia Roberts is talking. I chopped that shit up into like 5-second segments. Just chop, made sure there were skips. It wasn't concurrent, but when you listen to it, it is so fluid the way I did it. I'm not bragging. It just sounds beautiful. And I was so proud of that. And apparently the algorithm, I guess,
They still hit
thinks
it.
it's one continuous talking point. It's just like,
Yeah.
so
Thanks for
I'm
the
just gonna cut
membership,
it out.
DJ on Paul. You retracted your message. I wonder if it
He's about to try
retract.
something.
Did it retract your
No,
membership?
he said he's going to take the message down and see if he could use it again. Now I don't have the option to put it back up or whatever.
But did it did it cancel your membership that you just did, or because there's no? It doesn't even say your name anymore. There, it doesn't have the little emblem, and it doesn't say your name. I don't know.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, he said he took it down. Buffing up, bragging, it just sounds beautiful.
Yeah. I'm not bragging. It just is the most amazing thing you've ever heard.
It was the most beautiful
Right.
audio correcting. It was the most beautiful edit ever. There's never been a beautiful edit like that.
Yep.
I just gotta say, it's one of the most beautiful I ever saw. And I know, because I'm always there.
I would play it for you, but I don't want to get your damn stream copyright stricken over it. It's fucking
I'm the
bullshit.
smartest, I'm the fastest, I'm the strongest, and most of all, I'm humble.
So I'm about to chop that shit out and just say what's going on. They're like, well, this is what Julia Roberts is doing in this scene. Blah blah blah. I hate that. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't have one of the best Trump impressions, but I have a pretty good Obama one. Let me be clear. Trump, he's an asshole. I'll tell you what. He got shot in the air, and he didn't say anything nice to those people that were shot because of him.
Oh.
What an asshole.
Well, you see, that's pretty good.
God, I hate that fucker, man.
This is my Kamala Harris
But-
impression. I'm Kamala Harris.
God, that fucking cackle, man.
I know. We're gonna have to all learn to do Kamala impressions now instead of Joe.
Why?
I
Has she
never-
chosen a running mate yet?
I never really got my Joe Biden impression down. I just gonna mumble things and then start yelling randomly.
No, and then they start whispering.
Yeah,
They're gonna come after you.
You see, why don't you listen? Hey.
Can't hear you, Joe. Stop whispering.
But then
You
all of
have
a sudden,
microphone.
the drugs kick in and he just randomly gets loud. No, this is America.
I love that one person goes, "Let's go, Brandon." He's like, "I agree."
Oh yeah,
Such an idiot.
that's so funny. He said, "Yep, go Brandon. We love Brandon."
Yeah, go Brandon. Go Brandon.
That's right.
We love Brandon.
Somebody else should have
No,
yelled.
no.
Somebody else should have yelled, "Joe, that means fuck Joe Biden." You idiot.
You know what? He's so senile. You could say, "Fuck Joe Biden." He's like, "I agree."
Yep.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, wait. I'm Joe Biden.
Jill used to do that.
Does he even know who he is? He called himself a former president the other day. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
When he was running, he's like, I'm Joe Biden, and I'm running for Senate. No, you dumbass, you're running for president.
Yeah. They're like, I remember that at the debate or something, he's like, I didn't pick Kamala Harris would not be great for president. I got picked for president because she would not be fit for president. And like 10 minutes later, he's like, she's the vice president because she's fit to be the president. if I step down. It's like, wait, you just said she's not fit to be
Oh my god.
president. Or then he called
Which is it, Joe?
Kamala
called
Trump
Trump.
one time. Or yeah,
He called Trump.
Yeah.
He called Trump his vice president. I was
right.
Like, oh God.
They're like, what do you think about Vice President Kamala Harris? And he's like, well, Vice President Trump is a great vice president. It's like, what? Wait, what?
I love it. I love it whenever he's done with the speeches, he turns around to shake the hand of nobody.
Yeah. There's a
He's like,
freaking
"Oh,
Grim
wait,
Reaper over
where's-
his shoulder.
Where's that guy that was standing right here? Or that time he confused his sister with his wife, and she's like, "Oh, they switched on me," and it's like, "No, Joe, they were standing in the same spot the whole speech."
He's
Where's
seeing
Texas?
death. Death is like hovering over him, and he's like looking around trying to shake his hand.
Oh, it's good to see you, Death.
I don't know. I think Death stares at him and is like, if I touch this guy, his stupidity might rub off on me. Nope, get away from me. Nope. Don't touch my sickle either. Nope. Nope. It's fucking, I don't know, man.
I understand the
And
Democrats' ideas and their views and how they think we should fix the world. His government needs to fix everything. Like, I understand their like viewpoint, but I don't know how they can back some of their candidates. It's like you're just
Right.
being disingenuous. There's no way. You were all talking crap about Kamala a month ago, and now all of a sudden, oh my gosh, so crazy.
Iowa.
One of the liberals on my Facebook feed posted a meme of it's a woman's legs. You can tell it's Kamala's legs standing in front of the White House, and it's like, we're ready for this, or we're ready for a woman in the White House, or something like that. It's like, what are you talking about? Come on. Oh my god. And they don't know how to meme.
Yeah.
The memes are not funny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. I have special memes that say the left can't meme.
Yeah.
Just respond to these idiots. There's a Facebook page called like Inappropriate Memes 2.0. It used to be a
Yep.
fun page because everybody just posts like vulgar memes and just all having fun. Now it's gone. That page is gone so political, so
Yeah.
anti-Trump and Democrat. And when you compare them, the quality, yeah, the left just can't meme.
Well, because it's funny. It's funny to make fun of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but if you're taking them seriously, you can't be like. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's just not funny.
Yeah. My my favorite meme with Joe Biden though is the one where it's like at the top it says, asking your kid if they're pooping. In their diaper. You've seen that meme? It's like your kid. It's got this weird looking face from Joe Biden, and I'm like, yep. Whoever made that is definitely a parent. They know the kid's face. Oh man, and he makes that face a lot. So
I was trying to do like making memes for a little while, and I just didn't really stick with it. But I have one pretty good one. So while this is in like 2020, they had the Democratic debates, the Democratic primary debates. So it was like Andrew Yang, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and so I had a picture of the panel of the Democratic debaters, and at the same time, It was coming out, and there was another clown movie coming out, and I forget what the other movie was at the time. There were two clown movies, and I was like, it said, why should I have to see a clown movie when I live in clown world? And so it had the pictures of the two clown
Oh,
movies, and then it had the picture of the Democratic primary debates.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fucking nice. I have a fucking Rome. You might appreciate this one. I have a fucking meme making app on my damn phone. I love a good meme. Love fucking making them.
And then I did one. I was walking through the avenues, which is like where the rich people live, up on the hillside outside of the city. And I was walking down the street, and there's this house. It's a big mansion, and it's surrounded by like 10-foot stone walls all the way around the property. And in front of their property, they had a Joe Biden sign or something like that. And I took a picture of it, and I was like, I thought Democrats didn't like walls.
Exactly.
You have this huge
That's
mansion
right.
with a giant wall around your property. You have a Joe Biden sign and an anti-Trump sign. It's like, well, seems like you kind of like walls.
The walls
Yeah.
are racist, right?
Right.
Or I love when they say walls don't work, but yet they have walls around their house.
Mhm.
Right.
That's- yeah. Obviously they do.
Yeah. You have a wall in your front yard. You're anti-wall.
Yeah, why does anybody need a high capacity magazine? But your private security has AR-15s with high capacity magazines. Please
Right.
explain. You don't need 30, 40 bullets to kill a deer. I was like, well, it ain't just for that one. I might not feel like reloading, you son of a bitch.
What if there's a whole pack of angry deers trying to attack me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, zombie deer.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
If you can't hit a deer in the first 2 shots, that deer deserves to live.
Right.
What the fuck?
A deer is kind of not the same as a tyrannical government that's trying to come in and wipe me out, you know.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
It's like
The Second
Joe,
Amendment
your
doesn't say
argument-
you get the
Yeah.
right to bear arms for hunting deer. You know.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sir, excuse me, shall not be infringed. All that fucking fighter jet talk too and shit. You know, I got the legal right to own
Yeah.
a tank. I know people that own tanks.
Master P had a gold-plated tank.
Mm-hmm.
If Master P can have a tank, I can have a tank. If I have the
Damn
money to
right.
buy one.
Damn right. I wonder where that tank is now.
Oh, Pawn
I wonder if
Stars.
he still has it.
They bought it on Pawn Stars, and he's like, this is the best I can offer.
Yeah, I'll give you 5,000 for it.
He's like, wait, this thing's worth $3 million. Well, the best I can do is $100K.
I'll tell you what, let me call a guy. He knows about military surplus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me call my friend up. That's funny.
Fuck you, man. God, I hate that show. I like watching it though, just to see what they're gonna offer.
I like it. I love that the biggest loss Pawn Stars ever took was on a box of Charizard Pokemon cards.
Ooh.
And he turned it down. The guy was like $100,000 for this box of Charizard cards. There's first edition Charizards, there's graded Charizards, and he said, I want $100K for it. And he's like, I can't do it. I'm just gonna pass. And then COVID happened, and collectibles go up during depressions and during things like COVID. And one of those Charizard cards would have sold for $400,000, and he could have had a box of them for $100K. Like, it's on YouTube. If you search Pawn Stars biggest losses, it's that box of Charizard cards.
I've seen I seen one where they bought something that was like fake, but they swore it was real, and even the authenticator was wrong about it or something like that. They paid a lot of money for it,
Oh damn.
and yeah, and then when the dad, and it was his son that bought it, and his
Was it
dad was
Oh.
was it like an autographed document?
yes, that's what it was.
Yeah, I think I saw
Yeah.
it. I think I
Ooh.
saw that.
I think I know what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dad
You're
was
gonna have to get a
pissed.
new. You're gonna have to call a new friend next time. Like you're not my friend anymore. You are no longer my document authenticator.
Well, to be fair, I think whoever forged that signature though did it really took like a calligraphy class and something because they were able to fool a authenticator.
Yeah. I used to want to do that
Saying that word.
when I used to draw a lot more. I wanted to do because I do portraits really well. I wanted to do like portraits of famous people like Frank Sinatra, Marilyn Monroe. I did one of Tupac, Biggie, Eminem, or you could even do like NSYNC or something, whatever. Like these famous, iconic figures, and then do a recreation of their signature at the bottom, and then sell them. But I never did it. I don't. I should have done that. Maybe someday I will. I want to put an art table over there in that corner and get another camera and have an overhead. Uh, there's like these glass art tables. They're angled and um, have like an overhead camera, and then I could sit by the window over there and do a stream and just start drawing again. And I think that would be cool.
The
Oh yeah,
Bob
that would
Ross
be cool.
dream.
Yeah.
I'm gonna paint a happy little mustache on this guy.
Yeah, I could be like Bob Ross.
And today we're gonna be drawing a portrait of Tupac, and we're gonna give him a little friend tree right over there.
Yeah, or if somebody super chats, then I draw. You super chat and you send me a picture, and then I draw a portrait of you. And based on like dollar amounts that you send is how much time I put into it. So if you want a really good like 4-hour portrait, maybe it's like $100, and then or you could send $20 and I'll do a quick portrait of you and then send it to you.
Your quality depends on your quantity, you son of a bitch.
Well, that's how you price.
Yeah.
That's one of the ways you price art is how much time you put into it. So because I could do
true. Yeah.
I could do a quick portrait in an hour, that may only be worth $50, or I could spend 6 hours doing a very detailed portrait, and maybe that's worth $100 or $200. But
I've seen some really creative artists out there. I've seen one video where it was like a black canvas and they put like chalk, like powdered chalk on it, and then they're doing something with it. And when they throw the powder on it, like you can't even. It's like, oh god, that's nothing. What is this? And then, and then they put the camera up close and you see them working on it. And the camera zooms out, and it's like a fucking portrait. And it's like, oh my god, how do you guys do that? It was nothing, and now it's something.
Yeah, that's what the one I did of Tupac is, and it was my first time ever trying this. And I watched a YouTube video and I saw it, and then I did it, and it came out really good. But it's like what's called leaf charcoal, which I have some in my art kit right over there. But
Yeah.
leaf charcoal is like these sticks, and what you use it for is you just rub it all over the paper, and so you turn the paper black, and then you draw the portrait with an eraser. So you're like drawing with an eraser. You're drawing in the whites. So you start with all black. It's like a negative. It's like all of the light spots you're drawing in with it. Instead of taking a light sheet of paper and drawing in the dark spots with a pencil, you're taking a black sheet of paper and you're drawing in the light spots with an eraser, and it looks really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the street spray paint guys that can make like fucking planets and shit.
Yeah, with the they have the stencils. And so they just lay a stencil and they go and then they lay another stencil and they go and then by the time they're done and then they splash some I'd never done anything like that, but I think I could probably be pretty good at that if I practiced it for a bit. That stuff's pretty cool. And it's so fast.
Man, I agree. Why do I keep calling you Milkman? Dean. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. Make the illegals build the wall. Every time I see his last name, I just think Milkman. I don't know.
Well, the thing is that we were having Mexico pay for it, but people, the liberals will lie to you and say, oh, he said he was going to have Mexico pay for it, but he wasn't having Mexico pay for it. But they were paying for it through tariffs and trade deals that we put on Mexico. And also...
No, Trump is a liar. He's a liar.
No.
He lied.
And
he
also...
He lied.
It doesn't even matter who pays for it, because the fact is we spend like $125 billion a year on illegal immigration. The wall was $25 billion. So in 1 year, the wall pays for itself 5 times. So it's basically, it's just a good investment. You save money in the end, so it pays for itself. Nobody even needs to pay for it.
Right.
What did he say, Amanda?
Yeah, I was like, maybe I thought I said it was fucking cool. Like, is that what I mean? I don't know.
Truck drivers, we have potty mouths.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
It comes with the territory.
You got to remember, I was in the Army first, and then I became a truck driver.
Yeah.
That's it.
More beer.
Like Super Saiyan potty mouth.
Right? Yeah.
That's like a Super Saiyan level.
Instead of Kame, it's fuck yeah.
You goddamn cocksucking son of a bitch, you motherfucker. Oh, speaking of potty mouths, that's a great movie. Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood with his Asian neighbors. That is one of the best movies I've ever seen. Just how racist he gets. Not for the racism, but just the way he delivers it. Look at you, race sugar son of a... It's like, race? What? What? That's a beautiful ending. Such a great movie. If you have not seen Gran Torino, please go watch that.
Yeah. I was pleasantly surprised, because I was like, when they made the announcement, I was like, how are you going to make a movie based off of a video game?
Wait, not Gran Turismo.
Okay.
Are we talking about Gran Turismo or Gran Torino?
No, Gran Torino.
Yeah, that's the Clint
Eastwood.
Torino. Okay.
The Gran Turismo movie was good too.
Turismo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was supposed to be based off an actual contest they had. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Yeah,
it wasn't bad.
I liked it.
I mean, it was interesting how they gave a video. Did I just drop it out?
No, you're
Nope. Jalen dropped in.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well,
No, I thought it was interesting that they gave a storyline to a video game like that.
Well, it's based on
Yeah, it was a true story.
it was based on
Yeah.
a contest.
They had a
Actually, yeah.
contest for video gamers who played Gran Turismo to actually get to drive a one of those high-end sports
Super
cars.
class, F class, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was a pretty good movie. Gran Torino was good too. I can't.
Yeah, yeah.
getting
I
mixed
heard
up
Gran
with
Turismo.
in my head. I'm getting mixed up with The Mule. What was the other one Clint Eastwood was in recently? Was it called The Mule or where he's a drug
Mule.
smuggler?
Yeah,
Yeah, the mule.
Yeah,
That was good too.
that was good.
Clint Eastwood.
I like that one.
It's Clint Eastwood. Come on, like
Yeah,
he's so.
Yeah, it is.
That's
I
that
know
is
you
gonna
think
be
he's you probably think he's a racist, evil old white man.
Yes, but that's not why I called. I have a question
Oh.
about artwork. Okay, so how would we know, like, if somebody like was to like commission you? How would we know that you would send it and like we would get our stuff?
Because as soon as
Um,
one person didn't get their stuff, they would say, "Hey, he's a liar. He's a scammer. He never sent me anything," and then it would be exposed.
Okay, would it have to be a
Right.
part? Like, could it? It could be like any celebrity. Like, if I wanted like a picture of like Beyonce or Christina or like
Yeah,
Raven somebody.
I'm not drawing Raven, but she's not worthy of my time. But Beyonce
Oh,
or Christina, I could do. But
you and her are both artists. Y'all literally do the same type of art styles. Like, she went to art school a few years ago. She literally draws the same way you do.
if you had to go to art school, you're not an artist.
Okay. Well, you know, she didn't have to go to college at all. She's worth millions. She did it for fun.
Yeah, but I didn't have to go to art school to be able to draw.
Anyway,
I just do
anyway,
it.
Arguing the semantics.
Mayhem, have you
If you
seen
don't
his
know how to
picture?
contour and shade a sphere and make a sphere look like a sphere, and you have to be taught that by somebody, then you should probably just stick to like, I don't know, something
I stay
different.
away from contouring. I stay away from contouring. Even when I'm on stage, I don't use makeup often. Mayhem, have you seen his picture of Tupac? It's actually really good.
Of his? Yeah,
Yeah.
there was one time Josh was actually showing a lot of his artwork because what was
I
it? Somebody was
remember that.
asking about the spider. And he
It
Jalen.
was
showed the spider.
That was
it was
Jalen.
Yeah.
it wasn't the spider. I was asking about the turtle for sure because I love
Oh
that.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching that episode earlier today. I wanted to see the turtle again. But yes, if somebody, because I may begin, well, I'll begin my chat soon anyways, and I'm like, yes, I don't like this man, but he's a good artist. Would I want to support him and get good artwork that'll be worth something one day from somebody I don't like? These are the dilemmas I have to deal with.
Right.
Somebody in chat's name is Chaired-Off Sittler.
Oh my! Yeah,
Yeah, I remember I was on that stream because I think I asked Josh if I asked you if you ever thought about getting into tattooing.
I did. I wanted to buy a tattoo kit at one point and buy some pigskin and start practicing. I think I would be good at it. I just,
Yeah, I think it would too.
yeah. It's a different medium, but if I put a little bit of time and get used to it, I think I could get good at it. Yeah.
No.
yeah, what tattooing?
Yeah, tattooing or even painting or yeah. I've always just worked with pencil and charcoal and black and white drawing.
Now ask yourself, and this is a sincere question: what would if you went into being a tattoo artist? How would you stay away from the drugs and those temptations? Because you say you don't want to.
easily.
Why do you have?
Well, no. No,
What the
listen, but because he said
fuck
he don't want
kind
a
of
burger
question
either.
is that?
So how would you stay strong?
I mean, it just adds to my. I have a lot of needle experience. That's a bad joke, but
Oh my Jesus. Oh my Jesus.
that's a bad joke.
That's
But
my God. That was a
wouldn't be the
quick
first
joke.
time that
That was a quick joke. That was good on you, but my God. Oh my God.
I can draw and I know how to work a needle. So
Oh my
Yeah.
God. I need to call and tell my mother that later, but oh my God. Jesus.
no, I don't think. Well, especially in Utah, I don't think that just because you're a tattoo artist, you're necessarily not all tattoo shops are like drug dens. I don't know, why.
Have,
Yeah.
have you been to a tattoo parlor there, Jalen?
No, I'm worried because a few months ago I'd asked him, like I suggested to him, why doesn't he try bartending? Because he's always begging for money and stuff. So I was like, why don't you try bartending? And then he was like, well, I don't want to be
I
around
don't
temptation.
beg for money. I have the Cash App on the screen, so if somebody because my super chats don't work,
They do
and
not. They do not. It was weird. Like the membership thing was able to let me answer a question today or ask a question, but it wouldn't let like anybody have any donations.
Jalen,
if you
do you
take the
have
money I've
any
made off of
tattoos?
YouTube and converted it to the hours of time that I put into it, I'd probably make like cents per hour, like pennies
Mm.
per hour. So, what do you mean?
Like,
You got
Buff,
any
what were you
tattoos?
saying?
You got any tattoos, Jalen?
Yes, I have a cross on my right shoulder, and I want to get a cross on my left shoulder, and I want to get them filled in and get Proverbs 3:5 on both of my
Okay,
arms.
so are you worried about the artist? Okay, first off, that the artist that did your first cross, was they a drug addict?
I
And
don't know.
are
Right.
you worried about the artist doing your next tattoos being drug addicts?
If I go
Oh,
into a
I don't.
tattoo shop and the dude's nodding out, I'm not. He's not doing a tattoo on me. Like, what are you talking about?
right.
Hey man, let's get this tattoo going. All right, let's do it. All right, hey, you ready, buddy? Yo, sit down there
Yeah.
and check.
Y'all make
No,
jokes, but
no,
you all
Yeah, I
know
got
that
this
no.
there's
really
a
cool
world
tattoo
out
for you,
there.
man. I'm gonna do it real fast. Oh, you're gonna love it. There's no pain whatsoever. I'm telling you. Oh, right. Hold on just a moment. I gotta take a hit.
That's funny
Well,
because when me and Floor had our apartment, we we were into drugs and stuff, and we had a drug dealer who did tattoos move into our extra room in our apartment, and people would be in and out all the time because he's a drug dealer, but he would also do tattoos, and he'd be like nodding out while he's doing, and his tattoos. No offense, TJ, if you ever hear this, but they weren't that good. It was like, why would you let this guy draw on you with a damn tattoo guy? I was like, oh my god, I could do better than this in my sleep.
probably
But
the thing you let him live with you.
I think the reason I never did it, or I wouldn't want to do it now, is because I would start tattooing on myself, and then I'd look like a freaking canvas by by the end of a month. I'd just start. Let's practice on me. I would like to
Yeah.
touch this up and add to it.
Uh,
You tell yourself no too much. You'll say, "Oh, I don't want to go to the school of art or what is it for networking or
Broadcasting.
broadcast. Oh, I don't want to do this tattoo artistry thing. Oh, I don't know how to build my audience." You annoyingly say no too much to yourself.
Well, I
I don't know why I'm so nice right now either. I'm a little emotionally drained after what
if
happened
only I
earlier.
could if only I could freely will myself to be a totally different person than I am, I would.
I mean, you trust God's will.
I can't help it.
You make decisions. You make those decisions on what you do. So no, I don't know why I'm being so nice to you right now. I shouldn't be. I should never be nice to you ever again. But I
Well,
think I'm
fuck
just
would you put into
tired.
the chat then?
think I'm just
Why,
tired and
why,
delirious.
why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't
Why
you
should
be
I be
nice?
nice to him? He's not been nice to me, sir. He's been very cruel to me. Very cruel. Very mean.
Yeah, you're still here.
Oh,
But
very.
yeah, you're still come back.
Whatever.
I'm interested in the artwork.
I
I'm interested.
I match your energy. I return what you bring. So you bring.
Not always, sunshine. Not always. Sometimes I'm very kind. Sometimes I'm very nice, and you're still very mean.
Mm,
You love the way it hurts. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, Rihanna.
well, it's
Is
because
that
That was actually love the way you lie, but you know.
you
we've
lie?
we've built a rapport. We've built a. You can't one show come in saying you're evil, you're going to hell, you're not a Christian, you did this and this and this and this, and that means you're. And then the next stream be like, well, I'm gonna be nice today, and then expect me to just wipe away everything from before.
Oh my gosh, that almost sounded like Jalen.
That's his. That's a good impression.
That
He
was,
does a good impression.
I could do
I
a
mean,
very good Jalen impression.
okay, that does not sound like me. But
You
first, the
just
way
have
you
to. All you have to do is Forrest Gump with a little bit of
are
gayness.
and
uh,
y'all play long.
Life, life is like a
God,
box of dicks.
Lord.
Yeah, we're going to hell. Blah blah blah. Yeah, whatever.
yeah.
Jesus. Sweet
Well,
Jesus.
one thing I learned when you're trying to learn somebody's voice is you find that word that they say all the time
Yes.
and you repeat it.
Yes.
You repeat it, repeat it, repeat it. Yeah.
The best way to do a Michael Caine impression is just to say his name, Michael Caine.
Michael Klein.
Oh, that's
You
a
know,
good.
Master Bruce.
That's a good one. What was I saying though? I came for the
I
artwork.
don't know. Nobody.
I came for the artwork question, so I guess I maybe one day I'll get some art from you from JS Urban Adventures.
I'm working on my
Ugh.
JFK. We live in a time. Don't you understand, Jalen, that you cannot come to my channel and just decide to run things? I'm gonna understand this.
Wait, when do you think theme, sir?
That reminds me of a Brian Regan. He did a joke about like who came up with the name Dora the Explorer. It doesn't even rhyme unless you're in the Kennedy household. Let me put on Dora the Explorer.
Dora the Explorer.
I hate it.
I love Brian Regan.
Oh God, he's so funny. The big yellow one's the sun.
The sun. That's the sun. Oh my God.
Oh no! I had 90 days to do this, and I did nothing. So I walk in with a cup of dirt. What do you got here?
Cup
It's
of
a
dirt.
cup of dirt.
Of dirt.
Well, explain it to us. It's a cup of dirt.
You.
Brian Regan was awesome, and he's a Christian. He's like a clean comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
Oh
Brian
yeah.
Regan.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, big liberal too.
Is he?
Nada.
Brian Regan is?
Brian
Really?
Regan's a liberal? I don't.
You sure?
I didn't know that. He doesn't do any comedy like that, though.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about political stuff in his comedy, but it's always clean
Let me
and
let
it's
me check my math.
hilarious. Usually, clean comedians don't get a lot of traction, and like even if it's like a clean comedian, I don't know. Sometimes it's not funny, but I guess the
Yeah.
Sebastian
Chris.
Miniscapo
wait.
or whatever.
Let me take that back. Brian Regan. Who the hell am I thinking about? I'm thinking about the oh, dear God, not even close. I'm thinking
Who are you
about
thinking
Jim
about?
Gaffigan. I'm thinking about Jim Gaffigan.
Oh, okay.
Along the lines of clean comedians.
Is
I don't-
Gaffigan a
Yeah,
liberal?
I don't like him. I don't like Jim Gaffigan because he's like, oh my gosh, he does that weird voice. He's like,
Not funny.
And I'm like,
Yeah, I can't even
I don't
think
like it.
of. I can't even think of anything from Jen Gaffigan. I know the name and I know I can think of the face and I've probably seen him, but yeah,
He's more
unmemorable.
on control. Like I remember him more on like Comedy Central stuff with like Dave Attell and things like that, and then he got bigger.
I
But
like
now he's
Mitch
no show.
Hedberg. I think I might put Brian Regan in my top 5, even though he's kind of fallen off and he hasn't stayed super consistent. But
What'd you do, Nada?
Mm,
What'd you do?
surgery.
Why are you in? Oh, did you have it? Or are you getting ready for it?
Yep. I wanted to be like my brother, Mr. Mad.
Oh, he having surgery too? What's going on? Let me get back on this camera real quick.
Nah,
What's going
he has back surgery.
on? You gotta have back surgery too?
no, I had front surgery. I'm transitioning, JC. I'm becoming a.
Oh, I would be your biggest supporter if you actually were.
Oh, I know.
I was gonna ask you if you were Nada. I was like, oh no, maybe that's too mean. But then you
Nada
went
would
and said it.
become Nadia.
Yeah.
This is I
There
need a
you go.
Becky out of me.
Becky out of me.
But why are you in the hospital? You was just working last night.
I had a hernia surgery. Emergency hernia surgery.
Oh shit.
What's a
All my
hernia?
intestines.
Is a
All my
hernia where like your
intestines was falling
intestines
out.
pop out of your butt?
I think it could do that. Not your butt though. Usually, I don't think. It's usually your stomach wall.
Oh,
Yeah,
bless.
like your abdomen wall
Wow.
springs a leak. But there's like different types though. But I think it's usually your stomach wall, just in different places.
You in the hospital and you on this stream, you should be resting, sir.
You already know. Fuck, I'm trying to get out of here. They're just giving me fucking ice chips.
What else
I
you
asked them
supposed
if
to
I
do
could
in the
like.
hospital?
I'm
Rest
trying to get
and
the fuck out of here so I could have a smoke.
oh my Jesus.
I need my cigarettes. And I even asked them if they could run down to the what they called? The cafeteria and throw some Pepsi in there.
You getting
I
Jello?
don't drink water. Not yet. I'm on chips only, ice chips only.
Oh, that's the roughest of surgeries.
So I'm gonna have my friend sneak some
Oh God.
Pepsi.
Bless your heart. When did you have it today? I didn't even
Yeah,
know. I said a prayer
a couple
for you.
hours ago. Well, I
I'm
didn't even know. I
sorry.
didn't even know till about like 10 o'clock.
Oh,
And
it must
I
have really started. It must have been an emergency surgery.
yeah, it was.
Oh
Groin.
God.
Groin is one of those weird words. I don't like that word. Groin.
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 So
Yeah,
you
the
turn
one
on
I
Andrew.
have is like a tear in like the lower abdomen, but I think the weird one is when it tears like, because it can tear all the way up to like the belly button, right?
Yeah. But
So I think
mainly,
that's the one that gets kind of weird, where yeah, it looks like there's some shit just popping out of. I mean, it always looks weird, but I think it's weirder because at least when it's lower, it's like in your pants, right?
well, you don't want no surgery that's below your pants and stuff, because that's one of the worst pains ever. If you have to have a surgery there, at least a hernia, that's doable. But having a surgery down there is horrible. Horrible.
I mean, it sort of was no, but it's above the. Oh, I see what you mean. Like in the like lower.
Like
Right.
lower, like with the man parts lower.
It was like right above that. It's like maybe a few inches up and over,
You
like
gonna be
lower abdomen.
you gonna be in the hospital for about 2 to 3 days at least.
Fuck that. I told him, get me out of here ASAP. I ain't trying to have that bill.
I know, but they need you to be better, and they need you to get healed and stuff. And
I'm good right now. I
mm-mm.
can go to work. I can go finish out my shift.
Nada, please.
You
Get
sound
your,
like my mom.
well, somebody got to. Somebody got to.
Yeah, women.
Or
Yeah,
somebody
mothers.
here.
How about my mom should sound like my mom?
Right?
Right?
And you know what I told her? She said, "Oh, the doctors needed this and that." I said, "Fuck that! Like, you paying these bills?"
Said that to your mother? You curse around your mother?
Well, through text. But
Through
hey, you know what?
that.
If she said yes, I'm paying that bill, then I would say, oh, okay, I'll sit there as long as you want. Then if you paying that bill,
Right?
The
I don't.
the
I ain't got
angriest my
that kind of
mom
money.
ever got. I said fuck in front of my. I said fuck you one time. We were yelling at each other. I said fuck you or something like that, and that was the
Uh-uh.
angriest I ever seen my mom. Like she never like put her hands on me or anything, but she grabbed me by my shoulders and pushed me against the wall. I was like, oh, mama
Were you
just
like
got
little?
serious. I was
I'm
like,
guessing like middle school or
yeah, I was
something.
like 13 or 14. Yeah.
Ah,
What?
I got a wall bird going off. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Yeah,
You
we hear
need
it.
to get
Yeah.
yeah.
but we
I
hear
hear
it.
Damn it!
Yeah, you know what that sound means? You need to stay in the hospital. Get some
And
treatment.
change
Jeez.
the
Right?
batteries in my wall alarm.
Could
Change the
we
batteries in my wall alarm, right?
I
No, I'd
So
rather
they
be in
treating
my
you
house.
pretty good? Treating you pretty
Well,
good though?
oh yeah, I feel considerably better than I did. I felt it was like excruciating pain, like nonstop for a few hours there. That kind of sucked.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel much better now.
some
Okay, don't kid
a bit
yourself
there by
now.
now.
Jalen, tell him, man.
Like
What's
some
that?
have been in there. That thing is going off. It alerts the nurses station.
Yeah, you know what? I'll hop back on in a minute. I gotta get them to shut this wall bird up.
Okay, please be
Make
okay.
sure you pull the right
Uh,
cord.
oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah,
Pull it out of
I should disconnect it, right? Take it off the wall and just kill the power to it.
yeah, and you'll
Good
dip in.
idea, boss.
Yeah.
It wasn't a suggestion. I was just making a joke.
All right, I'll be back.
I'd
Jesus.
be like, why did you unplug it? Buff told me to.
Pull that wrong one and it sends that flat line to the nurse's station. They're running it with a crash
yeah.
cart.
Code blue. Code blue. Code
Come
blue
on.
in room 213.
Sir, what are you doing?
Mayhem, what part of Arkansas do you live in? Are you in Cabot or somewhere else?
I'm in Mina.
Oh, Mina. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness. Okay. Because, I'm in Little Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be up in Low Rock around Saturday.
I live by Sarah, sadly. You know who Sarah is with her face. And that, yo, governor. You're going to be up
What?
here Saturday.
Yeah.
I thought you were like traveling all over. I never know where you are in your truck.
Well, no, I won't be in my truck. I'll be in my truck, but it won't be this truck. It will be my pickup truck.
Okay. Well, nice. Maybe we'll run into each other. I got to check my schedule for Saturday to see if I'm working or doing anything.
Yeah, I've got to go up there and do inventory of my my volunteers' bags. Make sure everybody has at least the 20 essential items in their search and rescue bag.
Yeah, I feel bad because I still need to email you about that. I didn't know it was taking place in Little Rock.
It takes place all over, but yeah, we were supposed the reason why I'm coming up Saturday is last Saturday we were supposed to do training at Pinnacle Mountain, and
Hey, hey,
I,
hey, hey,
I
hey.
had some problems with my load, so I got home Saturday afternoon, and so we just canceled the training. I told everybody I'll just drive up to their houses, check their gear, go over a few things. That's about it.
Look
Yeah,
how this
that
motherfucker went into a whole nother room, came back in, and went back out. But he came back into the room and had to do the push-ups in the room on camera to make sure everybody saw that shit. I see
what happened?
you.
Oh, Josh finally doing the push-ups he owed me from months ago.
No.
I did them.
I don't know. I can't see your camera.
I went in
But
the other room
Hey,
to go
I
pee,
watched it
and I find these
on the
little-
roof.
Other
what you
room.
do? You heard me start
Yeah.
talking and
It's workouts
you
out.
about a bit.
We gotta use found time. We gotta get the workout in while we stream.
Well, I'm gonna go hit my punching bag then. Shit. All right, y'all come with me. Here we go.
All right, go hit that puncher bag. I want to see this.
I'm too drunk to fucking box right now.
Let's to take a shot. I'm ready. I ain't drink.
I ain't got no liquor. I got beer. But
I was just so hungover from last night, so I might not actually drink tonight. I was so hungover for like so long. Let me see. What did I drink? I drank like
Jameson, Jaegers, and two
I,
other things, I think.
I had Jameson. I had Woodford Reserve. I had like three glasses of Woodford Reserve before I even called the show. Then I had Jameson. Then I don't remember, but I had a lot of shots last night after work.
People was telling you to get the hell out of the bar, and he's like, "Give me 5 more minutes. I'm on a phone call."
Yeah,
But I'm not.
yeah. Like Jalen's like, what's a place like you doing a guy like this?
Oh my goodness. How do y'all think I hit on guys or whatever? I want to know what this conversation's going to lead to.
Dean, what did Jalen drink? Everything.
So much dark liquor. So much
Oh
dark.
my gosh. No, I gotta tell you, for my 40th birthday, I went camping, and I just proved to my friends how big of an alcoholic I am.
Oh boy.
Because one of my friends bought me a bottle of Maker's Mark, not the large one, but the medium one, not the small one, the medium one.
I like makers.
And
That's some good stuff.
I ended up drinking that whole bottle the
God
night
damn.
before my birthday. Drank the whole bottle. And when I woke up, I got up and I was like, hey, what's up, everybody? They're like, hey, you need some water? You need some coconut juice? You need some Tylenol? You all right? Your head okay? And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good.
We can call
And they're
you
like,
mate.
"Did
Drinks a lot. My Jesus.
they go, did you realize you drank that whole bottle by yourself? And I was like, no, I didn't. They're like, yeah, you did. I was like, oh, and I'm fully functional this morning? Cool.
My Lord. My Lord. I don't know why I'm so energetic. Anyways, I've got to go again, everyone. Y'all can tell me what show to watch, though. Should I watch Once Upon a Time? Should I watch Big Brother? Should I watch RuPaul's Drag Race?
Once upon a time.
Such a good show. Such a good show.
Yeah.
I'm just
It's
going to go
actually kind of cool.
I'm going to go watch TikToks and stuff because it's time. I need to go to sleep anyways. And y'all not talking about none that usually y'all talking about stuff. It's just going to keep me awake if I stay. Goodbye, Mayhem.
Cobra Kai.
Goodbye, Jalen.
And then Buff, go ahead and get you a rehab pass and a haircut. If Nada comes back, please y'all make sure when Nada comes back, please make sure that he gets his rest. He gonna want to stay and talk and smoke a cigarette. He needs his rest. All right, and Joshua, I'm proud of you. You did very well. You did very well tonight. You should be very proud.
Pride comes before the fall.
You're one of the most prideful people I know, though.
No.
That's a lie.
The only thing I'm proud of is I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
And I won't forget the man who died and gave their life. Proudly stand up. We're gonna be singing that. I want y'all to wear pink and green in November when we're singing that at the as we get a new president.
Oh Lord, I hope not.
And
I'm gonna do a 24-hour election stream, and if Kamala wins, it may end very sadly.
Jalen, you think pink and green is Trump's favorite color?
No, that's for Kamala, you know, AKA. She was an AKA. So, you know,
what does that even mean?
Ass kicking attorney?
Black, the famous black sorority. She was in a black sorority.
Was she?
Yeah,
this bitch claims she was listening to Snoop Dogg when she was in college before Snoop Dogg even dropped an album. So I can't buy that.
Why the fuck are you saying me? I just gave
Oh,
y'all
I'm sorry. Did facts hurt you?
Yeah, she was smoking pot, and then she locked up a bunch of potheads.
That you called her a bitch? Yes, that hurt me.
I'm sorry. I meant whore.
You're a whore. You're a whore. How about that? You're a whore. Now,
I swear, if I do this 24-hour election stream and water mains start breaking and they stop the count at
guaranteed in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching all of that, and yeah, it's gonna be documented.
Yeah, I may have to.
John, you're still awake.
And if the count stops all of a sudden in the middle of the night, I'm still gonna be streaming, and we're just gonna watch. And if the numbers start skyrocketing, yeah, it's not gonna be I went to bed and I woke up and Trump lost. That's not happening this time. We're gonna watch it in real time.
Yes, because I had to deal with that in 2016. I went to bed and woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning learning that Trump had won and Hillary had lost. Yes, the fuck it is. Trump done had his chance, and that was too many chances.
Trump had the advantage before you went to sleep.
He had too many chances as a president.
The Trump versus Hillary election wasn't stopped, and then we knew the answer that night like we were supposed to.
No, I went to sleep before anything because I just knew I was going to wake up to Hillary being president, and then I wake up.
I was on the road and went to sleep about 10:30ish, 11ish somewhere. I think I was in Central Time though. They announced it. Trump was declared the winner, and that was it. That was before I went to sleep.
Yeah.
Most
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then 2020, I went to bed.
Honestly,
Trump was ahead, and then I woke up. Yeah. All the alerts on my phone say Biden is the president.
Well, because you know, hello.
I have never seen in my time of ever following the election results, I've never seen the count go from a slight, incline to a 90-degree freaking angle.
Oh, it's
straight up.
I wonder if I can find the
there
picture.
Told everybody it was wrong.
No, it was a direct spike, like.
Yeah.
It was a gradual thing, how it should be, and Trump was ahead. And if you follow that, statistically, if you keep following that, then Trump would have won. But then all of a sudden the count ends, and it spikes up. Dude, that is statistically impossible. That doesn't happen.
Yep.
The mail-in ballots did make a big difference, and that's why America became safe.
Oh, you mean those fraudulent fucking mail-in ballots where people were going by the dozens? They made a movie about
mail-in ballots,
it.
even if it was mail-in ballots, you would see
you might, if it was mail-in ballots, you would see maybe Biden gets ahead for a little bit, then maybe Trump gets ahead for a little bit, and it's going to be that steady incline. You know, it's going to be that steady increase, but it's never going to go straight shoot up like that and then go, okay, we're going to hit this plateau up here and go back to normal. Never, ever, ever, ever in the history have I ever seen that.
Yeah, I have it right here.
I'm just glad of the results of the 2020 election.
You see this, Jalen?
Hold on, let me click watch stream. What the hell is it? Load? Has anybody else been having connection issues tonight?
You see this giant straight up 90-degree angle on a graph of statistics? This doesn't happen. This is a crazy anomaly. And look, it just goes just above Trump so that he could just barely beat him. Look at this. Look at this little spike right here.
I can't see it. It's still loading on my end.
Oh, well.
I can see it.
I'll get quick. Hold on.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Right.
Yellow. Okay, watch stream. Okay, hold on.
This little spot right here. And this is after, this is 12 a.m. So this is at 4 a.m. after the votes stopped being counted. They said, we're not going to count anymore. And then during this little window between midnight and 6 a.m., we get a 90-degree angle in the graph. And this is from The Guardian, which is a left-leaning publication. So that's crazy.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever heard in any election where they just stopped the counting. I thought it always went throughout the night, you know, and they just switched out counters so people could rest.
Because of COVID and because of the mail-in ballots, the whole thing was rigged.
It wasn't rigged. You can't say that. It was.
I'm allowed to say that now. I'm allowed to say that now on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't rigged. Joe Biden won.
You know, people that just, you know, were paying attention could see all the evidence. You know,
they used.
Right.
You could say it wasn't.
Steven Crowder even went to some of these so-called residents, these addresses,
and they were empty, vacant lots.
And they were empty, vacant lots.
Or like an overpass, like an address, a registered address, voting address was like an overpass. You know, that's
Joshua, a minute. Go ahead and pull up this Olympic stuff that you was telling me about, because I forgot.
Don't change the subject.
No.
Well, no, because while I'm here, because I was.
No, you're being disingenuous if you're pretending that you don't know anything about what happened at the Olympics. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
When I tell you, I literally have been watching TikToks and literally the same TikToks over and over.
Seen it.
Once Upon a Time, on RuPaul's Drag Race. Or
well,
Big
stop
Brother.
watching TikTok. That's your first problem.
Like, I don't like the world. I don't like the state of the world. So most of the time I get my news either from you or Hake or somebody like that. And then I go back and I just really.
Wait, did you say The View?
No, from Hake or from you, from Joshua, you.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You.
Yeah.
You. Okay.
I thought
you said The View. I was like, that's a bad place to get.
Bitch, nothing wrong with The View.
I'm sure he loves The View and TikTok and yeah.
Like literally, I disconnect from the world. I didn't even know that Trump had been shot until when I was when it happened. My Lyft driver had told me, because I was going out just to enjoy the Saturday night, and my Lyft driver, because I didn't get no news alerts or anything. That's how disconnected I am, because I really don't like the world these days.
Well, you notice when I do my news reporting, I'm usually using left-wing sources. I'm using CNN, AP, Guardian, The Hill,
Never
Um,
MSNBC.
I use NBC and MSNBC a lot.
You should watch it a lot more.
Sometimes Fox, CBS. I like to go to the oddities news of AP. I don't like AP, but I still I use those sources because those are what YouTube calls verified news sources. And then I just give my thoughts on what they're saying.
And
And
why you and disingenuous? Like you heard me say, I didn't even know Beyonce did anything with the Olympics. And that's very important. That I should have known that. I should have got
Gives a
the
shit.
news alert about that. Which makes me wonder why I'm not getting news alerts about Beyonce.
Well, it
I don't
sounds
know.
like you don't follow Beyonce that damn closely if you didn't know she was part of the Olympics. Shit.
Yeah, you slacking.
I really am. I really am.
Do you think Lady
Oh,
Gaga
you
has a
not-
penis?
Yes.
No, 2009. 2009. No, she doesn't have no penis.
That's a man.
Yeah.
They used to say the same thing about
John-
Sierra. Do you know how
John said that-
upsetting that was when I was in the 6th grade and I was still straight? I couldn't even have a crush on Sierra because they was like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
were
she's like a
never
hermaphrodite."
John said the same thing I was thinking when Jalen, when you were saying TikToks, it sounded like you were saying TikToks.
Yeah.
Oh, TikTok?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it TikTok or is it TikTok?
well, it's the Facebook Reels. It's like the Facebook ones, and then the ones on Instagram. I'll watch those and stuff. And there's been like a lot of like good content lately that's been relatable to me. And so I've been like outside of being at work, or sometimes when I'm off work, I'll be listening to that or just, yeah, I really disconnect from the world unless I have to like look at the news.
You know,
I look
before you were ever watching my shows, Jalen, I did a deep dive on women in hip hop who have been accused of being men a long time ago. And Sierra, I thought Sierra was fine. I never thought Sierra was a man. But Olivia, when she was with G Unit, they were saying she was a man. And then
Olivia
the whole point that I got to was that Megan Thee Stallion is a man.
Oh, did you see Megan Thee Stallion do
You
that
know a
video?
stallion is a male horse, right?
Yes, I
No.
know. I love Megan Thee Stallion. She did this head of security one talking about.
Why would she call herself Megan the Stallion?
I
Yeah.
love. You would not date Megan.
And then I played the video. You seen the video where she's dancing and she's like dropping down low and they got a behind angle and there's definitely a bulge.
You can see her balls. All her balls.
Much as you like hip hop, you don't like Megan Thee Stallion.
I can't stand Megan Thee Stallion. I can't stand Cardi B. I like Nicki Minaj. I think, but I also think that if
Yeah, I know, right?
I think all of Young Money basically just gets all of their material from Lil Wayne, and so
Well, see,
Drake is a biter. Drake is a plagiarizer. He doesn't have any original thoughts in his head. Nicki Minaj, but I've seen
He's
videos of
Canadian.
Nicki Minaj actually writing out a rap. So
L Weezy.
yeah, they all just it's basically just King Weezy, and they all just Gucci or not Gucci Mane.
Birdman.
Gucci gang, Gucci
Oh,
gang, Gucci
wait.
gang,
I know
Gucci
you're
gang,
thinking
Gucci
about-
gang.
Yeah, Birdman. I'm thinking of Mac Main.
I know.
Mac Main and Gucci and Birdman and Drake and Nicki Minaj and Tyga, they all just basically hang out with Lil Wayne and he just freestyles all day and they just take his stuff and call it their own. And he's like, that's a throwaway. You can have that. And yeah.
See, my favorite female rappers, it's always going to be Trina, number one. Forever going to be Trina. Then Missy Elliott. Then Eve.
Missy Elliott's good.
Yeah, Missy Elliott.
Then Eve.
Trina was good too. What
Trina.
about Shauna?
Hello, Kim.
You remember?
like Shaw?
I liked
Right.
Shauna. I liked DTP.
Yeah. Lady of Rage. I mean, come on, y'all.
Lady of Rage gonna be playing Miss Cleo.
But when we were growing up listening to rap music, female rappers was like female comedians. It was like, no.
Yeah, but during your time, it was Foxy Brown, Little Kim, Trina, Missy. That's about it during like the time when you was growing up, right?
Missy Elliott, Trina, Lil Kim,
E-
Shauna.
No, I'm older than y'all.
Who's the one from 3-6 Mafia?
Don't know. I don't.
Gangsta Boo.
Gangsta Boo. She was all right.
Who was that one that by Shauna? The one that shot the person in the stomach. Remy Ma.
Remy Ma. I didn't even know that was a woman at first.
Don't say that. She shoots people in the stomach.
Remy Ma was on Eminem's Music to Be Murdered By and sings like a hook, and then my friend, I was like, I don't even know who this guy is. I don't really like it. And he's like, it's a woman. I was like, what?
Strong woman too.
A strong woman. Yeah, strong woman.
Did you mention
stop
Charlie
dancing
Baltimore?
in your hospital bed? All right, calm down.
Charlie Baltimore, that's another one. But yeah, those are some of the well-known best female rap artists. Next to Queen Latifah, next to MC Lyte.
I don't like female rappers. I don't like female comedians. I don't like female politicians. I like female singers. Singers, Lauryn Hill, and there's a lot of great.
Name 5 Lauryn Hill songs.
I don't know if I can name one right now.
Yeah,
hold on. There's one on the
Lauryn Hill solo.
Yeah, there's one in my head that I can't.
Killing me softly.
That's Lauryn Hill.
That's Fugees, damn. That's Fugees.
But she was in the Fugees.
Look, here's the problem. No, here's the problem. You say name 5 Lauryn Hill songs. Is that after Fugees dissolved?
I don't know if I can name 5 Beyonce songs
with
though.
Lauryn Hill in it.
Wait a minute. Wait. The fuck does? What did you just say?
Survivor.
That's Destiny's Child.
Whatever, same thing.
Yeah.
No, because
Survivor. Yeah, that's Destiny's Child, motherfucker.
It's the same thing.
I couldn't.
No, I'm a cussing at Jalen.
That's like if I said, "What's the Young Money song?" and then I said that's Lil Wayne, and you'd be like, "No, that's Young Money." Like,
you know Beyonce songs. Okay, well, say any Beyonce or Destiny's Child songs, or Kelly Rowland or LaToya or Michelle Williams song.
I really suck with names of songs, and like, I just know the song. If you played it, I would know it.
Oh my gosh, Joshua!
Music trivia. Get some music together. No, I can't do that. Actually,
I'm supposed to be gone right now. Y'all don't even.
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay, give me an art.
I can name one, maybe. I don't know the name of it, but it's like Single Ladies or Ring on It.
Oh, Single Lady. I'm a single lady.
Single lady. I'm a single lady.
Oh, is that put a ring on it? Shit.
What about this ain't Texas? Oh, hold on. Hold down.
No, please, don't. Please. Beyonce doing country? No.
She's a Texas girl.
What about Adele? Adele was way better when she was heavy.
Yeah. A lot of people will agree with you.
She lost weight and she lost a lot of the power in her voice.
She lost that voice. Yeah. She lost that diaphragm. She lost that push.
She had to put a lot of work in to get that voice working with all that weight in it. You know? I
love Skyfall because she did the opening theme for it. That's when I found Adele and I was like, ooh.
I miss Big Adele. What happened to Big Adele?
The worst is Skyfall. I did not like Skyfall.
Yeah, of course you didn't. Fucking racist.
Yeah.
No, she's got that song. He's got
Uh,
better songs.
Lil Wayne did a remix of "Rollin'" from Adele. It was so good. It was so good.
Oh, okay. Y'all try to
Yeah.
give me an
Got
artist.
a
If I,
cute, nice, thin white girl. Not a stop. You don't need to get a You don't need to pitch a tent right now. I don't.
But
think.
even singing, I'll take Boys to Men, Drew Hill, Casey and JoJo over Beyonce and Lauryn Hill. I'll take the men R&B groups over the women R&B singers.
I'm going to see Drew Hill and Genuine in October. They just announced that they're coming.
Ooh,
I'm gonna see them.
that
And
probably,
then when Mark Lawrence come
yeah,
here, I'm going to see
that would be
him.
a great concert to go to if you weren't gay, because you could probably get some booty at that concert. You might be able to get some booty as a man with a man too, but
Some old ass booty.
Shit.
Uh,
Yeah.
okay, y'all give me an artist and see if I can name 5 songs out of them.
System of a Down.
No.
No.
Toxicity,
Oh, toxicity.
Chop Suey.
Yeah,
See, I don't know the names. I don't know the names of songs like
oh shit. There's another one.
Aerials in the
That's the name.
sky.
That's the name of the song.
Aerials.
Aerials. Yep,
Yeah.
that's the name of the song.
Aerials. Yeah.
And he's
There you
not
go.
talking about the Little Mermaid and
But hold on, this challenge is for fucking Jalen.
Jalen.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
Down song.
Whoops.
I
I've
know
never
he
heard
don't
it.
listen to
Sorry,
real
we're-
music though.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm a musician,
Ooh,
so yes, I
Jodeci?
do.
Yeah.
I
I
question that
Mm.
statement. Fucking
No.
3 ways to Sunday. I question that statement.
Are you
All
sure
right,
you're not
give
a
you an artist.
magician?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna try a simple one with Jalen.
I
Give you an
know
artist.
all these songs,
I'm gonna try-
Amanda. I know every word to the song, and if the song's playing, I can sing along with every song on the radio. But I don't know the names of the songs or the albums or yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try a
Yeah, I get
simple one with
that.
Jalen. Stevie Wonder.
Okay, signed, sealed, delivered. My Sharia Moore. Oh fuck. Da 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 da. What is the name of? I love that song. Da 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 da. Hold on, I love that song. You can feel it all low. Okay, I said signed,
I'll
sealed,
give you
delivered.
that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, but I need to actually name the title. That's the rules, right?
You can
Okay,
feel it all
so
over.
signed, sealed, delivered. My Sharia Moore. He wrote Until You Come Back to Me, but that is performed by Aretha Franklin. He wrote that. Okay, give me the one that I can't remember. Oh, and isn't she lovely? Made from love.
That's 4.
Okay.
Very
Oh, wait a minute. Since I remember it, he's also a part of what is that song?
No,
Would
nothing
be,
he's a part of. His stuff. Just
River
his.
of
but he
Deceit.
oh,
Is that a
River in the Sky, Ribbon in the Sky. There's
I
a
can't
rib.
believe you didn't say "Happy Birthday to You," the song he did for Martin Luther King Jr.
Back in 1980.
I was
Back
that's
waiting
a
on you to say
happy
that.
birthday to you.
there.
Happy
Josh fucking
birthday.
removed.
Well, I only know because that used to be JLP's birthday song.
That's still, it still is. Wait,
No, he
what is
doesn't.
that?
He doesn't do birthdays anymore. They had to stop it because every show was like
Oh.
20 people were like, "Sing Happy Birthday to me," and so they had to cut that
He
out
only
of the
does it
show.
for staff now. What's the song with Dion, Elton, and Gladys with Stevie? Through good times and bad times, I'll be on your side. That's what friends are for. That's what
That's
friends are
what
for.
friends are for. Yeah.
That's what I was
Nope.
thinking.
Okay. All right. Well,
Anyway, all right.
I got
I would say Jalen named him more than 5.
And
Him
again,
and
yeah.
Dean, the Village People. Oh, I bet.
I could
Jalen
only
could
do
name
like
every one of
rappers.
their
I could only
damn
do
songs.
like
I can only do rappers.
Eminem,
only
Lil
know,
Wayne, Dr. Dre. Like I could name 5 of their songs. But
I only know 2 songs by the Village people. I know
That's
I
what friends are for.
I'll tell man.
He said that's
That's
what
what
friends
friends
are
are
for.
for.
What are you doing up here? You
Also,
need to be resting.
I'm resting. Also, it's Sir Duke, Jalen.
Sir
His
dude.
damn nurse done got him all excited and hot and bothered. He had to.
Sir dude. Do, 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 do.
Yeah, it's Sir Duke. That's like that's one of my favorite Stevie Wonder songs. I like that song.
It's so good. Oh, that made me want. Oh, I could have said lately. Lately, I have had this feeling, and then I need to.
Lately's
Oh
alright.
damn! Casey and JoJo covered that one, didn't they? Yeah.
On MTV Unplugged.
I can play
Okay,
All
who-
My Life on the piano.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
how
you
you.
said-
That's how you get a girl getting going. You just start.
That was like every couple's song when I was in high school. That was every couple's
Ooh,
song.
every
baby,
time.
baby, 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 baby.
Like, shut up.
Buff, I'm gonna give you one. Actually, no, somebody else, because somebody gave me. Yeah, okay, it'll go that way. Buff, I'll give you. Let's see. You was easy on me, so I'll be easy on you. Name five. Name five Janet Jackson song.
Ooh.
Oh, I can do that.
Wow. That's the way love goes. Rhythm Nation. The
Yeah.
Scream count.
Yes, she won a Grammy for that one, and she just performed it at Essence. So yes,
What's the one with Michael Jackson?
The
Scream.
Scream.
Oh, that's Scream.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Which is
creepy.
why-
That was creepy because I think they're the same person.
Both of the Jack.
No, Latoya. Latoya looks like Michael.
I really love that song. Yeah, Latoya and Michael look more like each other than Janet and Michael.
Yeah.
Y'all
I
need
love
to
that.
Latoya's book. That was before I found this channel. I used to listen to these audio books of like biographies. Oh my good.
I don't listen to her music. What makes you think I'm going to read her book?
Yeah, I only
Because
Right.
a
I
lot of
suspect.
listen to
I think I
Janet
know what's
Jackson.
in that book, and I think it's just Latoya complaining about Joe, right? Isn't it?
yes, yes, and being jealous,
Get out of here.
being jealous of Michael.
Yeah.
Right,
What-
and complaining about Joe, which
yeah,
is
quit complaining. You wouldn't be where you were if it wasn't for your
Right.
daddy.
Exactly. I mean, it was kind of gross that they were screwing like hookers in front of little Michael on the road. You know,
Yeah.
they should have went in another room, maybe.
Oh, oh, good lord, good
He-
lord. Okay, you got three. We need two more.
No, you might have me on that one because I didn't really listen to Janet's
What
music.
What have you done for me
I
lately?
was listening to Michael.
Yeah, but even with you, there's a time when she has like a lot of rock stuff too. So
I mean, those three were like the main ones that I listened to. Janet. What have you done, Janet? It's just-
What's the one she sang in the Super Bowl where her titty
Yeah.
popped
Again?
out?
all for you.
Does
It's
that
I don't even
sound
remember.
count with,
I don't
Justin
even remember how
Timberlake?
that song went. Yeah, I don't
But-
even remember how
Yeah.
that song went.
Yeah,
That was with
the song
Justin Timberlake.
He
I
said,
just
he
remember
said,
the wardrobe.
gotta have
number.
you naked by the end of this song.
Yeah, that was Justin's song.
Yeah,
that
they
was definitely planned.
It was not.
You
And
don't.
he-
Hey, Jalen.
I
He
don't
said,
know
"I'm
what
gonna have you
again
naked by the end
was.
of this song," and then he pulled her this removable breast
Yeah,
cup,
that was planned.
If
and
you
she had a
watch- you
pasty.
watch that part.
Why was she
You
wearing a
watch
pasty?
That part.
Yeah,
Watch
she was
that
wearing
part.
like
Just in case for that simple wardrobe malfunction, that damn part of the outfit was removable. If you watch that shit again, I had to watch it over and over.
I played it
for
in
pretty
slow mo
various
and zoomed
reasons.
in on it
Buff.
when I was a kid.
we all watched
Watch her face when it
Oh.
Yeah.
happens.
God.
You
That's
can
another-
see the shock on her face, and there's a slight moment of oh shit.
Hey, Buff.
That was
That's another.
not planned.
That's another Janet song
No.
again.
I'm
Yeah.
out.
right?
I wasn't a
Jalen,
big Janet
again.
Jackson fan. Jalen got
Actually,
me with that one.
it might not have been a
Pierce-
pasty. I
Pierce-
think it was a big nipple ring.
It
was
was.
just a-
It was.
no, it was a
It was
pasty.
it was a star, and like the star.
But
Like
the
it did,
star
it,
went
there was like a
around her nipple,
circle.
and there was a bar through her. I think it was a piercing. No.
Yeah, you could see the bars
Yeah,
from
like
the
you
piercing,
could
but
see
there
the
was a
nipple.
cover.
You could see
Yeah, it
the
was a
nipple,
cover.
but it covered up it covered up most of the areola.
And
Yeah.
That's what
ruined
it did.
Piggy forever with a
I think it was
delays.
planned.
Yeah, no,
It probably
honestly,
was
See how
planned.
Justin
face-
Timberlake didn't get
that face that
canceled, but
she
Janet.
made, that face she made was fake. That was
Yeah,
like
he's the one
Yeah.
that
go,
did it.
oh my
Why
goodness.
didn't
Oh.
why didn't
Eyes.
Jalen, I'll go pro black
Right when,
with you
oh
for
my
a
goodness!
second.
Right when he says, "I'm gonna have you naked by the end of this song," he pulls a removable part of my top off, and my titty flops out, and I have
I
something.
think the whole thing was fake.
Yeah, it was definitely.
Jalen, I will go pro black with you for a second on that one. Yeah, why didn't the white man get canceled because of that fucking shit? He was the
She
one that
didn't get
initiated the
canceled.
fucking incident. Oh yes, she did.
Nah.
Holy
no, she
shit!
didn't.
her.
She didn't get.
She
canceled.
got
Those are albums.
blacklisted like a
She didn't
motherfucker.
do much and anything. Has
Oh,
she got,
I think it was a setup to initiate censorship.
Maybe.
I could.
Or because people were already kind of not caring about the starting to not care about the NFL. It was to bring more people back to the NFL.
Yeah, it could have been like multi-pronged.
Super Bowl.
No.
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It was because it was after that incident that anything that was live was now delayed like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. So you weren't watching it live anymore.
And I think the very next year they had that like weird satanic upside down like Dr. Dre halftime show, right? Wasn't it?
That's your vacation.
Or was that more recently?
Years ago.
More recently, they did Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, Eminem, and Kendrick. And I think
all those homos.
Whatever. That's the best halftime show there's ever been. But
that shit was garbage.
No,
50 Cent's all right.
Badass Batman 50
bro,
Cent
50 Cent was hanging
down.
upside down years later. I need a doctor. Bro, that was
And
epic.
then titties were fucking in his face and shit. And
Yeah, 50 Cent's all right. Out of that group, I respect 50 Cent a little bit.
My only problem with like the halftime shows is like I'm getting tired of all the pop and the rap. Like, come on, let's mix it up each year. Let's throw in some country in there. Let's throw some metal in there, like Metallica stuff.
Rock for so long.
Yeah.
Though. It was rock for so long. But the best halftime show happened in New Orleans in 2013. And that's when Beyonce, Giselle Knowles, Carter. Oh my God. You all listen to this wonderful story and then I'll leave you alone. I promise I will leave.
I'll listen. I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
I grew ill with chills. Literally grew ill when I watched this performance. This is why I've never seen Beyonce live because I'm pretty sure I would pass out and end up in the hospital like Nada is right. I grew ill and could not go to my classes in college for 2 days. I grew ill. One of the greatest I've ever seen. And I grew ill. I literally, I got so many chills in her that I was ill. I had to go to the doctor.
Because of all the veiled
because of how great the performance
salutes
was.
to the Illuminati.
And with that, I made the promise that I was going to go. DJ on Paul, you waited too late.
I'll tell you what, the Shakira one was pretty fire until they did the kids in cages thing where they had all the.
All right, Nada, please get you some rest. You gotta heal. DJ on Paul, did you have any good words?
I'm good.
Yeah, just to fuck off.
Thank you.
Wait, how did you make him
Beyonce.
leave as soon as you said that?
Beyonce with all that Black Panther fucking symbolism, racist bullshit
DJ, we
on her
need you on
halftime
more
show.
often.
Did you
Thank
just
you,
kick
DJ.
him out? How did that
Thank
happen?
you, DJ.
Bro, I got my ways.
Well, you don't have power here. How did that happen?
You have no power. Yeah.
I don't know. I was gonna say something mean about Janet Jackson and Beyonce. Maybe he knew ahead of time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he didn't want to hear it. It was gonna make him EO.
Yeah, he can't even hear that.
It's gonna
shit.
make him eel.
Eel.
On he's gonna get eel and go watch TikTok.
Is that what he calls it? TikTok?
Yeah, it sounded like you kept saying tit, T-I-T, not tick.
On purpose, I wonder? Or no, probably not.
Maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's stop talking about him because he'll come back.
Perhaps he was wondering why someone would shoot a man before throwing him out of a plane. I don't know. That's basically what you just did.
Oh, Batman. I was born in the darkness, molded by it.
Oh,
You merely adopted the darkness.
I didn't see the darkness until I was a man. And by the time it was blinding.
I love that movie. I need to go watch that.
You
Fucking
I like
love
Dark
wanna
Knight
know.
better.
I love that.
Yeah,
you want to know? You know,
Dark Knight
how
was
I got
great,
these
but I love
scars?
Tom Hardy as Bane. How he had
Why
to go
so
back and
serious?
re-record all of his audio. Because it's like the first draft, it was like, what the fuck is he saying? Re-record it.
Is that what happened? They had to re-record all of it?
They did the whole damn movie, and they went back and it was like, we can't hear what he's saying because his audio was so muffled through that mask. So he had to
he was
go
like,
back in the studio and
an
redub
ADR.
it. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, okay. Oh, because they were trying to pick
Yeah.
it up on the on-set mics.
Yeah.
Right,
It
yeah.
just wasn't working.
So it's just a
Oh, okay.
voiceover.
It sounded like.
Huh.
yeah. So
Christopher
I
Nolan
think
just like,
didn't they kind of keep it, but like blended it with the voice recording from the studio? So
Yeah,
that's
I
why you
heard
have that.
some of
Yeah.
that. I heard some of that. There are some parts where they did that, but most of it, yeah, he had to go back and re-record that shit.
That's such a
Movie
great.
holds a, I don't.
I love
it
Christopher
holds a
Nolan.
place in my heart.
I think Christopher Nolan's
Oh,
probably
yeah.
my favorite director. Like all of his movies are good. There's one I haven't watched yet that has Al Pacino in it. What is it called? It's about like a murder mystery. He goes out to this island, and there was a murder at the island.
Shutter Island?
No, Shutter Island is Leonardo DiCaprio, right?
With Pacino?
Well, Christopher Nolan is the. Oh, you said Al Pacino. Oh,
No, it's not. It's
Are
not
you-
Shutter Island. It's an old Christopher Nolan movie with.
How old?
Well, that sucked.
Yeah. Oh,
Pretty old. He's about to find
Myself.
it. It's one of his first movies.
Oh,
You think with Pacino?
we're going back far.
Is it
huh?
Pacino?
Sure.
Or with De Niro? Cape Fear? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, it's not De Niro.
Yeah, but before I dropped, I was saying I was actually shocked that they weren't going to do a fourth Dark Knight.
No, it was
Mhm.
just supposed to be a trilogy.
Yeah,
That's what they set out to do. It was just going to be a trilogy.
but the way that they ended the trilogy, it was like, no, there's room for one more. I thought at
They're
least
not even
they were
listening
going
here.
to.
Huh.
I thought they
Yeah,
were
I'm
going
not
to
seeing
at
Al
least
Pacino.
introduce Darkwing, you know, or Dark Knight, or not. What you know.
Darkwing?
Yeah.
Are you
Darkwing
thinking
Duck?
Are you thinking Insomnia?
Oh. Huh.
Yeah. That is it.
I think I've seen that movie. That's not bad. I think.
Yeah, it's Al Pacino. Yeah, it's Insomnia. I haven't watched that one.
Yeah, I
yet.
think
Directed by
I think I
And-
did see
directed by
that.
Christopher Nolan. Yeah.
And Robin
Yep.
Williams.
Yep.
Oh, right.
Oh, and Hilary
Mm.
Swank.
Yeah,
Why
I've watched
wasn't
the
Hilary
beginning of it.
Swank?
Prestige was great. Memento, Prestige, all the Batman movies, Inception, Interstellar. I didn't like Oppenheimer. Tenet.
Really?
I
Well,
liked Tenet,
fair enough.
and I don't remember Dunkirk, but I think I've watched Dunkirk.
Dunkirk was the. I wasn't a huge fan of Dunkirk. It was pretty boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oppenheimer I thought was kind of boring too.
Wasn't that
I
recent?
say Oppenheimer it's his most recent movie, and I think I was very excited about it, but I think it's his worst movie. I don't like when he does the historical pieces. I like when he does the
Yeah.
Are you sure maybe it's not because you don't really believe
in
nuclear
nukes
bombs anymore?
Yeah, that's probably
Maybe that
it.
ruined it for you.
Yeah, I think that might
I
be
think
it.
that might be a factor. At least.
Yeah, and I think the
Yeah,
movie
the
explains that very clearly. That it's just basically a big explosion, and
Yeah.
Right quick, Josh, we got responses here. From the guy that put the manifesto on your video.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh. Uh-oh.
He says to you, TLDR, Bible. And I put cool story, bro.
What?
And he says to me, I really missed that meme. Thank you for single-handedly bringing it
Well,
back. So
Talk
this
about
guy
miss
is-
that meme. What's TLDR, bro?
Too long didn't
that's-
read.
TLDR
No,
is too long didn't
I'm
read.
saying that's just as old as Cool Story, bro.
Right.
That's not any more contemporary than Cool Story, bro is.
He said TLDR didn't read Bible or too long didn't read
Yeah.
Bible. I have read the Bible.
Dude, that guy's
I use
killing you.
I'm
I use
certified.
both of those terms tongue in cheek. Modern day, I say both of those like kind of joking. You know what I mean?
Nada, were you here for that?
No.
This guy put a manifesto on Josh's stream with the whole debate thing. This shit is long.
Oh yeah, I missed the whole debate. I was in surgery. Shit.
Wow.
How was that?
Sorry about that.
You were in surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you get done? Oh shit.
A transition. I'm a lady. I'm Nadia now.
Well, hey man, we're only a couple states apart. What are you doing on like Saturday?
You.
Nice.
Yeah. It's not gay.
I'll help you dilate there, buddy.
If he's post-op, it's not gay.
Nope.
Yeah. Nah, a hernia. Fix the hernia.
God,
Oh, okay.
right now.
Yeah, it's gonna
What?
take care of that shit. It'll only get worse.
Oh,
Well,
there you are.
it was
Ryan.
bad.
Yeah.
It only took you
I
forever.
only fixed it because it was bad and I was probably trapping blood flow to my intestines. So yeah, that was bad.
What?
Okay.
Intestines need blood?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
lubricant.
Do you know what you lifted to give you the hernia, or is it just over time?
No, I've had a bunch of it's like the third hernia surgery I've had.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, your injury risk.
The first surgery I had was like during high school football. And then the second time was, I'd say 2006, maybe. And then this one.
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
You're never
My,
gonna get drafted in the first round.
So when my dad was in his like mid-20s, he was a union plasterer, and he lifted 3 sacks of cement all at once, and he said he could actually feel it tear when he developed his first hernia.
Oh.
Though the sudden ones are rough.
Sorry.
And then it ripped again,
my bad.
probably, right?
Yeah, well, he could, he was always complaining about it, and then he finally got surgery on it. Like, I think it was like 15 or 20 years later. But it was bugging him for a long time.
But he didn't re-rupture it? No?
I think he might have several times. Like, after a while, he just wouldn't talk about it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I mean, all they really do is stick like a plaster, like how you fix a hole in plaster. They just stick a fucking piece of fiberglass on it, and stitch that in. It's some bullshit.
Apparently, an hour ago, one of the Hamas leaders was killed.
Yeah, I saw that on CNN.
That's what chat was talking about, huh?
Still not
I can't
voting Biden.
find. I can't find anything confirmed. Like half of these places are saying questionable, possibly, seems like it. And CNN didn't seem to. I listened to the article while y'all were talking, or listened to the video while y'all were talking. They showed no praise as this to being a good thing.
Yeah, right. They're blaming Israel. They're saying Hamas leader Ismail
mean,
Haniyeh killed in
who else could
Tehran.
it be?
Group blames Israel. Well, right, but blames Israel. You're blaming Israel for killing a Hamas leader. Like, shouldn't you praise Israel for killing a Hamas
I mean,
leader?
I guess it could be us. But it's either us or Israel. Same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Tell that to those 12 poor kids that were just playing soccer. I mean, shit. Fuck Hamas. Fuck all of them over there in that goddamn Palestine bull.
Yeah,
Well,
fuck Hamas. Also, fuck Israel. How about that? Fuck both of them.
Well, Josh, I replied to that guy. I said, nobody wants to read a 13-paragraph manifesto. Remember, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
Oh, he's going to tell you thank you for bringing back an old meme, too.
He's going to hit you back with an
Watch out.
acronym, too.
I don't know why he doesn't just come in the chat. Like, I'm live right now.
Yeah.
He's supposed to reply another meme.
Well, maybe he
Ain't
doesn't
nobody
know.
reading all that shit.
I wonder if it's Wesley. It's
People of
definitely
the
Wesley.
internet.
Isn't Wesley just Jalen?
That would feel right.
No, Wesley's
No,
a guy
Wesley-
that came on the panel or on the question and answer segment and didn't have a question. And then he laughed at us when we told him, "What's your question?"
Yeah.
That guy's definitely master of his domain.
His house
And he needs.
His house was very clean, but have you ever seen the movie Running Scared?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know when they go into
Right?
the house of the two parents that have the kids and everything's super clean and nice and tidy? It looked a little like that.
You talking about the old movie Running Scared with Billy Crystal and fucking...
I haven't seen the original. I like
Gregory
the
Hines.
Paul Walker version.
Oh. They made a remake?
Yeah, like
remake of that?
Like 15 years ago with Paul Walker.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies. It's a really good movie. I love that movie.
Who's in it?
Paul Walker and
he did.
Nobody else that you'd really know. I guess the mafia guy is I don't know his name. It's really good. It's one of my favorite movies. I love that movie.
Do you know if it was like the same story, like remake?
I don't know because I've never seen the original.
I'll tell you something, mister. Paul Walker ain't no Billy Crystal.
Fuck no.
No.
Paul Walker ain't no walking entity around on Earth. Hey,
Billy Crystal. Billy Crystal was in Running Scared. Oh wait. Oh no, that's the original.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal.
Yeah.
Gregory Hines, the dancer, and Billy Crystal.
2019. Okay, so not as old as 2019? No, that's not right.
2019.
That's not right. That can't be.
Sometimes they'll have the like the DVD
2006.
release.
Oh,
Yeah, sometimes they'll have like a 4K release as the date that Google pulls up.
Paul Walker,
Oh, yeah.
Vera
Yeah.
Vera Farmiga, which she's hot in that movie. I don't even know who that
Yeah.
is, but she's fine in that movie. When he
Yeah,
puts
I
her
just
on,
saw an-
on the washing machine, yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Dude, I just saw an advertisement for in the lines of what you were saying there about the Ultra 4K, the releases and shit like that. I just saw an advertisement for an Ernest movie, fucking Ernest Slams Dunk, and it was like 2022. And it was like, well, he died
What?
way before that. It's like they
Oh.
keep shit on a shelf and then finally release it and then put
Yeah.
that date underneath it. Yeah, it might be one of those kind of things. I don't know.
Did you guys see Ernest Scared Stupid? And be honest.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's one of my
Great mo- I
favorites.
own it. I own it.
Mia.
I was so scared of that
Mia.
film.
Yeah, I think he showed it.
Pleasantville.
Ernest Scared Stupid, Ernest Goes to Jail, and Ernest Goes to Camp.
Pleasantville. I remember Rome. I stayed home from school one day, and we used to have DirecTV. And remember, you could order movies off DirecTV. And I wasn't supposed to order movies, and I ordered Pleasantville, and I watched it like 10 times in a row because I wanted to get the most value out of the trouble that I was going to get in for ordering
What?
a movie.
What's his name in that movie?
Tobey Maguire.
Tommy Maguire. Right.
And Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, Reese Witherspoon was the girl in that. Right.
Yeah, what does this have to do with anything? Why did she bring up Pleasantville?
I think she
Don't
just likes,
know.
she just likes the movie Pleasantville.
Maybe she's taking a stab at John Mosman and why he was in black and white during the debate.
Oh, okay.
I noticed John is doing that, and who else is doing that? Steve was doing that the other night. I was watching his stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, why is everybody going black and white
I
now?
don't get it. Yeah.
I don't know. It adds.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Artistic value. I don't know. I guess there's a reason. All I noticed
Because
was
they
when
don't
John.
want you to know their true race. That's what it is.
All I
Yeah.
noticed.
They finally closed my door.
When
I was
John
trying
was
to talk loud so
talking,
they would give me some privacy in it.
in the beginning, I noticed when John was talking, I could see sunlight coming off of his hair, and I could see some reflection in his background. I just figured he went black to white to reduce the reflection that was going on behind him. That's all I can think of. I don't know.
Oh no, he's been getting like really artistic with his icons and stuff the last few weeks. I don't know. Maybe he's just trying something new.
Yeah, I saw you guys' stream you did on, what is it, Thursday night you do it? And you had all the sound of it was like a bar environment, and it was like, let's pour you a drink, and you had the drink sound effects, and you had the music playing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I like this. You do all that stuff through StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, I could do stuff like that. It's just, I think they make it way more complicated if you're doing it through OBS and Discord.
Yeah.
StreamYard makes it more, streamlines it, makes it more simple.
You know what I mean, Burr?
And then like John uses on his end, he uses OBS. That's why he's able to put like different avatars up there and stuff. And then like how he was put John Mosman up in the corner, and his little symbol. So he's
using
OBS
the virtual camera
to go through. Yeah. And then put it into StreamYard.
I was trying to do that before the stream started, and for some reason it wasn't working, so I just went to my regular camera and screen share. But
yeah,
because I mentioned Paul Walker. Paul Walker's in Pleasantville.
Yeah, I just looked it up right now. Paul Walker is. In
Oh, I didn't even remember that. I thought that movie was cool.
He's such a forgettable actor.
And I watched how they used to do how they made the movies. I think it was on MTV or something. And apparently, in Pleasantville there was a lot of at the time high level editing that went into having colorization in certain parts of the scene, but not in other parts of the scene. And that was like a groundbreaking thing that they did.
So they used to just have that on the DVD bonus features.
Maybe that's where I saw it.
It's like a featurette. Or maybe MTV was playing featurette stuff as a show.
Yeah, I might have got the DVD at some point and then watched it, or maybe it was on
I think
E Entertainment or MTV and they covered it. And yeah,
I think I have that movie, and I think it is one of the special features, featurette things.
That was cool.
That sounds familiar.
Remember they used to put games and stuff, or they'd have Easter eggs, and there'd be like a hidden icon that you could click on. That
Kevin Smith's movies all had a bunch of Easter eggs in them.
Yeah.
Click on this icon and learn more about this scene.
Yeah, that was cool. You'd just be hitting your
Like
remote
Dogma.
control, and you'd find like something you didn't know you could click on that was in the top corner of the screen.
Right.
And yeah, that was cool.
Like Dogma had a bunch. I don't care what anyone says. I still love that movie.
I need to watch
I think
that
that's
again.
still his, I think that's still his best movie.
Yeah,
I have similar feelings. Yeah, I don't care what anybody thinks about me either, but I think Kevin Smith was an asshole. I didn't like his movies.
I mean, he is an asshole, but Dogma was good.
Yeah.
No, I think all his movies suck.
He was enjoyable back in the day, and then of course, politics. He opens
All of
his
his
mouth
movies suck. Jay and Silent Bob
Always.
Strike Back was good.
Always thought all of his movies sucked.
Clerks was
I
good.
like Mallrats.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
Mallrats and Dogma.
Pretty good.
Dogma
Mallrats.
was. I can't even remember all of Dogma, but I know I liked it. I thought it was.
Don't forget, Chasing Amy sucks shit too.
And back then, you couldn't go
Kinda.
wrong with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck in a movie together.
No, man, come on.
Where Matt Damon did all the work, and Ben Affleck sat on the couch, like, yeah.
Well, Ben Affleck was probably funding it, like Good Will Hunting.
Maybe.
And I don't care what anybody says, Good Will Hunting is a great movie.
I think that movie was okay. I like that movie.
That's a good movie.
Oh my god, I hate this.
Can't go wrong with Robin Williams. I mean, shit.
Yeah, no.
You know what's a good movie that is like Good Will Hunting is Scent of a Woman.
Yeah, that's a good movie too.
Hooah!
I thought that, yeah. I remember my grandpa, I found that at like my grandma and grandpa's house. My grandpa had that movie. And I was like, what's this old ass movie? Let's watch this. And I liked it.
What movie is that?
Scent of a Woman with Al Pacino.
Oh.
It's
right.
it's the movie where Al Pacino does an impression of Foghorn Leghorn the whole movie.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you this right here now, boy.
She got a big fat ass.
I'll say,
Oh.
And your nose is way up in it.
You know
How about
what?
the Devil's
Your
Advocate?
nose is way up.
That was a lot of truth in that movie.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
They don't make them like that
You,
anymore.
sir.
Dude, there's that scene where they're in Al Pacino's apartment. That apartment is actually Donald Trump's real life apartment at the time.
Really?
Ah.
Yeah.
Even more reason to love that movie.
Yeah.
Could you imagine
All
they
art-
try to make a movie like that nowadays? Like nobody could pay attention for 10 minutes into the opening scenes. Like, yeah, everything's gone
Yeah.
to shit.
Well, there's actual scenes in that movie where they have they kind of build him up, they break him down. He's got the whole hero's journey where he, defeats evil and whatnot. Like it's a good movie.
Yeah, there's actually a story and a plot and a theme and good writing and good acting. And now it's just AI writes the script and you get all these diversity hire actors and
No.
like,
SJW bullshit. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm a woman. Let me tell you my struggle.
yeah, we got to throw in a little bit of
Yeah.
LGBTQ and some feminism and make a political
Yeah.
message out of something
Yeah.
that yeah.
Man, I want a cigarette. This sucks.
Did you ever
But,
see
okay.
the Paris shark movie yet, Buff? Under
Oh, I
Paris?
saw that. I saw that. It was pretty
Under
good.
Paris, yeah.
Wait, what did you just
Wait.
say, D-Jump? Did you just say it was pretty good?
I thought it was okay.
Oh my
It wasn't
god.
great.
The only thing I liked is I liked how they actually like killed the people off and like
Yeah, they killed a
tore their
bunch of
bodies
Frenchies.
apart. Yeah,
It was
they
awesome.
tore the bodies up. Like yeah, that's great. Can't
When
have a
I-
shark movie without like torn bodies.
When I went to my Google News, it was like all these stories about a new shark movie rivals Jaws. Stephen King says
Oh,
newest, greatest horror movie ever made. And then I watched it,
Oh my
so I'm like, oh, this is going to be really good. And I watched it, and I was like, oh, they're just promoting this
No.
because of the climate change message.
it's not. Yeah, it's nothing
Right.
compared to Jaws, but there's like a lot of climate change weirdos that do get bitten by sharks, and it's like a lot of French people die. Like it's pretty fucking based.
Yeah.
I think Cocaine Shark would be
Yeah.
a better movie.
Cocaine shark. Okay.
But they
I can
made
dig-
that already, right?
Apparently, they did
I
already.
think,
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
only a couple years old.
yeah. The opening scene of under Paris or whatever it's called, like where they have all the trash and everything, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you diving underneath all this trash instead of out there picking up all this trash and trying to make a difference about the
Yeah.
ecosystem and all that? Like
Yeah, and when
you're
she's
diving under the trash, you
she's
find
on
a
the
shark.
rope and the shark starts diving and she gets pulled deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Like, so they did kind of address it in the movie when her eardrums burst and the blood comes out of her eardrum. But in reality, if a shark dove that deep with you attached to a rope, your head would explode. Like, there's no way you're surviving that. Like,
Yeah.
I can't even suspend
Hey.
disbelief past the first scene of the movie. Like,
It would have been better off if past that scene she did like a really terrible deaf voice.
yeah, the rest of the movie, she's like,
Yeah.
I am, the shark took me on. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fucked up.
Shut up. Turn your brain off and consume.
Yeah.
So Cocaine Shark was made in 2023. It apparently
Right.
is very violent, a lot of sex and nudity,
Ooh.
and gore. Yeah,
I haven't
And drugs.
seen the movie, but I talked about it on the Monday night show. There's a news story that in Brazil, they found all these sharks that have cocaine in them around Brazil. So is that art predicting, or is that art imitating life, or life imitate? Like, did they know about this and make the movie ahead of time, or did they just make a really good guess that there are actually cocaine sharks?
I guess if they drop off a big bag in the ocean, eventually a shark is going to get into it one time or another.
That's what I thought it was,
Right.
but actually it's because the sewage system in Brazil is so bad and everybody's doing cocaine that the sewage. This is, I talked about that. This is a
Well-
Fox News article that I read the other
That's
day.
the same thing. The frogs, they're turning the frogs gay,
Yeah,
right?
Turn on the freaking purpose guy.
yeah, and they're turning the
But it's
sharks
the
into
same
cocaine
reason.
addicts.
That article that Alex Jones was reading when he said that was saying that it was passing through people's systems into, right?
Yeah,
the-
just sewage.
The
Yeah.
atrazine was
Atrazine, yeah.
going through their system into the sewage, into the water.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So, I might be the next Alex Jones because I reported on the dang cocaine sharks.
Nice. If you guys are
Start
interested,
turning the sharks.
But they
It's
made a
already
movie
the
about it
shark
already. I was like, this is
Yeah.
a great movie. If we can do Cocaine Bear, we can do Cocaine Shark. Let's write a script. But it's already a movie.
well, if you do want to
Yeah.
watch it, it's on Tubi.
Well,
That's
they do.
That's
yeah,
what they said in
yeah,
chat. Yeah.
Doobie doobie.
they have Cocaine Bear. What's next? Cocaine.
Ooh, you want to know?
Cocaine tornado.
How about a creepy one like cocaine human?
Sharknado.
Oh, Sharknado. Shout out to
Sharknado
me.
and cocaine.
Sharknado's in the chat, Rome. That's what's up.
I made a short about this years ago. I was like, movies are so bad nowadays. You just pick two random nouns and you make a movie
Yeah,
out of it. So you have cowboys and
thing.
aliens. You have
Right?
shark and tornado, cocaine and bear, and I think we
Yeah.
said like gun spider, like a spider that has guns. So like eight
Oh my god.
guns.
Did
I
they-
tell you,
Did they?
I tell you
did
what
they
movie
not-
was pretty good was Crawl. Have you seen Crawl?
Crawl. I think maybe.
Is it about a baby?
No, it's about a hurricane. It's hits the coast of Florida, and there's alligators underneath this guy's house, and they trap him.
I haven't. I heard of that, but I haven't seen that.
Oh
Mel
my
Gibson.
Gosh, oof.
Mel Gibson was in a hurricane movie recently that was on like Netflix, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw it. Pretty good. Okay.
Yeah. You can't go wrong
What
with
was
Mel.
that? Hurricane Heist?
What was it called?
Is that the one? Hurricane Heist, where they're pulling a heist.
Oh,
Yeah, well, I don't think it's
He's
called
he's
that
in a
though.
building. He's
It
like
was-
an apartment complex.
Yeah, it was a heist. It was a heist that was happening during a hurricane, but I don't think it's called Hurricane Heist.
Rome.
I think that is what it's called. I believe it is.
Yeah, Rome. We are not going to make a movie called Gerbil and Buttocks.
Gerbil
Oh.
buttocks.
Ah, the Richard Gere biography. Okay.
Dude, Rome has some very good movie ideas. She was talking about one earlier where apparently you're at a Mexican restaurant and all of a sudden your salsa's gone. Salsa shark?
I could.
It's
I
called
could,
Force
I could
of
imagine,
Nature.
Like, Force of Nature. Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Hmm.
I believe there is a movie called Hurricane Heist, though.
But you mentioned Cowboys and Aliens earlier. Let me go ahead and continue on one of my spills about.
I don't think I've
rip-off
ever seen.
movies.
I don't think I've ever seen Cowboys and Aliens, but I heard it was actually a decent movie.
I heard it doesn't have James Bond in
The
it.
latest Predator movie was basically a ripoff of that.
Mm. Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
If I could do the meme. Salsa tibia. Okay. Where did you go?
Cowboys and Aliens. So in 2011, Cowboys and Indians. Then we have Cowboys and Aliens also in 2011.
That movie was so disappointing.
Are you saying there was a Cowboys and Indians movie?
Cowboys and Indians and Cowboys and Aliens both came out in 2011.
I know about Cowboys and Aliens, but not Cowboys and Indians.
Yeah, it looks like it's much more of a low budget. No.
Damn, this catheter is fucking weird. Y'all ever
Whoa!
had a catheter before?
Whoa! Whoa!
Hey,
Whoa!
hey, hey.
Whoa! I don't even like thinking about this.
They do it.
What?
Turn your
I know
goddamn
they
camera.
do it. That's why I don't go
You
to the
wanna see?
doctor's office. No.
No.
Hey, Nada. I don't want to ban you. Don't do that.
Or how about that? You can see the hose. Ooh.
I don't
Look at
want
her,
to
fucker.
see. I don't want to see your catheter. hose.
Dang, good for you, Nada. That's a big gauge hose.
Right?
That's a pretty big hose you got there.
We got
Wow.
that hammer.
You know, there's guys that do that like for pleasure. They gauge their.
Sounding. They
Is that
call
what
it.
it's called?
Yeah.
They
They
gauge.
stick shit in there.
Yeah, they gauge their urethra. They.
Ugh.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
Fucking banning
Well,
all
you're
of
weirdo. You're the one talking about it's not that. Oh, well, I kind of like
I kind of like it. I hate it.
it.
Yeah.
It feels really weird when you're peeing.
Wait.
All right, good
Wait a
night.
minute. Wait a minute. Nada, why do you even know what that thing is called anyway?
Sounding?
I think they say
just
it
know-
to him before
I
they
just
do
know
it.
things.
Right, like that's kind of odd. Like, you
actually,
can't tell me that
somebody-
was like a random Google search
Well,
or something.
It was on top of my head because I read about it before, but somebody mentioned it like this week. Either like Ethan Van Sciver or one of those guys or like Brett from Pop Culture Crisis. Somebody brought it up earlier this week.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
That's
The only reason I know about it,
recalled it.
you know how every kid finds his first porno in like a random treehouse in the woods,
Right?
Right.
like
all stuck together and
yeah,
fucking,
and it's like
right?
rain damage, and you find it in like a little
Uh-huh.
box. That's the same thing. There was a treehouse we found in the woods, and there was a box, and it had a porno in it. And one of the advertisements, you know, at the back, it's all like of a hustler or something. It's all like these ads,
Mhm.
and one of them was all these different size tubes that you could, yeah. And I was like, what?
And the phone numbers for all the sex hotlines.
1-800-FAT ladies. Yeah,
No, 1-900.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
I remember I was in middle school and my friend Kyle was like, he's like, hey, you need to call 1-900 big girls. And I was like, what? And I tried it.
Why?
I don't. He said it's
you know what?
hilarious.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
Sexy
say.
ladies waiting to
I was gonna
talk
say
to
I could
you
kind of see
now.
the rationale to
They're like the only
Sounds
thing.
like you know from experience, bro.
They're like the
I
only
grew up
thing
with
better
this shit.
than the only thing better than naked flesh is more naked flesh.
Well, I can get the rationale to it. Like, you know how they use those like hot girls in the picture in the ad, and then you're probably talking
Yeah.
to like an average girl at best.
Right.
With these, you're probably actually talking to the.
dude.
No, you're talking to this fat chick that has a sexy voice, but like the rest of her is not.
Right. So at least with the the advertised fat one, it's what you're getting anyway. Even if you
Yeah.
talk to the
But I didn't have
the
a
one
credit
that's on
card.
USA up all night.
I didn't have a credit card, so all I could hear was like the intro. You know, and then
Oh.
once
Yeah.
they ask you for your credit card
Oh.
number, you can't go any farther. But like, what are they saying? They're like, "Ooh,
Damn it, you're young.
put it in between my rolls, big boy."
Nada. Nada.
USA.
We didn't have. They wasn't a credit card system. They would fucking charge your
Your
phone bill
phone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. As soon as they get to the point where they start charging, you got to hang up real quick.
You'll be
Press
watching.
one
Right.
if you want to
You'll be
continue.
watching
Yeah.
Elvira, Mistress
Yeah,
of
you
the
could get
Dark,
the intro. You could
or
get the intro.
Rhonda Shearer
no.
on USA Up All Night, and then there'd be those ads running for the phone sex
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah.
Calm down.
You know for a fact that you were getting off just to the intro. You're like, I don't have any way to pay
Right.
for this, so I'm gonna get off to the
Yeah.
intro. You kept calling back.
I was into Miss
Fuck
Cleo. Miss Cleo's like,
The
call
intro
me
was
now.
Commercials.
You guys remember Miss
God.
Cleo?
Cleo.
Call
Yeah.
me now for your
Call me
fortune
now for your
reading.
free reading.
You got the free reading.
Yeah.
You call me now.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
need to leave that
honey.
boy alone. He's doing you wrong. Call me now. I'm like, oh my god. She got like busted on that bullshit too, dude. Yeah, she got busted.
Shocker.
She had her whole
Wow.
family working for her.
Yeah, you know what?
Oh, yeah?
I always wanted to call her and be like, Miss Cleo, did you know I was gonna call you?
Yeah,
Could you see it
right.
in the future? Honey, what is your name? Like you should know.
Yeah, why do I have to
Oh,
give you a bunch
honey.
of information for you to do my reading? Well, you should know already.
Yeah,
Right.
shouldn't you have called me first?
Yeah. You knew I wanted to
I know
call
you
you.
called me.
Well, I know that you're broke. You can't afford the 99 cents
Hey.
per minute.
I think she passed away like last year or this year or something, right? R.I.P.
Yes,
Miss
yes,
Cleo.
yes. I bet she
R.I.P.
didn't
Miss
see
Cleo.
that coming.
The younger audience is not going to understand what the hell we're talking about. I miss the days of the old phone
Call me
line.
now.
When then Dave Chappelle did a skit about it, right? On the
Yes,
Chappelle
he
show.
did. Yes, he did. Yes, he.
She died in 2016.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds all right.
2016?
Yeah, she
Oh
been
shit.
dead.
Okay, I might have
1962.
been watching like an old like Opie and not Opie and Anthony, but like an old Anthony Cumia clip or something recently. I probably was.
She lived in Los
you know,
Angeles and She born in Los Angeles, died in Palm Beach, Florida. So
right.
she was successful. Those are
Which one was it that the TV guy was it the ShamWow guy that died? Or was
Vince,
it
No,
was
Billy Mays.
Billy Mays.
that Billy
Yeah.
Mays? That's who it was. Yeah.
Because
Yeah. OxyClean, Billy Mays, right?
No,
well,
the slap chop
No.
guy went to
Ah.
jail over some shit. There was some
Ah.
child shit, if I'm
I
not
thought he
mistaken.
didn't he assault a hooker or something?
He was a dirty boy. Yeah, they found.
Billy Mays did
Damn.
that spray and the tape.
Yeah,
The
ShamWow guy
Teflon.
did the slap chop
Yeah.
shit. You're gonna love my nuts. It's just like, oh my god. Yeah, you tried
You're
to
gonna
introduce
go.
your nuts to too many people.
Yeah. You're gonna use the ShamWow when I get done with you.
Fucking
Did-
hell, get the hell
I
out of
actually bought. I don't think it's that product, but I bought like that material. It's not bad. It's a little
Yeah.
stiff, but it does absorb quite a bit.
Yeah. That's how we tricked my nephew into helping us dry off our boat. We got him ShamWow, and he loved using them, so he'd actually help us.
Yeah,
Nice.
Flex Seal.
That's
That was
cool.
Billy Mays.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Seal.
Billy Mays was the original
Flex Seal.
Flex Seal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you guys
Put a
ever
screen
see
door on the bottom of a boat and spray it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go fishing.
A Boston whaler, like cut up a perfectly good Boston whaler.
Yeah.
Did you guys
I
ever
love
see
when they,
Djibouti
when
Dubs?
Ooh, what?
Djibouti Dubs. It was an old YouTube channel where they would take like infomercials and they would dub over it. And so they would dub over like
no.
the ShamWow commercial, and they're like, "Yeah, just get your ShamWow. You can clean up all this shit over here." And then in the ShamWow, they spill milk on the table, and they're like, "Oh, you spill cum everywhere? Just wipe up all that cum. Oh, there's cum everywhere. Just wipe it up with your ShamWow. It cleans up everything."
Yeah, no, I like the voiceover of what's his name? Shit, where he does all the sports. He's like, and he makes it, and he throws, and he catches it. Oh, damn, he just got knocked the fuck out.
Who does that?
That hit sends him into the next week. I
Is that
can't
like
remember.
a YouTube channel?
I think I know what you're talking
it's
about.
a YouTube channel.
Oh, that sounds funny.
but he sounds like, like an announcer, a play-by-play announcer. The way he does it, he's really good. At first, you're listening to it and you're like, wait, no way did they actually say that. But no, he does a voiceover over it.
Oh,
It's hilarious.
speaking of that, I watched so I watched an interrogation video the other day,
Ooh.
and I like interrogation videos where they interrogate criminals. And I saw a short, and in the short, the detective goes, "Blah, blah, blah, blah," and they're like,
Oh yeah.
this is called the Nana Boo Boo technique that the detective is using. And I was like, what is this? And so I Googled I YouTube Nana Boo Boo technique interrogation, and it brought up this video, and it says YouTuber slaughters his whole family. And so
Whoa.
I start watching it, and I'm kind of spoiling it, but basically it's parody. It's all a parody, and it's an interrogation parody. And so, but you don't figure it out. All the people in the comments are like, I didn't realize this was a parody until like 20 minutes in. Like, because throughout the interrogation, at one point the officer like reaches out and he takes his nose and he's like, I got your nose. If you want your nose back, you're gonna have to tell us the truth. And they're like, this is a technique called I took your nose. If the suspect wants to get his nose back, he's gonna have to give the interrogators the truth.
Wait. So at that point, do you not realize it's parody?
At that point, you realize it's parody, but
Okay.
yeah. But that's like 10. It's a 30-minute video, and at that point, you're 10 points in, and you're like, oh, this is a YouTuber who killed his whole family. And then the detectives start like randomly. The detective is just like, blah. and then they're like, this is called the Nana Boo Boo technique. Since the camera is behind the detective's head, we couldn't see what his face looked like, but we have a digital recreation of what his face might have shown you. And then they have like a digital recreation of like a computer face going, blah. And then at the end of the interrogation, it's time to put the handcuffs on him, and he stands up and falls over. And they're like, the detective employed a technique called tying the suspect's shoelaces together. While the detective was looking for his cup of water, he went under the table and actually tied the suspect's shoelace. It was so funny. You have to like YouTuber slaughters his whole family, and you'll find it. It's fun.
Yeah. Speaking of interrogation, have you ever seen the spoof interrogation of Batman and the Joker? Have you seen that video? It's hilarious.
Are you talking about Pete Holmes, Bad Man?
Is that the one? I don't know who did it, but it's like, where you want to go? And he's like,
he over exaggerates the voice.
Yeah.
That's
he's like,
Pete
he's
fucking
like,
Holmes. He's a comedian.
yeah, oh my
He's
God,
got a
he's
whole
so funny.
series.
Yeah,
He's got
he's
a
like,
whole series.
he goes, where you want to go? And he's like, I don't understand what you're asking me. Where you want to go?
I think I have seen that.
Does Pete Holmes have a talk show?
Yeah, he used to have a show on TBS.
Like
he's a
a
stand-up comedian.
like after Conan or something or whatever.
Yeah, around
or
that
before
time,
or
yeah.
whatever.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
What is it? Pete Holmes, Batman, and Joker?
Yeah.
If you look up Pete Holmes, Bad Man, it should come up.
Yeah. He goes, there's not words coming out of the mouse. What?
Is it bat canned?
No, it should be Bad Man. But you just look at Pete. If you type in
Batman.
Pete
Holmes, Batman, complete series. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to check that out.
Oh, I think I found your Nana Boo Boo.
Yeah. I saw that short a couple days ago. I
Yeah.
actually thought that short was real, man.
Yeah, I did too. I saw the short and I was like, no way. What is this? There's a nana nana boo boo interrogation technique, and then I was like, how do I search to find it? And I YouTube searched nana nana boo boo interrogation, and it came right up, and it's like YouTuber slaughters his whole family, and I was like, what?
That is hilarious.
What is
That
this?
is hilarious. I thought it was real because like the person that was commentary was like, "This
No.
is the technique known to throw off the perpetrator."
The first 5 minutes, they're like, he starts copying him, and the guy's like, "What am I here for? What are you interrogating me for?" And the detective says, "What am I here for? What am I doing here?" And
Oh my god!
I gotta see
And-
this
and I'm
for
like-
my watch later.
I'm like, wait, what is this real? And then they're like, this is called the copying technique, and the detective keeps this up for 29 minutes before the suspect even.
Oh my god! I wonder how many detectives actually thought that was real too, and they're like, "Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I might try that."
If you go through the comments, all these people are like, I had no idea this was a parody or a satire for like 10 minutes. I was like, this can't be real. And you watching it, and
Yeah.
it looks really real. It's in black and white. It's got the camera up in the corner,
Yeah.
and it looks like a real interrogation. But
Yeah.
then the cop's like, "What do you want? I don't know. Why am I here?"
Oh my god. Well, I'm glad you looked it up because I saw that video and I didn't comment on it or anything. I was just like, I guess that is a technique. I guess I don't know. Makes sense.
Yeah, when you see the short, it looks real, and it's like, wait a second. I was like, wait, the nana nana boo boo technique? I've watched a lot of interrogation videos and looked into a lot of criminal psychology. It's one of my favorite topics, and I've never heard of this. Like,
Did you watch? What's her name? Shady Business.
Shady
What was her
business.
name? It's not a real name, but she changed her last name to Shabusiness. Taylor Shabusiness.
Taylor Shabusiness? Yeah, I've watched all of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is kind of wild.
Yeah.
She's just like, yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't mean to, but then I can't believe I left the head in the bucket. What the fuck?
She choked him with a chain, and then she left his head in the bucket for his mom to find. That's crazy.
I mean, not gonna lie, she's not that she's like the hottest girl ever, but that looked like it might have been fun up until you're dead. Some drugs and screw that girl.
Well, and there was a lot of meth involved, so because she had no idea what time it was, and
right.
so they're like tweaking, and then they start having some meth sex, which is crazy sex. Let's just say that, and and then she starts choking him, which is usually it goes the other way. The guy will get a belt or something, and
well, I think she even said that they were choking each other.
Right.
But,
so it's choke play.
She was going a little further with it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then but then she talks about how she was playing with his ding dong after she like chopped it off of him, and yeah, it gets kind of crazy.
It sounds pretty messed out.
Yeah, it's
it's
very messed up.
I think a lot of the average person is just gonna hear it who doesn't have any familiarity. Not that I've done meth. I know meth people, and I've hit it a couple times in my life, but it wasn't my thing.
It's totally awesome.
No, it's not. That
all right?
No,
I mean, like,
We
I don't care for it.
disavow. It is not. Do not
don't-
ever.
I don't care for the high that you get, so I never really got into it. But I'm aware of it
Love that
and how
game.
people
Yeah,
how people
it's super
behave
fun.
when they're on it. So my point was, for somebody who's at least familiar with the world, it doesn't sound so crazy. But for like your average person who has no concept of what that's about, it sounds like she's like the devil, right?
Well, I think. I mean, I think she was possessed by the devil. I think
Right. But
the
you
drugs
kind of
open
get
those
how that would
doorways. But yeah,
right, but you kind of get how that would happen though, right?
yeah,
Because
I don't
she's high
know.
on meth.
I'm assuming it's not just meth use; it's meth abuse.
I was
Right,
involved in
right.
that world a lot, and I still that's still fucking crazy. Like,
But you knew people who would take it there or get there or go there, right?
No, never met anybody that would go there.
Well,
yeah,
not there, but like that in that direction.
I mean, I get how I could get the dom and the sub, the yeah, but yeah, I guess I see what you're saying, but
Especially after
Can't.
being up for a couple days, and you know what I mean? Like,
I stand by the principle that you cannot stereotype the effects of a substance on people and say, "Oh, this is what it's going to do to you. This is what." No, this shit affects people in different ways. Every
right,
different
Right.
person. I've done
right.
too many
Like,
damn drugs in my life to
for
be able to
instance,
stand here and say that, hey,
right.
no,
For instance,
I
how
don't
if
fit into
I
that stereotype that you're saying. You know, the whole thing with
yeah.
meth. The
But
whole like,
no.
you're scratching at your
Right,
skin. I
but
never
but
did
people
that.
people do that though.
well,
But
Like,
people do, but
I've
not
seen
everybody.
my friends scratch
I'm
like
saying,
holes in their face.
okay,
you
they did.
you know the only
They
thing
did.
in all of the
It's not the
drug,
same effect for
all of like
everybody.
the drug experiences that I had and doing all these different drugs and stuff, the only time I lose control and I do some crazy stuff is alcohol.
Yeah, me too.
Like,
Because I don't let myself get out of control, so I don't really do meth the right way. I was told.
but no, but when I would see
I take one or
tweakers,
two hits.
when I would see
I don't get
tweakers
the
seeing
dopamine
shadow
rush.
people and seeing bugs crawling out of the walls, and they're like,
That's
they would they would they
right.
would they would take like bubble gum, they would chew gum and they would like stick it in cracks in the walls because they
But
thought
that's from being
spiders were coming out of the walls.
That's partly meth, but I believe more so
Sleep
being up for
deprivation.
4 days.
Yeah, but I was up for 4 days too, and I wasn't seeing spiders coming out of the walls.
But you do
I
kind of start
never
tripping out
saw
if you're up for 4
spiders.
days.
Yeah,
I never saw spiders coming out of
I
the
stayed.
wall.
I stayed up.
Marcus Bender.
I stayed up for,
Oh, go ahead.
and people will argue this, and they'll say that's not possible or whatever. But as far as I know, I was up for 14 days one time, and me and my
You
girlfriend were
probably
in.
nodded off. You probably
Yeah,
nodded off a
there was
couple
probably
times.
times that I was like nodding out or I zoned out or something, and by the end, she was sitting on the couch with a knife in her hands, and I was in the bathroom like, cutting my hair and trimming my eyebrows and stuff,
Like
and
crazy. Like
yeah,
crazy people.
yeah, but I still remember it, and I still was like, I, I understand what was happening, and
Mhm.
yeah, so I mean, maybe my mind is just built
And that's
differently.
Depends on the
people start
person.
talking gang
It depends
stalking
on the
and shit.
No,
Right.
fuck off. Depends on the person. Nada, you know what
What?
y'all,
And
you know
shadow
what I was doing?
people and spiders in the walls and all that stuff, and
You
bugs
know
in
what
their
I was
skin.
doing while I was up bending, fucking binging and shit on meth? You know what I was doing? I was living in a
Renting.
mechanic shop. All right.
Right.
You know what I was doing while I was up all fucking night
Mechanics.
for days on end? Doing brake jobs, doing
Right.
engine swaps, doing
That's
head
true.
rebuilds. You know how many of those cars came back? Zero. This is
Well,
not
Problem.
okay.
bullshit.
Right.
None of them. I was
My buddy,
focused.
The
my
I
buddy
had
Fernando, right?
when
Okay.
I was in that house with that
Th-
girl for 14 days, her godfather who gave us the drugs was a mechanic, and he was in a mechanic shop, and he was working 23 hours a day.
My
And
buddy Fernando, he did that successfully for years. Guess what? And then he fucking lost it.
yeah,
It went crazy, and it was like the feds are after me. Ah.
but I've
well,
drank
that's a
and taken
personal problem.
Xanax
But
and
for
and
years,
totally gone
like
off the
years.
rails. Like you could
You fell victim.
drink a little too much liquor and take a couple Xanax bars, and you'll do way more crazy things than. And I'm not justifying any of it. It's all bad. It's all bad. It's not good. But yeah, so I guess I get what you're saying, that I can understand why she lost her mind, and she especially if you're doing it for extended periods of time,
Mm-hmm.
and
It trips you out. It
Not
fucking
everybody's built for the fucking life. Not everybody's built to fucking handle the
built for the
tolerance of
life.
what
Well,
it takes to have fun with this shit.
but I
To
think that
actually
is
do
a
it.
demon.
You
okay.
do the drug. You don't let the drug do you.
Yeah,
Okay?
everybody
This is not
says that.
advice.
Everybody
This is not
says that
advice.
until they lose
Hey, I'm
control.
sorry. I don't have an addictive personality. I like to have fun. All right. One thing I've never done, heroin. Number one, I don't like needles. I fucking hate needles. And number two, I see people that do that shit. They shoot up. It's like there's so much work to it. Oh, I gotta cook it. I gotta this and that. Just to. That doesn't
you
look like
you
fun.
probably don't even like looking
That
at
doesn't
needles,
look
huh?
like fun.
Well, just
Oh
don't
like
my
shoot
god,
it
that.
up.
I got tattoos, dude. I've got some tattoos.
Ah,
Yeah,
Just don't shoot it up, Buff.
you know,
You gotta smoke
you know
it.
what I always,
yeah.
you know what I always
Oh, and
find
lose
funny.
my nasal cavity like what's his nuts that used to be on Howard Stern?
Deviated
Artie Lang.
septum.
Artie Lang.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Just
Anyway,
smoke a little.
You know what
hold on. Let Mayhem.
You know what I find funny is when somebody with piercings always say, "I don't like needles."
Heh.
What about that?
I find that funny.
What about
I
that
didn't like
catheter?
I
I
don't
didn't
stop.
like
I don't know what you're showing us. I don't know. I gotta turn your camera off. I don't know what you're showing
That's
us.
blood.
He's showing
It's like a
IV,
camera is
IV
IV
port.
catheter.
Is his
Oh,
camera off?
I don't know.
Why is his camera on YouTube but it's off on Discord? What the hell?
Who's?
Because there's a delay.
Nada.
No, I
Well,
see it on
almost docked
Discord.
myself there.
Oh, you do? I only see it on YouTube.
And I know if Mayhem is a trucker, I know he's seen some of this stuff that we're talking about. Like, even if you don't take part in it, it's popular in
Yeah.
the trucking world too.
Oh yeah.
Not
Well,
as much
it
as you
was.
think.
It was.
Yeah.
Now
not as
they
much as you think.
now they do a lot of like
Now they
random drug
regulate.
testing and stuff, and they yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is that like meth and heroin are out of your system in 2 or 3 days, but pot is in your system for 30 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And that's a horrible
And
fucking
then
thing.
it's,
I
I
used to
think
come
it's even
home and
longer
I
in your
do.
hair, right?
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
well, your hair pot's there for like 6 months.
Yeah.
I don't know about the other drugs in hair, how long they stay, but
If you're at the right place or with the right company and they only do like urine, yeah. That's the company I was with. I'd come home,
or saliva. And
maybe
saliva's
just
even
hit a joint or two and do harder shit because it's in and out couple days.
Right.
But weed, I try to stay away from the marijuana. I try to stay away from it. Not so heavily. But if I did partake on my home time, I'm drinking cranberry juice the next day, just guzzling, and that crap
pickle
is
juice,
bad.
cranberry juice.
It's always worked for me.
Right.
It's always worked. But
Yeah.
the best part, stay away from it.
I
Stay away from it.
I was on probation for a large chunk of my life, and I was getting drug tested there was like 6 years of my life where I got drug tested twice a month for 6 years, and I never failed a drug test, but I was smoking pot, and like
Hmm.
there's ways to beat it, and I don't want
What's
to teach.
that about?
What's what about how to beat
How's
it,
there
or
ways to beat it?
so you want to dilute your pee sample, so you could just drink a lot of
Dilute.
water, but the problem is
Oh, morning.
if it's diluted, it's going to show up as diluted, and it's going to be a false negative, or
Okay.
it's going to be a false negative. So what you have to do is you have to replace the
Hold on,
creatine
man.
because
Let me turn my
the doctor. We're gonna ask the
Oh,
doctor about this. So your
I see what
creatine
happened
levels.
now.
So what you have to do is you have to replace the creatine. So you can take creatine supplements, or eat a lot of protein, steaks and stuff like that. But the better way to do it is just have a creatine supplement, drink a lot of water. You dilute your sample and then you add creatine to it, and then that will get you to pass the test.
I see what I did now. I disabled Nada's video when I joined in.
Oh,
It
she's
did
about
that
to
thing.
mess with the catheter.
Oh, yep, I'm glad I still got your video disabled.
Yeah, we don't want to see that.
That's why I
Oh,
can't
okay.
see you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I get it.
Yeah, it did this thing where it was just me, you, and I think Jalen. It was just like the three of us, but it had a bunch of other people in the Discord chat too, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" So I saw how to disable video, so it knocked those screens off. So it was just the three of us. And now that Nada came back, his video is still disabled. That's
Yeah,
why I can't see him on
Dean
here.
knows what he's saying. Some vitamin B12 so it doesn't look discolored. Exactly. Dean knows.
What
Yeah.
Dean knows all about a little B12 and some creatine, and then lots and lots and lots and lots of water. So much water that you feel like your bladder is going to burst. And then, but then
The
you got to
thoughts and
replace
views.
the B12 and the creatine. Yep. And also, if you're going to use a fake sample from somebody else, it has to be the same gender, age, and weight. Those are three things.
Demonetized.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
Let's not tell people how to pass drug tests. I don't condone
Yeah.
this stuff. It's just a huge chunk of my life that I talk about because I was
Disclaimer.
yeah.
The views and opinions
Thank
shared
you.
in this stream are those.
Disclaimer: just because I'm talking about things that happen in my life doesn't mean I condone them or endorse them. I don't. You
Right.
know, I did a lot of screwed up stuff, and I would rather we just not promote that
This is
stuff.
not for. This is not
Just
for
say-
educational purposes.
Just say no. Drugs are bad. Dare.
Dare.
Nancy Reagan.
Yeah. Whatever happened
shit,
to the
that's-
Dare program? Is
It was
still existing?
unsuccessful.
Let me show you something.
I remember we had MAD, we had Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
wanted to join DAM, which is Drunks Against Mad Mothers.
I got some Dare stickers right here.
Oh my
I
god.
got a fucking Punk Fest flea market. I
Oh
don't know
my
where to put 'em.
god.
I don't know what to put them on, so I'm just hanging on to them.
I stole that
just
joke
took
from
blood.
somebody. I don't know who originally I heard that from, but I love that
They
joke.
just took blood just now. I should have streamed it, huh, Buff?
Oh,
Excuse
they
me?
took some blood from me.
They just drew blood like a second ago.
I don't care. I
should've
got your
streamed it,
camera.
huh?
That's
I got your camera disabled.
that's
Oh,
crazy.
they drew blood. Is your doctor's name Acula? Dr. Acula?
Right?
When I was
It's actually Bonicula.
when I was in the methadone clinic, when I first went there, they had to take blood, and they couldn't take blood from me because your veins hide. Your veins
Mhm.
your veins learn to hide. you know,
Mhm.
and they couldn't take blood from me. And till the day I left the methadone clinic, they never took blood from me because they would try and they would try and they would try, and then I'd be like, I can do it, let me do it, and then but then I couldn't, and because it's a different type of anyway.
Uh,
But anyway, the bright side of this is that now I can flex. I was looking at I look at this in amazement now. Like it is kind of a success story, I guess, because now you go to the gym and you work out and stuff and you lift and stuff, and I see my veins popping out and I'm like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. Like, you
There
know,
they are.
when you flex and you see veins popping out and stuff, it's now if you're doing steroids and junk and you got these crazy weird spirally veins, that's not a good thing. But I can see my veins again, so it is a positive story that you know.
Yeah.
But they couldn't take blood from me.
Yeah.
I just
That Dr. Acula joke is from Mitch Hedberg. I fucking love that dude.
I love Mitch Hedberg.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, he was
that's
he was
that was one of his like. He had jokes like that. They were like kind of popsicle stick jokes.
Right.
but they were
Like
great.
intentionally, like silly jokes.
The one that I really liked from him was he was like, I would lay down at night and think of a joke. But then I would look and see that the pen was really far. So I'd have to convince myself that the joke wasn't funny enough.
Right? Yeah, I remember that.
I love Mitch
I'm like,
Hedberg.
damn.
I
And
used to do drugs.
Going
I
back,
still do, but I just wanted to let you know I also used to.
used to. When I go back and watch it now, I'm like, that guy was definitely high. Like he
Yeah.
was
Oh, yeah.
high as a kite.
Oh,
You
yeah.
think?
For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. A friend asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said no. But then I thought I want a regular banana later, so I said yes.
And that's the same as his baked potato joke. He said, I might sometimes just throw a baked potato in the oven, even when I'm not hungry. But by the time it's ready, who knows?
This house has 3 bedrooms. How do you know?
Yeah.
Maybe my house has a bathtub, or maybe my room has a bathtub. My other room has an oven.
Goddamn right.
No, he's
Damn
like,
right.
I could sleep in any room. They're all bathrooms. They're all bedrooms. If you sleep yeah.
I want to be the appliance namer, because all you do is you find out what it does, and then add ER at the end. What is this? This keeps things fresh. Well, that's a fresher.
Yeah. This washes your clothes. Well, that's a washer. This dries your clothes. That's a dryer.
That's a dryer.
I loved his Smokey the Bear and Slappy the Frog. He's like, I had a Smokey the Bear joke, but when I went to England, I had to ask
Wasn't it like Hoppy the Frog or something?
Yeah, Smacky the Frog or something.
Smacky the Frog? Oh.
Yeah, he's like, I had to ask if they knew if Smokey the Bear was their forest fire representative. And it wasn't. They had Smacky the Frog. And I thought, that's a much better for a forest fire prevention representative. Because when I see a bear, I get scared and I want to run. But when I see a frog, I want to pick him up and put him in a jar with a leaf and a stick to recreate his natural environment.
I want to invent a vending machine that vends vending machines. It'd have to be real fucking big.
Yeah. Too soon, man.
Oh man.
If you go back and watch his old specials, the crowd didn't
Oh
get
yeah.
it.
Oh no.
And a lot of them, the crowd. There's one where he's like kind of getting annoyed because the crowd's not laughing, and he's like, "Well, you guys suck. You don't get the jokes."
Well,
Right.
or sometimes when you hear Norm on like Tonight Show appearances and shit,
Mm-hmm.
like there'll be some people cracking up, but there's a lot of people who are not getting it, and he'll be like, right, or he'll comment on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw
It-
Norman Irvine, and the people weren't laughing at a few of his jokes, and he looked at the crowd and said, well, "What are you people, stupid? You don't get that joke?" And then he said the joke again, and more people laughed.
Yeah, it's like,
Keep
I'm gonna make
pressuring them
you,
into laughing.
and that's a great comedian that like the crowd's not laughing and you're still rolling with it, and then years later, everybody loves it. It's like it grows
Right.
on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the blue card jokes. The first time I heard them, I was like, "Wait, what? That's not funny." But now, there's montages of all his blue card jokes when he did his show.
Oh yeah,
It's so
Yeah,
funny.
hilarious.
Yeah, they're so good.
I love the moth doctor story.
Yes.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That joke is hilarious. It goes on forever,
Yeah.
and then just has a cheesy punchline. It's awesome.
Yeah, I did a stream where I told a joke that I learned in church camp, which was the first. This was way before I knew anything about Norm Macdonald, but in church camp, one of the we did a backpacking trip, and then we had a campfire, and we made our food and stuff, and we had a campfire, and that one of the youth pastor guys told this joke, and it went on and on and on and on for like 20 minutes. And then at the end, the punchline was just the stupidest. The the punchline was better Nate than Lever, and instead of better late than
All right.
never, it's better Nate than it's
Yeah.
Nate the snake, and he's the snake, and he guards the lever that holds everything together. I've told it in stream before, and
Ah.
yeah, it's like you tell this huge lead up story, and it's how you tell the story. You're like, they're on the edge of their seat. They're on the edge. There was another one like this, and it was like you tell this really long joke, and throughout the joke, there's like different types of cereals, and they each, there's a scene, and you tell the whole scene, and then at the end, he pours a bowl of Fruity Pebbles, and then at the end, and then there's another scene, and you tell the whole scene, and he pours Cocoa Puffs, and then at the scene, and at the end, he pours Fruity Pebbles, and you get through the whole 20-minute joke, and then you say, "So what's the moral of this story?" And everybody's like, "I don't know. What is the moral of the story?" You say, "Well,
Oh yeah. I know.
2 out of 3 people prefer Fruity Pebbles over Cocoa Puffs."
Right. Yeah. I know that one. It's the story that you tell is about a pink house.
Yes,
With
the
a-
pink
a
house with the
pink
pink
car.
door and the pink.
Yeah,
Yes,
the pink
yes.
door, pink
You've heard
stairs,
that? Oh,
pink- Yeah.
yeah.
And it's like
And
what
the whole
fuck
pink
did
thing,
that-
the whole pink thing is a distraction, and then
Yeah.
they're thinking about that, and then at the end you just say, "Well, 2 out of 3 people prefer Cheerios over Fruit Loops," or something like that. And
Yeah. It's like any cereal that you want it to be. And it's like, yeah, it's 3 guys and it's an old lady. And she has
Mhm.
a pink house and everything's pink in the
and
house.
a pink couch and a pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the guy goes, needs a place to stay. So, the first guy goes up the pink stairs to the
Yes.
first pink door, and he goes in and pink sheets and the pink dresser and pink everything. And then you do the same thing with the other guy.
Yeah.
Same thing with the other guy, except they go to different doors and everything's pink. And it's
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
You're like, what? And the pink thing just throws people off, and the whole time they're thinking
Right.
about what? And then you say, well, what's the moral to the story? Well, 2 out of 3 people prefer, and it's like,
Yeah.
I love those jokes.
Yeah.
But it's all about the storytelling. So you have to, and
Right.
the funny part of the joke is that the whole time they're just on the edge of their seat, like, where's this going?
Yeah.
Where's this going?
Well, you think
where's
it's
the
like
punchline?
you think it's like a you don't sleep with my daughter farmer kind of joke, right? Where it just carries on for a long time, but there is a punchline related to then that guy goes out the field, comes back with watermelons. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that joke, right?
I
Where
don't know.
Oh.
That's also
oh. Is it the one where it's the 3 guys mess
Right.
with the nut, and the farmer goes, go out there and pick
and
something
pick
from my
whatever fruit you
Yeah.
want or whatever.
And the first guy comes back with peas, and
Right.
however
He
many
has to
peas,
shove
and he
them up his
starts
butt.
shove it up his butt, and then the next guy comes with like cherries or something.
Apples or something, right? Something a little bigger.
Yeah,
And you're like, oh no.
as he's stuffing it in there, the second guy starts laughing, and it keeps falling out of his butt. And he's like, "Why are you laughing?" He goes, "The guy out there is picking watermelons."
Or whatever, squash or what,
Yeah,
pumpkins.
something
Right,
bigger.
right. So you think it's one of those kinds of jokes that has a payoff related to the story, but there is not.
Yeah, at the end,
And
it's just so totally pointless.
You probably want to tell that joke right after someone tells one of those old, like that joke,
Oh,
literally
yeah.
that joke.
Yeah.
But that's
Because
kind
then
of
the
how the
audience is
moth
primed.
joke is.
Well, then the audience is primed for a joke like that, and they're waiting to like make like, okay, where does it switch? Where like I want to be able to see this before the joke happens, kind of thing, right?
Right.
I want to be in on it before the punchline.
Because how did the moth
But you
joke
can't.
end? The moth joke ended with, I don't know, but the light was on or something like that. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? So what? So
I'm not a
John-
psychiatrist, or I'm not a I'm not a doctor. I'm a psychiatrist who's like, well, the light was on.
There's
Right.
there's one joke that I tell my friends all the time, and you go and what you do is you got to make it like really personal. You're like, yeah, I got to tell you the story about this person that I picked up. They were hitchhiking. They were on the shoulder, and I was driving, and I saw them. I pulled over, and I picked them up, and they were, really grateful. But as I was driving them down the road, I looked and I saw that they had a bag, and I was like, "Hey, what's in the bag?" And they're like, "None of your fucking business," And they're like, "Wait a minute, no, you're in my car. You're in my car. Like, if you want me to continue down the road, you're gonna tell me what's in that bag. You might have something that shouldn't be in here. I might get pulled over or something. So what's in the fucking bag? What's in the bag? No,
None of your
business.
fucking
Like,
business.
yeah, and then the more you end up telling them that you pulled over, told them to get the fuck out of your car, and then they got out of your car, you drove off, and you looked over, and there was the bag, and you're like, oh shit, there's a bag. And you pick
just
up
stop
the bag,
right
you
there.
put it in your lap, and you look in it, and you're like, you put it back, and then you just stop right there. And then
I don't even go. Yeah, I don't even go that far. So
Well, hold on,
like,
I
if
haven't heard
tell
this
it-
joke. I want to.
So you look in to see what's in it, and then you put it back on the floorboard. You keep and you don't even say anything else after that. So after a while, your friends are looking at you like, "So what was in the bag?" And you turn to them and go, "None of your fucking business."
Yeah. Okay, I have heard that one. Yeah. I've heard that one. Yeah. I remember that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
But you gotta
Wait,
sell it to
wait,
be like a
wait.
personal story.
Okay. Somebody needs to add a boo.
Oh, that's there. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
find it though.
Hey, where's Floor?
Oh, she's probably sleeping. What's the one I played the other night? It's I played it on the
Oh,
stream and it was like I have to think of the punchline. I can't remember it, but yeah, it was like I remember the punchline. The punchline was like, "Oh, so you've played this game before?"
What?
It's like they're oh man, I played it on a stream like 3 weeks ago. It was pretty funny.
What was the punchline? Somebody was making noise.
I'm trying to think of how it went.
Oh. Oh, it was DJ Ampa. Is he sleeping?
PJ.
No.
No, I don't think
Oh.
so. Well, here's a good Christian joke for you. I always
Oh,
tell this stuff. It's not for you, Buff. You know. All right, so I know for a fact that during the time of Jesus, there were cars because Jesus told his disciples to get in one accord.
Hey,
Wait, what? I missed that. What?
You missed it? I said
Yeah.
during the time of Jesus, there were actually cars. I know that because Jesus told his disciples to get in one accord.
Oh, right. There you go.
nice. I also have a Christian joke. So there's a farmer that wants to go fishing, and he wants his wife and his 2 dogs to go with him. So he's nagging at his wife, and he says, "Hey, look, I know you like to stay up late. Tonight, we need to go to bed early. That way we can wake up at 3 a.m. and make it to fishing." And she goes, don't worry. I'll be up by 3 a.m., no problem. The farmer says, "Look, I'm dead serious about this. If you're not up, I either get a BJ or anal."
Uh-oh.
So her wife says, "Look, you don't even have to worry about either one of those. I'll be up by 3 a.m." So the farmer goes to bed, and he wakes up in the morning at 3 a.m. He goes to the wife, and he says, "Okay, time to get up." And she says, "Oh, you know what? I was up pretty late last night. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to get up." And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to go get the dogs. By the time I'm back, I expect you to be up. Otherwise, it's a BJ or anal." So he goes to the dogs. By the time he gets back, the wife is still in bed. She has not gotten up yet. So he says, "All right, that's it. It's a BJ or anal. Which one is it?" So she says, "Okay, BJ, fine." So she starts doing her thing, and she pops up really quick and says, "Oh my God, your dick tastes like shit." And then he says, "Yeah, that's because the dogs didn't want to go fishing either."
I had a feeling it was going somewhere
Oh my
there.
God! Oh my God!
The one I was thinking of goes like this. So there's these 2 gay guys, and every week they meet up and they play a game called What's in My Ass.
Oh,
Oh my God!
Yeah, and so
the way
it's already
start
good.
that right
yeah,
now.
and so they meet up, and in the first time they meet up, the first guy he picks a light bulb, and he takes a light bulb and they lube up and they stick it in there, and then the other guy says, "Ooh, I think that is that a light bulb? I think that's a light bulb." yeah. And he says, yep, that's a light bulb. That's definitely a light bulb. And then a week later, they come back, and now it's the other guy's turn, and the guy has a broomstick. He finds a broomstick. He gets a broom out of the closet, and he takes it. And he sticks the broomstick up his ass, and then and the other guy says, "Whoa! I think that might be a broomstick." And he says, "Yeah, you got it right. That's a broomstick." And then the next week, they meet up, and it's the other guy's turn. And the next week, the guy he goes to the bathroom, and he's looking around the toilet, and he finds that, what's that thing? It unclogs the what's that?
Plunger.
Oh, you've played this game before, DJ on Paul.
No, thank you.
I shouldn't have guessed that.
I knew that joke.
Yeah.
Sorry, DJ.
Oh,
I could have warned you. I could have been like, "Boop."
Don't say plunger. I think he
No,
knew.
yeah, I think he knew too. He just was like, yep. We gotta get the joke to finish. It's too bad Jalen wasn't here for that one.
He just said, "Oh my God, it's a plunger. We tried this once."
The plunger. I got a plunger.
we probably would have asked
Are
you,
you-
why didn't you use a bigger plunger?
Is it a plunger, Josh? Is that what it is?
Joshua,
Why
why
didn't
didn't you use 2 plungers?
Wow.
Oh my God. I know you're going to hell, but
There you go.
Sun ain't come up yet.
See, that's why
You're
I
going
proved
to
you wrong.
hell. You're gonna go to hell, Josh. I don't know why you guys hate me so much. You guys want to kill me. I just want a plunger. Yeah.
it's just so funny hearing Jalen say that somebody else is going to hell because of something in the Bible. Like, bruh, what?
That's part of the fun. That's part
Right.
of
No, you first in line.
That's part of the charm.
Yeah, you're gonna go to hell because you lied. No, that's the worst thing I did. Whoa.
That was that last night or tonight? He was on the
I think it
stream,
was
and
both.
no, last
Oh.
last night he's like, "Well, I lied about that." I think me and Buff were there, and I was like, "So you're saying you're a liar?" And then like 3 hours later, he comes on the stream and he's like, "You're a liar, Josh." And I was like, "You just said you were a liar. You just admitted." Never.
Well, did you notice earlier? I was when he was asking you about the how would you be a tattoo artist and stay away from the? And I asked him. I said, Jalen, you ever been to a tattoo parlor? No. I was like, and then I think it was Buff was like, how many tattoos do you have? It's like, sure, I have one on my shoulder. And I was like, okay, well, where'd you get the tattoo from then? If you haven't been to a tattoo parlor.
Ain't no telling where he got that tattoo party. It could have been a damn key swap party. I don't know. I started to ask him who did the tattoo, but I just don't want to dig any further into it. Just like, okay. It's just a silly thing to say that you being a tattoo artist in a parlor is gonna have you to say backslidden, sort of say, into
Right.
relapsing into drugs. That just makes no sense. That's such a dumb
No.
thing to say.
Is that what he
They-
was saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he was saying.
Oh,
You would
that's
Josh
ridiculous.
would relapse if he was a tattoo artist.
Yeah, he's like, you should
Wow.
get into tattooing if you can draw. Or somebody, I think Mayhem said it. He's like, have you ever looked into tattooing? And
Yeah.
then Jalen's like, well, do you think that you could go into tattooing with your drug
Is
history,
Jalen,
and it's
is
like,
Jalen from like the 1920s or
what do
something? Like,
what do you
what
think?
the
Every
fuck?
drug parlor you go into, they're just like doing cocaine on the table and like shooting up and stuff. Like,
Right.
I mean, some of them they
I'm
are.
sure some tattoo
Those
artists
were
do drugs,
some
but
pretty good customers,
yeah,
tattoo parlors, and but not every tattoo parlor, or at least not in the middle of the day. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe
yeah.
sometimes in the middle of the day.
Well, I mean,
No.
But a decent tattoo
it's
shop,
such a successful tattoo parlor. Yeah.
yeah. If it's not a hole in the wall like grungy
Yeah,
place, a lot of
I
them.
want to say stuff like this, but then I remember that some of my best customers were like high-end tattoo artists that like everybody wanted to go to. And then I'm like, did it do it during the day? And then I'm like, oh wait, no, we did do a couple lines in the back room. Never mind.
Yeah, but I mean the same
No, they
thing.
weren't like they weren't getting high. They were probably just testing it. Like,
But
how is it
when I was a
this week?
server at Applebee's, everybody was doing drugs.
You,
Right.
It's like
Applebee's, man.
politicians are doing drugs. Like there's
Yeah.
there's nothing. Stock market brokers like Wolf of Wall
Oh yeah.
Street, like any any career field you go into, I'm sure doctors probably use drugs, or.
Probably.
So
Construction workers.
Oh, absolutely.
Everybody.
yeah,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to
Mechanic.
just lock myself in a closet? Like that's part of
But again,
actually
that
overcoming
goes back
something is
to
you can go out and you can be a part of the world, and I could see
right.
somebody do something in front of me and
Functional.
Right.
I'll be fine. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, that's what that goes back to. Like, do a lot of people who cook in kitchens do coke or something? Yes.
Yeah,
Does everybody that works in a kitchen do coke or something? No.
yeah.
Even in a kitchen where most of the people are partying and sneaking beers and doing coke, there's still like a couple of guys who are not.
And I think
You know
that
what I mean?
I kind of give off a vibe where, or people who have been in that life and then they're not in it anymore, they kill the vibe. So like the people who use, they're like, well, let's not do it around that guy. That guy might snitch on us, or that guy, that guy's a vibe
Mm-hmm.
killer, and it's you have to learn to deal with that stuff because you're never gonna be able to. You can't hide from everything. I mean, I guess you could, but
Oh, people can do lines around me. I'll probably do one. I'm not gonna pick up a bag or anything, but if you cut me out a nice fat line,
have you seen the video
that's
of the
just
guy that's like,
hospitality.
I might smoke a little weed every now and then, and I might drink occasionally, but I do not do crack cocaine. And then he's like, well, I might drink and drive occasionally, but I do not do crack cocaine. As long as I'm not driving, I don't do crack cocaine. No, as long as maybe sometimes I might do a little crack cocaine, but not when I'm driving. If the keys are in the ignition, I do not do crack cocaine when the keys are in the ignition.
What was that garbage last night? He kept calling me and you former crackheads and shit. And I was like,
I
what the
know.
fuck are you talking about? Jalen.
I might
am
do a
an
little toot.
alcoholic.
I might snort a little toot every now and then. I might snort a little toot, but I do not do crack cocaine.
Okay.
I did not snort with one nostril off of a stripper's titty.
Okay, class, we're gonna say that drugs are bad. Okay.
Okay.
I agree with Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison is right. Drugs are bad, God.
What room right now? You want to party with Nada with the?
Not as in the
I can't, even,
hospital.
I can't even say it.
Right there in the
I
hospital
can't even
bed.
say it. I think she wants to torture you.
Yanked out his catheter.
Scene, my favorite scene from South Park. I love it. Is when he's like, hey, and they're like, I think I know the answer, Mr. Garrison. Me. Hey, shut up, fucking Jew. He's like, Cartman, did you just say the F word? Jew? No, he's talking about fuck. You can't say fucking school, you fucking badass. Why the fuck not? It doesn't hurt nobody. What the fuckity fuck? Oh my god. That's
Dear God.
my favorite part, man. Oh
That's
my
the
god.
that's the movie for sure.
My favorite scene of South Park is when he feeds Scott Peterson his parents in chili. He's like, yes, let
Scott-
me taste
yeah.
your tears. Let me taste those. I'm like, oh my God.
That's Scott Tinneman.
Cinnamon. Okay, why did I
Yeah.
say Scott Peterson? Oh, that's an actual person.
Yeah, I think it's the person in the news, maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott Peterson. Sorry.
Scott Tinneman must die. Yeah, that's a good episode.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Love me some South Park.
Get here. I still gotta watch that Into the Panderverse that they did.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for a few years.
It was pretty good.
I just want to smell it. Oh, okay, room. You're getting a little.
The catheter?
I don't know. I'm about to mute you, room.
know.
What?
I
Wait a
don't know.
minute.
I don't know.
Oh, she probably
What
was
it-
partying with
see what it
Nada.
smelled like. Oh.
Oh, okay.
She does not do crack cocaine.
Yeah, I don't like cocaine. I just love the way it smells.
Yeah.
Oh, that nurse is cute. I was flirting with the nurse. I should have just left the audio on so you could hear my
Yeah.
ratings.
Hey, you getting your Mac on?
Don't
Yeah, you
mention
hear
"Come Sail Away." I have to sing the whole sound now. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. Like, come sail away, come sail away.
You talking about the old song?
No, that was an episode of South Park where every time he had to sing the whole song.
Oh.
I'm sailing.
I'm
Oh,
sailing
yeah.
away. It's an open door for the emergencies.
You can
Come
just
sail
stop
away,
in
come
that
sail away,
part.
come sail away with me.
You don't have to sing the bridge and the chorus. That's too much.
You got to sing it all.
That's how
The
the
beginning
episode
part of
went.
that song is the best part.
Nada, is that nurse thick?
I used to love
What do I
Stick.
know?
Is that nurse thick?
No, she's actually pretty thin. Cute though. The other girl was kind of thick.
Oh, nice.
No, two white girls. The second one could be mixed, but she looks like a white girl. Just a brunette and a blonde, strawberry
tell 'em-
blonde and brunette.
Tell them that you got a problem with your catheter, and go from there.
Yeah.
Right. And they'd be like, "How you
So-
like it?" This deep.
So, are you gonna pull the? Are you gonna pull the Hector Salamanca from what was it? It was either Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, where Hector would intentionally knock his cup off of the table, so the nurse had to bend over.
Ding 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 ding.
Or
modern
ding, ding.
problems equals modern solutions.
Like, nurse,
There you go.
Or
can you adjust this catheter, please?
see that could work either way. She could even know what I'm doing and be like, all right.
Were you awake when they put it in?
Right?
No,
Okay.
they usually put it in
thank
while
God.
you're sleeping.
Thank God.
Right. But
Oh.
it's really weird when they pull it out. Like it's a weird sensation.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
well, I had one when I had my appendix out when I was like 8 or something.
Weird as in you kind of like it?
No, like it's a
Like-
strange. You know what I could compare it to? You ever pick like a really big booger that you don't realize is so
Oh
like
yeah, and it's like in your
everywhere and
brain.
deep?
Uh,
Yeah, and you pull it out and there's like that much booger,
It's
like sloppy booger that comes out. It kind of has that weird feeling where like that much is not supposed to come out of here. You know what I mean?
I
Like
used to
Yeah.
try to
weird.
I used to be able to suck a noodle up into my nose and then
Ah.
hawk it out of my mouth and do like a
Ugh.
little thing with it. But then when you pull it out, it's like
Yeah, yeah.
Gross out like Daddy Job or something when he was a kid.
yeah.
No.
And Nada, Seesaw wants to know why is Nada in the hospital. Seesaw, Nada saved a burning family from a car.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I saved the car from the burning family.
No, he's got a
It was
damn
like a
hermaphrodite.
66 Nova.
He's got a hermaphrodite or a hematoma. What is it called?
The seas were angry that day.
Yeah. Hermaphrodite. Me and
They were-
Jamie Lee
Yeah.
Curtis.
They were on fire, so he had to hose them
Nada.
off, but he burned his penis in the.
What's the damn
aftermath.
word? I can't think of the word.
Hernia.
Hernia.
Hermaphrodite?
Hernia.
Hernia.
I was about to say hepatitis.
No,
Abdominal
they have
hernia.
hepatitis.
There's different kind of hernias, right? There's herniated discs. There's
So what's
I think it was just a
what's a
lower-
hernia have to do with a catheter?
The
because of
area
where
is-
the
Don't want it
surgery is.
moving.
It's like right
Yeah.
above this dick.
And plus, I don't think they want you moving around so much after
Yeah.
surgery.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though I'm pretty sure
This
I could
is
just
why-
pop up and walk home.
This is why I don't go to the doctor's office. I'm just gonna die.
All right.
I'm not getting no
Well-
prostate exam. Ain't no catheters going in. Nothing.
So,
Uh,
Josh,
prostate ain't that
through,
bad.
through a little slit in my stomach wall, all my intestines were outside of it.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Yeah. So that's not a like, oh, you shouldn't have went to the doctor. Like,
But
that's
how do you-
that where they're supposed to be.
But how do you even know that is true?
Because you can see them and feel them. There's like a football-sized shaped mass of intestines outside of your where they're supposed to be. It's wild.
But so what happens? You're going about your daily business, and then how do I? Let's say sometimes stuff happens, and I'm like, "Ow, that hurts."
Right. If you had a hernia, you would know. It's your intestines coming
Yeah.
out of your that kind of hernia. It's your intestines coming out of your stomach.
Ugh,
Sometimes
when
when
you
I
fall to the ground.
sometimes when I'm like bending
Stop
weird,
it.
I feel like this rib pops out. Like a bulge happens right here under my ribs, and it feels like a rib is popped out of place. And what I do is I just kind of like stretch and lay there, and I'm like, this hurts, until it starts to feel better. What if that's a hernia and I'm just ignoring it?
I don't think that's a hernia. Maybe. I don't have that type, but I don't think that's a hernia.
But so how do you know that? How do I know that the pain that I feel that I just wait till it goes away is not the same pain that you felt that you went to the doctor
Well,
and they told you that you had a
Because I've
hernia?
had 2 hernia surgeries in the past, and it's literally you can feel the intestine. Like, you know what an intestine looks like? You can feel that under your skin. Like, I'm talking a
I know.
football size shape.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like part of my intestines pops out of my dang stomach sometimes, and it's like
Maybe it might.
I can feel a bulge right
Yeah.
here.
Right. So
Yeah.
I break it every few years, and I was walking around for, I don't know, like, let's see, I had it fixed the last time before
How
I worked
old
in
are
the
you?
movies. 43. So I
I
had
don't
it
ever
fixed
want to be
in.
43.
I had it fixed in like 2007, I think. Which I was what? 81 to 07. I was 36, 35. I had it fixed then. It ripped by the time I was about 40. So I've been walking around with it ripped for 13 years. So it's not like it just, maybe there's intestines out here.
So was
No,
it?
I've been walking around with it like pushing intestines back into my body for 13 years.
Oh.
And then it got to the point where they were like cutting off blood flow, and I might have like had to cut off my intestines.
But I don't
because they
understand
don't
this.
function anymore.
I don't understand this getting old stuff.
It's not my first hernia surgery was when I played high school football. I was like 16.
You don't think maybe they influenced your mind so that you got this idea in your head that you always but maybe
no, the intestines outside of your abdomen.
I don't believe in hernias.
I don't know if I believe. I don't know if I believe in hernias.
Are we about to have a hernia debate?
I'm serious. I like maybe if they would have never told you that, you just felt a little discomfort and you would have just dealt with it. No?
Would have fucking died.
I did. You're not listening. I did for 13 years.
Okay.
Are you sure?
And
you
then it got to a
started
point where it's cutting off
Are they showing you pictures?
circulation, cutting off circulation to my intestines.
Oh God! Here comes Florida.
could've-
Tell me if you have
What
a
if-
hernia, Josh, you're going to the hospital.
I could have took a picture of the stool that came. Like, mind you, they didn't cut and have to repair the intestines, but I should have took a picture of what I wiped off my ass when I took a shit because it was all blood.
What did I just? What I just woke
was all
up
blood.
to, Nada? What is happening?
He's in the hospital. He has a hernia, and I'm just questioning how we really make
becoming a
sure.
lady.
How do we really make sure that this is really a hernia and not just some scam the hospitals are pulling?
Do you know how painful that is? Are you okay, Nada?
I'm good.
To the thunder.
I'm chilling.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, where we're debating whether or not hernia is.
They bring me ice chips. They bring me ice chips, and I gotta wait till they melt into water because it's some bullshit.
What? They can't just give you water?
Yeah, they don't let you. They don't give you water. But I
You're
could stand
having
up and
ice
walk to the
chips.
bathroom.
It's bloating. Yeah, ice chips just melt slower.
Put it in between your legs next to your balls and it'll melt faster.
Yummy. I'm almost out of ice chips. Shit.
You're gonna have to drop the cup on the floor, Nada.
Right, I'm gonna do that.
Are they going to do surgery on you?
Oh, they already did.
Yeah, they already did.
Oh, they already did. What the heck? Nada, all this in 24 hours?
Yeah, I would have been. You guys would have been seeing me like I wouldn't be on here, but if you did, you'd have been seeing me writhing on the ground in pain. Like it was holy shit, it was bad.
But what if I get a
It was
stomach
bad
ache?
enough-
If I get a stomach ache and I go to the doctors and they tell me I got a hernia.
No, it was bad enough for me to call 911 and have to pay for a fucking ambulance. I'm like the cheapest person alive.
Well, you don't actually have to pay for that, but
But when you have insurance, you do.
oh, okay.
They're gonna bill my
So
insurance.
That's why I don't
and then
believe
I
in
gotta pay
insurance.
them.
I'll just let them mess up my imaginary credit that I don't believe in.
Right.
Frank, is there anything you believe in, Josh? Is
No.
there anything?
Well, don't jip us here. Let us see what these gals look like, okay?
Right.
Can I get ice chips? Yeah, please.
He believes
Now,
in
Jo-
the absence of free will.
Do you have an earphone in, or can they hear us?
They can hear, but that's not very loud. Well, the door is closed.
Get him on the video chat. Yeah.
Nada, so you didn't felt before that you had a hernia?
What's that?
You didn't felt pain before?
Oh, I did.
He said he had it for 13 years, and that he had a hernia when he was
Yeah.
younger, and he's.
But and I did when I was young also. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't need all of the.
Well, I would argue maybe you had a stomach ache and you went to the doctor and they told you got a hernia and for the rest of your life you're gonna have to deal with this. And then every time you had a hernia after that, you're like, or I mean a stomach ache after that, you're like, dang, my hernia is getting worse. It's
She
just
was cute, right?
it's just a way
Yeah.
they can scam
Yeah,
your insurance.
I approve, Nadia. You need to drop the cup.
Mm.
Oh yeah, he actually had a sexual transition and his name is Nadia now.
I got
Right.
dibs.
Oh
I got
yeah,
total
that's
dibs.
right.
Nadia.
What you guys saw? She was kind of cute, right?
Yeah. You should when you talk to her, you should just say baby at the end of your sentences.
Josh is a Josh is a hypochondriac. I'm the opposite of a hypochondriac.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about shit.
I'm whatever the radical extreme opposite. Damn, now I don't
Yeah,
even want to
yours
think about
sucks.
this because now I have like a stomach ache and now I'm thinking like maybe I have a hernia.
Look at that. They
Fucker.
gave me the socks that have the seam on the middle. What kind of animal wears socks like this?
I love those socks, by the way.
Japanese.
Flip them
With
inside
the
out.
seam on the
They saw
middle?
you and they assumed that you were Japanese and they were like,
Oh,
let's give him a little bit of his culture.
Nada doesn't play with Japanese.
Sean Connery talked
No,
about
but
that in the movie Entrapment. He said, socks have an inherent design flaw. They have the seam on the inside. Must wear your socks
Well-
inside out.
You want the seam on the top. You know, where they move the seam, like the toe rolls over and the seam's on the top. You're not feeling it with your toes. Fuck is this shit?
Flip it inside out.
It'll be in the same spot.
No. Well, it's got and it's got
No,
grip.
the seam.
I think you wouldn't feel it. Yeah, you wouldn't feel it as much. Right,
Yeah.
right.
But they have
I'm
those
just being picky.
They have those grippy things. You don't want to feel that on your foot.
All right.
But yeah,
I guess better than no socks and freezing my feet off.
pro
Whatever.
tip: wear your socks inside out, and then you don't have the seam on your toes.
Yeah, I got the whole thing, Flora. Get out. Ivy.
A lot of power lifters will get right. That's where I heard about a hernia was because Rotten.com used to have an image of this guy who was squatting a ton of weight, and he pooped out his intestines. It was weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it happened.
See it, Flora?
Yeah,
I got all the drip.
That's
Yeah.
but
all the
I got
drip.
all that
but
drip.
if you're
Are you on
If
pain
you're-
meds right now through IV?
Yeah. What kind of dope they got you on?
I don't think so. I'm just, just not a pussy is all.
They got
Well,
you got a
ask for it.
morphine
Have the
drip.
trip
You
of
got
your life.
you got a
I don't
morphine
want pain meds.
drip button.
When I was a kid, I did. When they had to cut my stomach open for like the 5th time because they kept fucking leaving. They kept not getting out my appendix burst in the 80s, which was in the 80s. It was like a
Floor,
death
what are you
sentence.
opening Christmas presents? Damn.
Is that potato chips?
No, I'm cleaning my desk. Sorry, let me mute myself, but I'm listening.
Are you cleaning it with a chip bag?
Oh,
But
I
in the
had chips.
80s, having a appendix burst was like really bad. Like most people died that had a burst appendix. Nowadays they save most people, but it's because it's part of your intestine and there's like doo doo in there, right? So if it bursts, there's doo doo in your body, poop, which is bad.
Right, and it can contaminate everything.
Yeah. Right.
So they had to go in like 3 times and made like a huge incision from like right under my rib cage all the way down to the happy trail and open me up to get all the crap out. This is when I'm like 8 or something.
You have a
So
scar?
back when they did that, I did have the morphine drip button, and I knew I was kind of abusing it because they would tell you, "Oh, you can only use it," you know. At first, they would say you can only use it X amount of times, and then I think if you're abusing it, then they actually put it on a timer, or it's only available every um X amount of time, on the 20, when
Yeah.
the clock hits 20. And
Yeah,
even as a kid,
they don't want to
I
give
knew
me
that
that.
that
I'm
was
gonna
wrong.
speed run that damn button.
Right. But even as a kid, I knew that I was becoming addicted to it. At like 8 years old, I was like, this is not good. That I need this, and I'm not even. It's not for pain. It's because I'm enjoying the high.
Yeah, that shit's fun.
However, I think that did good for me later on in life because like when everybody else was doing like a Vicodin and be like, I'm so high. Like motherfucker, when I was like in the 8th grade, I had morphine drip. Like this is fucking little kid shit compared to morphine drip, right?
Yeah.
Well, I remember like I can like distinctly remember hitting the button and having that like smell in the back of my nostrils and the endorphin rush and everything. And I'm
Yeah.
like 9 years old. But that's probably why I don't care for opiates anymore. Because like if I'm chasing a dragon, there's no way I could get as high as a 9-year-old could with
Yeah.
morphine drip.
When I got
There's
all
no
my
way.
I
Fat,
got all
drunk,
my
and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
I got all my dental work done, and they're like we could prescribe you to like some hydros or some Vicodins or whatever. And I said, no, I don't want it. I've dealt with that in the past. I don't want it. So I got ibuprofens. But they were like, damn, I got like 4 teeth pulled, 3 root canals, fillings everywhere. And they're like, he's not getting any painkillers for this. And I was fine. It wasn't that bad. I had to wear an ice pack on my face for a couple days, but it wasn't too bad.
Right, like already,
I'm a hop
like I
off.
said,
I'll be
I
back.
could just walk. I could
Later.
walk home right now. Like I only live about 4 or 5 miles away. I could fucking walk home right now.
Dinky and Littlewood Danger. Rome that was like one of the what was that Naked Gun 2, right?
But so
The
when did
Wait,
this
what
second
now?
one?
when did this happen? So
Stinky and
because
Littlewood
yesterday
Danger.
did this just happen today? Like something
Pretty much.
something happened and you went into a lot of pain and you called 911 and you got an ambulance ride. Because
Yeah, pretty much
yesterday,
at about, I would say at about 10 or 11 as I was getting ready to go to work. And I almost went to work because I guess I have sick leave accruing, but it doesn't drop into my account yet. And they're like, well, you could use your vacation. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm just going to come to work.
Ace
And
Ventura.
then I decided, I was like, well, you know what? Maybe
I
I
should
should
know
just stay
that.
home. And then it kept getting worse and worse and worse by about, actually, it was probably about one or two that I called. Well, because I'm cheap. So it takes a lot for me to actually call a fucking ambulance.
when do you
Because I got to pay
sleep?
for that shit. Dude, you could not sleep.
No, when do you sleep? Because you were on the stream
Oh.
last night at like
5
5 in the morning, and then
to
you're
10.
waking up for work at 10 in the morning.
Yeah. I
Damn.
only need like 4, 5, 6 hours anyway. Who's sleeping 8 hours? Who got time for that shit?
You're a
I sleep.
bodybuilder? Jeez.
I sleep 5, 6, 7 hours. Yeah.
No, that's your psyop. The fucking you must sleep for 8 hours.
Well, I'm
That
not
is
the
your
one in a
psyop.
hospital bed right now.
Touche.
What? I'm gonna sleep. Okay, the doctor gets in around 7ish, so I'm gonna set an alarm on my phone and get up at about 7. Because I'm trying to get out this bitch.
I hate
And I'm trying to
hospitals.
get so according to I already picked their brains on it. Game plan this. In order to prove that I can get out this bitch, I gotta get the doctor, the surgeon, to approve a different diet, which means my vitals gotta be good and whatever. So I gotta kind of play. I can't be saying what I was saying to the nurses, to the doctor. I'm gonna be like, oh, I gotta play it like I love doctors and medicine and I respect it so much, but I gotta play it aloof as if I don't know what's going on, and he'll do it. If I
Perhaps,
play it as I'm just trying to get out of here, he's not gonna let me.
yeah, perhaps
He's
you
gonna juice
should
me.
get healthy before you hurt yourself
You
again.
wanna pay
No,
for it,
man.
Muff?
Yeah, exactly. If you don't want to pay for it, just say, "Look here, fuckface, I'm leaving," and then leave.
Yeah, it might come to that,
Yeah, you
but
need
I
to.
don't want to go there.
You need to
I would
pull
rather,
those, rip that catheter out, rip those cords
yeah.
out,
Ooh,
throw that gown
Oh,
on the
don't say
ground,
that.
and just walk
that's how
out.
they. That's how they
I
get.
mean, I
Butt naked.
could. I'm a
Butt
free
naked.
man.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor of YouTube. I don't. I do not condone anything I
But,
say.
what you learn as management or as an owner of a business is the better way to do stuff is if you can lead someone to the conclusion you want to lead them to. You know what I mean? If you can Jedi
Wait,
mind trick
wait a
them into
second.
coming up with
No,
the idea,
no,
We're
that's what.
talking
that's
about
all.
your health.
Isn't that how Satan tries to get us to sin?
Perhaps.
Why are they trying to
Okay,
run an ad every 5
I'm
seconds
just
on my
saying.
channel? Chat, you better be thankful I'm skipping all the ads. Every time YouTube tells me an ad is about to play in 1 minute, I'm skipping all the
But
ads.
that usually works better when you can persuade somebody else to come up with the idea that you want them to, because then they won't fight you on it. And then you blow smoke up their ass like, wow, you so smart. Look at you. Oh yeah, let's do it that way. Awesome. It's a
All
good
right.
strategy.
Interesting. Floor, did you buy your
I'm-
plane tickets yet?
I'm
No,
done
I
talking
forgot
to you.
today.
Oh,
Floor,
Shit, I bet that
What are
I
you
bet that
nagging
hospital
about,
ride.
Josh?
what am I nagging about?
I bet that 8-minute hospital ride could have paid for her fucking round trip.
Oh, she's coughing. Damn.
Killing me.
Are you trapped in a
No,
cardboard box?
I fell asleep. I fell asleep by accident too early, and I haven't even fed the dogs.
Damn, Craig, why are you stealing boxes? You building a fort? Are you building a clubhouse?
The hell is going on?
Remember that
You were
Friday?
supposed to get your new tickets yesterday. If yesterday was today,
I know.
yesterday,
I'll
then
get him
today
today, Josh.
is.
Why don't you ask me how busy I was, actually?
I don't care.
Well, I do. I was exhausted. I'll
Well,
buy it later on.
yesterday is
That's a
today,
line.
tomorrow,
That's
and
a line
tomorrow,
from.
Kamala.
Friday.
That's a line. No, that was a line from The Fugitive. What Richard Kimball says to Tommy Lee Jones. He said, "I didn't kill." When he's at the edge of the pipe, he looks back and he's like, "I didn't
At
kill
the
my
damn.
wife."
I don't care.
Yeah, he says, "I don't care," and then he jumps. Right. That's like my favorite part of that
Wow.
movie.
He just did a Peter Pan off of this day.
Yeah, and then
Wow.
he runs over, and you see him like going down. Like, whoa.
I see where your
Oh,
priorities
yeah.
are, woman.
It's not my priorities, Josh. I need to get it at midnight because they are cheaper for midnight, and I've been sleeping too early this past 2 days.
Well, midnight,
And I can try to do it right now.
you're gonna be sleeping at midnight was midnight yesterday, and tomorrow midnight will
Yes,
be
Josh,
midnight
don't
today.
you realize that I didn't slept at all because I was up with your stream?
Don't
I was
try
so
to flip
tired by
this.
7.
Don't try to flip this around on me. I'm a verbal combat master. You can't try to. You can't
I'm
try to.
not. I was just tired. I'll get him tonight. Jeez.
She's grumpy.
Do you want to
I
watch
am. I
Deadpool
cannot.
and
This is an
Wolverine?
100-pound bag, and I cannot open it. I'm getting frustrated.
Get a knife.
And I
Own
can't
a
move it
knife.
because it's too heavy.
Is that noise? Is that dog food bag?
Yeah, I can't open it. It's too heavy, so I can't move it. And the dude who dropped it off left it upside down.
You get a knife. And you
And that
take
shit
out your
stinks.
aggressions. You stab the dog food bag. And you rip it open.
Well, what you can do is tip it like over towards yourself and lower it down, and then just open like a corner.
Yeah. All you
I
do is
mean,
cut off a
I was
corner.
Know what
able
I'm
to
saying?
flip it around already, but I felt like my
No,
leftover
like
fell or
you-
something.
yeah, you don't have to flip the whole thing. You just let it fall down and help it down in the direction of the way you can open it,
Yeah.
and just leave it on its side.
For whatever you do, don't get yourself a hernia lifting that thing.
Right.
Yeah.
But
That's
if you
for
let
sure.
it sit on it, if you let it sit on its side, you can feed the dogs dog food for a while until it's like 50 pounds, and then you can flip it up.
Yeah. Maybe don't have 6 dogs and you don't need a 1,000-pound bag of
Just your
dog
hey
food.
man,
Oh my god, Josh. Whatever.
just your cabeza, man.
Just cut a slit down the middle. The dogs will feed themselves.
Oh, Buff said slit.
Yeah. Give the bag a C-section and just let the
Hey,
dogs eat out of the bag.
You do that too.
hey, Bibby, welcome back.
What up, baby?
See, that's how you need to talk to those nurses. Hey, what up, baby?
Bibby.
Baby. What up, babe?
This is ridiculous.
It's redonkulous.
What up, baby?
I guess Florida doesn't
Somebody-
want to
can
see
somebody,
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Nada's got a hernia. Floor is building a fort
Gonna
out
give
of dog
herself a
food
hernia.
bags. She's about to have a hernia trying to open a dog food bag.
Yeah, I jured in Guatemala. If you get hernia, just cut out the entire intestine. Okay, Dean. Yeah, I think they do.
You don't need 28 feet.
What up, though, Dean? What up, though, Dean? What up, though, Amanda? I'm doing my
Your
Mr. Mad impression.
Hey, what up?
What up, though, Amanda?
No, you didn't
Amanda,
say.
Thomas.
You didn't say N word 27 times. In
My
those
nigga, Amanda Thomas.
7
What up, though?
words.
What up, though, my nigga, no baby? Yeah, I'm on surgery drugs. It's by mistake. I
Yeah.
don't know what's going on. I'm like David after dentist. You guys remember that one? David after dentist. He doesn't say nigga, but anyway, I'll knock it out. So we used to be saying the N word like that back in like the 90s and
Yep.
early 2000s.
Those are the
It was
days.
normal. Yeah. Nobody fucking had a cow. Maybe a couple people would, but like somebody would trip out on that and everybody else would look at them like, what, it's fucking sensitive or something. I
Floor.
mean, if somebody walks up to your face and says it like in a mean way, but they could say anything that way.
Okay,
They could call you a punk, a
this is
clown.
hilarious. Dude, this is hilarious in the chat. But El Salvadorian friend.
Hola, hermano. But
is
tell them about the movie Christine, cut.
Who
Wait,
the
there's
fuck
somebody in
is
chat.
this?
Oh, I'm guessing Freddie or Mr. Mad, or I don't know.
There's somebody in chat with the name Butts Imaginary Friend or El Salvadorian Friend.
It's somebody with no subscribers,
Oh yeah,
no videos.
we haven't heard of.
It's Christ King.
It's
We
gotta be Freddie, right?
we haven't heard of Butts El
Yeah.
Salvadorian friend in a long time. I remember the first
Freddie.
for the first 5 times he came to this stream, he
What
told
up,
us
though,
about
Ricka?
his Salvadorian friend.
But I think
Joined
Jalen.
March 11th, 2024. So
What up, though, my nigga Ricka?
I think Jalen calls him Butt though sometimes, right?
I get called everything. And
What up, though, JC?
This is a mystery.
Yeah, Dean, we remember Tommy.
oh,
What happened to
where'd
him?
that go?
Nobody cares.
And then there was Tommy.
That's El Salvadorian friend.
Floor, I won the debate tonight. I'm 5-0. If I keep up this record, I'm gonna be the ultimate debate champion, and women all over the world are gonna flock to my voice. And so you better hurry up.
Did they put up a poll? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
And what was the voting?
62% me, 15% I don't know, and the rest percent John.
Oh wait, on your channel or on Mayhem's?
On their channel.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought John would have did. I mean, what the fuck? I almost want to debate you on that now. Like, I think I could do better than that.
No. My prediction from yesterday was 100% correct, and that's exactly what happened.
What's that? He got emotional?
One, he was too emotional. He was too excited. He had way too many points instead of just sticking to a couple.
Right. A couple simple.
Nobody had any clue what the hell he was saying by the end of it.
He didn't get. Only towards the very end did it start to get. I don't think he got too emotional. It never got angry or yelling at each other. Towards the end, it did get. We started heating up, and we were like, and then as Mayhem started saying, 5 minutes left, 1 minute left, 30 seconds left. Then we were like, and we were going like back and forth at it. But no, he never got like emotional. But
being
yeah,
being excited is an emotion.
he was really.
I think
he was long-winded and
to lose. In my opinion,
right.
That was his debate to lose.
Right.
Like, there's all the evidence and data and whatever. Not most people believe that there is free will.
Right.
It doesn't matter though. That's not John's style. John's style is to get way too excited, talk really fast, and not make a point.
Right.
That's
I believe I could have put up a better fight insofar as I would just be trying to win, whether I believed one way or the other. And that seems like a slam dunk to me because if you want to cite sources and shit, there's nothing but sources for there is free will. Like, you can just recite talking points basically that everyone already has drilled into their heads, which would be the smart strategy.
Yeah, but that's also what I'm
neither one of
preparing to go
right,
against.
But then that puts the ball in your court, and you got to defeat everyone basically. Like, I'm just parroting everyone.
No, I don't have to defeat anyone because I'm the negative. I don't have to prove anything. The onus is
No, but
on
I'm saying
the
like
affirmative.
if you're going for winning or losing a debate, if I just repeat what people already have drilled into their heads, it in their minds you're gonna have to overcome that before anything else.
Yeah. Oh, and then you also missed Nada. John kept on mentioning farts.
Yeah,
Specifically,
Now,
specifically like whale farts and
all
stuff.
right. I don't want to
was weird.
be.
Shamu farts.
Shamu farts, that was it.
Bibby is. I'm sorry if that's the part you caught when him using the Shamu fart defense. I mean, it made perfect sense, because if Shamu farts in a pool, it creates a butterfly effect. We went into this earlier. And if that fart hits the right butterfly, that butterfly could go somewhere. Or if the whale needed to cover its nose to alleviate itself from the fart, I don't know. It made no damn sense. I don't know what
Well,
the fuck this damn
it's a lot
Shamu
like
fart was about.
it's a lot like when an atheist says, you know, when atheists say the Sky Daddy spaghetti monster in the sky, and they think it's a gotcha moment. That's what was going on, but he kept on saying Shamu farts.
He didn't
Did
even.
he?
That
Really?
wasn't even until the last 20 minutes, and
That was funny though. It was funny.
it
I'm
was.
just I'm a mere consumer of a product here. I'm only giving my analysis.
Yeah, I started talking about like a butterfly effect of everything. Every decision you make is a result of limitless variables that lead up to this moment. And he's like, so what you're saying is Shamu farts somewhere, and it leads
Yeah.
to this. And anyway,
No, he took a variable argument and tried to change it into the butterfly effect or multiverse or something. It wasn't hitting.
Hold up here.
Well, I was
back this one up here.
What?
Dude, okay. Shamu's a mammal, right? Killer whales are mammals.
Which I think they can fart.
They have they have like normal digestive systems similar to ours, don't they? Where they eat, like another animal, digest it, and crap it out, right?
You're thinking too deep into
Well,
it.
so they fart.
all right, baby. Let's not be mean to John.
Well, no, I'm saying they fart.
He was
They
making
have to fart.
He was making a point of how do you say
he was trying to. I made a point.
Metaphor.
I made a point about the butterfly effect, basically, and then he was trying to discredit my point by saying, "Whoa, so basically, what you're saying is Shamu could fart and it could affect the whole world." And I said, "Yes, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying." And I don't know, but the only reason he lost in the polls was because I had more viewers and I had more people that were, and I put the link in my channel and I said go vote, and so the poll doesn't really matter. He actually did a decent job, and he didn't get emotional. He there was no yelling, and it did get a little. He had, if we timed the talk time, I bet you he had 75% of the talk time. So he was talking way more than I was. And
no kidding.
Yeah.
A lot of times he
posted
was
that.
going on and on and on, and I had to jump in and I had to interrupt. And I said, okay, you lost everybody. Let me ask a question. Let me go here. And so, it got kind of sloppy in that sense. But
I definitely put that in one of the chats. John definitely won the word count.
Right.
He said more words than you. But that's John. That's a style. He has a lot to say.
Is that how a lot of debates go? Is you both have a timed amount, and then the rest of the debate is like a back and forth, as opposed to being timed the whole time?
So there should be equal talk time. And it needs to be a back and forth. If one person is just going on and on and on, and sometimes So like when I debated Vigilante, a lot of times I would say stuff and then he would sit there dumbfounded and he was just sitting there quietly. And I don't like dead air, so then I start talking again. And so I'm dominating the talk time and I'm controlling the conversation. And the same thing with Wally when I debated him, it's like I'm controlling the conversation. I'm directing where it goes. But this wasn't like that. This was like
Wally was a little different though.
yeah, but he would talk and talk and talk and then it he John just needs to work on getting his points out quicker and the punchline.
Concise.
Yeah. Succinct and concise and just hit you with the punchline. Because when you keep going and going and going, you start to lose people. And even I'm sitting here trying to focus and I'm taking notes. And even at points, I was like, my eyes are starting to glaze over. Now I got to jump. I've lost the, I've lost the plot.
I would have did so little research into this. It would have been a couple Google searches. And I would go with the main shit that I hear everyone say. And I would have went with those. 90% of my work, my prep work would have been that. 10% of my prep work would have been punching up everything to be funny. And that would be the strategy.
And in an internet debate, that could work. Like,
right. I'm not saying that that's right.
In a formal like collegiate debate where you're on a stage in front of people and judges.
Like you just keep repeating shit and motherfucker repeating the motherfucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not gonna work in
a nurse to cut off your morphine drip.
It's not gonna work in a high level debate, but on an internet debate, yeah, a little bit of
yeah, I'm just trying to get that dub.
Yeah, some jokes and stuff, but I think it was good. I think it was pretty fair. It was pretty equal. Of course, I think I won because I don't lose, but
here we go.
Well, if the vote said what the vote said, then
yeah, the vote was in.
Oh, I thought it was a good debate. When's the next debate? Do they even have that scheduled?
No, I don't. I need to take a break. I need to cut my dreads before I do anything else. That's the next big project.
Next debate is August 29th. Me and Josh, we're going to debate what's better, cookies or cream.
Oh, the cookie.
Anyway,
cookie. The double stuffed nonsense is gross.
Yeah,
I was really half and half with these guys, and then John started talking about Shamu farts, and I was like, there it is, Josh.
But
like, the fuck.
Yeah, but the reason he said the Shamu farts thing is he's basically trying to insult my argument.
Yeah, no, it didn't work though. It didn't work at all.
Right.
He was trying to take a shot at my argument, and it didn't really work. It didn't go over well. But
in your defense, though, nothing much worked that he was doing. So I don't think the Shamu farts really threw it off that much. I think it was already not working. So
right,
it's not like it was just the Shamu farts that were weird.
He should have argued it with the strategy I was just mentioning, where you don't even refute Josh's arguments. You just state the status quo, known talking points.
But that's kind of what he did.
Explain them well.
That's what he did.
Be funny.
And then you just slay the crowd.
Right, and then you try and win the crowd.
Okay. All right.
Because you're sort of putting the ball in Josh's court and being like, overcome all these things that we already think. You know what I mean?
He did present some ideas that I had never heard before. So he was talking about injured will. We have injured free will.
Why are you gonna go all the way over there? Like people ain't trying to learn shit.
No.
Well,
if I wanted to
that's why I'm not really gonna listen to listen to this critique because I know you're
No, don't
smarter
get me
than that.
wrong. Like, hey, I really appreciate that he's read these Martin Luther books. That's cool.
When I'm saying when you try to right.
Well, no, that's why I use Martin Luther in my opening statement is because Martin Luther would agree with me more than him.
There's only one Martin Luther book that I really like, and I'm not going to say the label of it, but I think you know which one it is.
Martin Luther King.
No, it's a Martin Luther book that has to do with a certain group.
Oh right.
That one.
The Italians. I'm kidding.
Cookies and cream debate? I like cookies and cream together.
I used to scrape the cream off because I wanted just the cookie on the
That's
Oreo.
crazy. That's
And I would
crazy.
double dunk cookies.
Yeah, they got those mega stuffs. They're gross.
Right.
What the cream
one
is the
nice
best
part,
part.
though.
I used to scrape the cream off and stack the cream up and make
Right.
a
I was
make a
gonna say
quadruple stuff.
the nice part about the double stuffs is that the cream is more cohesive, so it's easier for me to get off in one piece and just get rid of.
But you're
And
saying
then
my
I got
God.
you're
two.
saying the
What
cookie
have
is
I
better than the
done?
cream
Oh, way better! It's an excellent chocolate cookie. And you
without the
dunk that in the
cream.
milk.
The cookie. What?
You dunk that in the milk, and you got a nice chocolate cookie.
But milk is
I
cream.
also
No, you lost the debate. Milk is cream.
it's not
You don't
it's
get
not
to
just full
you don't
of
get to
sugar
dip
though.
you don't get to say that the cookie is better than the cream and then dip the cookie into
It's not
cream.
Yeah, you
full of.
do.
It's not, it doesn't
But it's
taste
not
like
ruined by all
soap.
that fucking sugar.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like soap, and it's not full of sugar.
Milk is cream.
It's like soap.
No, okay. You're not even dealing with actual cream. The cream you're talking about is a disgusting
sugar.
sugar product.
Without
Right.
milk, you're not just eating Oreo cookies without the cream. You got to have the cream.
I still would, but I like it
No,
with milk.
under no circumstance is milk cream. Milk is milk, cream is cream,
Right.
and the
Whole
cream
milk.
you're talking about is a shitty cream. That doesn't have anything to do with actual cream.
Yeah, it's sugar. It's weird, soapy, oily sugar. Like that just stays on your tongue. Gross.
Yeah, and eventually it's going to make your dick fall off.
Why has nobody invented powdered Oreos yet that you can just add to your milk to make Oreo?
They have.
flavored milk?
We've been over this.
Oh,
They have.
we
Oh,
talked
do
about
they?
this. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Where can I get
They
this?
actually
for
do
it.
have Oreo flavored Yoo-hoo at Walmart.
Oh, I might have seen that.
So they stole my idea yet again.
Yoo-hoo's okay. It's a little watery though.
Yet again, I
alright,
come
though.
up with $1 billion idea and somebody
Gotta
steals
shake
it.
it up first.
It's still a little watery compared to like actual chocolate milk.
You gotta shake it up first.
Yeah, I know. It's still a
Oh.
little watery. It's
Really,
okay
Taylor
though. I like it.
But I'm saying like we have powdered chocolate, we have powdered strawberry. Why don't we have powdered Oreos that you just add to your milk?
Oh, Darigold Dairies make an old-fashioned chocolate milk that is just Nazi hand symbol.
What does Nazis have to do with
So
this?
good. Or KKK.
What
Well,
is-
it's okay. That's what I'm trying to say. It's okay, but they say that this is some white power thing or whatever.
Yeah, because it's an
What?
O and it's an O and it's 3 Ks.
KKK. Whatever. Then guess what I'm doing? Bam. I can't do this? Well, guess what I'm doing? Bam.
Shouldn't you be resting?
You're high as a kite.
As
I
a
am
kite.
resting. I am resting. I'm chilling. I'm chilling eating fucking ice. 'Cause that's all I get.
You higher than Biden's inflation. Dear God.
No, they did inject a bunch of opiates in my
Yeah.
in the nerve actually. That's why That's why the surgery doesn't really hurt.
I'm trying to
They call
find
it
the.
a nerve block. I asked the cute nurse about it.
No, it was a good debate. I'm trying to go back and. I need to go back and analyze. So that was 1,000-word opening, and I had 30 seconds left. I'm trying to find the perfect number of words in an opening to fit. So a 5-minute opening that would have worked perfectly, but that was a 6-minute opening. Okay, so I need to figure out how many words I say in so many minutes, and I don't know.
I
thi-
get what you're saying. I don't know if I'd look that heavily, that deeply into it. But I get what you're saying.
you see
You want
his
to fill that
reaction?
time.
Did you see his reaction when I? So if you don't know a lot about the free will debate and stuff, the very ending line. This was the most important part, I think, is
Shit.
when I dropped a Martin Luther quote, and he's he's not a Lutheran, but he we've talked about this before. When I dropped a Martin Luther quote at the very end, that was like the finishing shot. I think it was one in that second because he started laughing and he was like, "Whoa!" Like, and I saw his face change and I knew it was gonna hit him like that because I quoted Martin Luther agreeing with me, and it's a very simple quote. It's "Here I stand, I can do no other." And Martin Luther was talking about free will in that when he said that. He was saying, "Here I stand, I can do no other. I do what I must. Like, I'm not here because I choose to be here. I'm not here. I'm here because this is where I have to be at this time, saying what I have to say at this time." And that I put that in there, and that was if I'm gonna pat myself on the back, I think that finishing line, that quote at the end there of the opening, and I saw his face and he started laughing and he's like, "Oh man," he's like, "Oh damn," he kind of got me with that one because that was yeah, I think that was an important moment.
Yeah. Hmm. Mayhem won the debate.
But he told me in
Uh,
Discord, months before, he's like, I don't want to go into a spirituality debate about free will with you because I think I kind of agree with a lot of the things you say about free will. And I was like, well, that's fine. I'm gonna approach this from multiple different angles. And we spent the majority of the time on the spirituality and the biblical debate. And I think biblically and spiritually, I don't lose that debate. I think if he wanted to beat me on it, uh, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there is a winning argument for my position.
I
You know,
I understand why y'all kept staying in the spiritual side of it on the religious aspect, but I would have loved to have seen more of like an exploration of let's take religion out of it
right?
and
Well,
debate free will on that.
that's the philosophical side. So need, want, and force everything, and then that's when we go into the Birdon's donkey and the hungry judge and all these other problems. You you see that philosophically it doesn't make sense either. And then we never really got into the biological stuff, but if we got into that, I I win there too. I think I pretty handily demonstrated that free will doesn't exist. It can't
Does
exist.
John think he won?
I don't know. He
No,
probably.
Probably.
he conceded.
Yeah,
Oh,
He
okay.
did concede.
he graceful loser. You know how you're supposed to
Hmm.
lose. That's how he did it.
He accepted
He even came
the
by.
poll.
Well, he even came by the chat later on, which he said he wasn't going to
Yeah.
do. So
Oh yeah.
it was nice
That's
of him
cool.
to say hi. You know.
Oh, yeah, he hung around there for a minute.
Yeah.
Well,
How many viewers were around?
A shit ton.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
where are we? Yeah.
not
So
a shit.
there was like people from the speakeasy world.
A couple.
Nah,
Yeah, well,
Speakeasy was
the
yeah,
craziest.
Shiva dropped in for a minute.
Okay.
I saw what was her name? Me from yesterday or Megan from yesterday? She was
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she dropped in for a little bit. Yeah.
It's doing pretty good. It's got compared to my usual videos, it's got a good amount of views and stuff and likes and things like that. But and I think he did. I think he did great. So I'm not trying. I'm trying to be nice. And
He did really good. He was able to control himself very well.
yeah, he
Hmm.
didn't. I've debated John in open panels before, and when we're all drinking and it's a big panel,
You get ticked.
he gets ticked and you know, but that didn't happen. And
But I think that he was just jumping into the internet back then, and then he realized that he was doing that because you pointed out, and then he opened up his channel and he stopped doing that.
yeah, and people will say I'm tone policing. I remember the debate I did with Wally, and that guy came in and asked a question. He's just yelling, and he's like, "Ah!" And I said, "Why are you yelling? You seem angry." And he's like, "Well, why are you tone policing?" I'm not tone policing you. I'm just nicely saying you sound like a bitch. Stop it. Cut
tone
it out.
policing. Nice.
How about karma police?
And that's not John. That was somebody else. That was yeah.
Oh,
But
the guy that left you the novel afterwards. I made sure that I replied to his comment and said, "Hey, Josh is having a live stream right now. You know,
Pull up.
yeah,
Pull
come
up.
over."
Right.
He didn't,
Pull up, fool.
or at least not
Hop
yet.
in the chat if you're feeling froggy.
That's
Oh,
right. That's right.
he
Oh,
probably went to sleep pleasuring
The only
himself, thinking he got
the
the
only
best
bad
of the
thing
comments.
the only bad thing it was that John, like, I was only able to watch halfway through it because John was going on and on and on and on, and I fell asleep to that because I couldn't understand what he was really
All
trying to
right.
say. That's the only problem that I was able to see. But besides that, he did pretty good.
Yeah,
you
he
have
just
those. Or do you
he
have them the whole time? Oh,
so I'll say I need to
I know I noticed
there's
them in
things I got to
person.
work on
I thought
and
last time. Oh,
constructive
oh,
criticism something he needs to
maybe it's
work on.
George Fish time. Who knows?
What's he talking
Hard to
about?
say.
I think Nada's flirting with the nurse.
They had just been this.
So am I? So
Yes.
am I supposed to be feeling like the pain of this thing at some point here? Or,
Oh, you should be
Yeah,
asleep.
the block will probably start wearing off.
okay.
Oh,
Are you having some?
No, I'm just
Oh.
curious. All right.
Yeah.
But like, not a lot of pain though. Just sort of.
No, it shouldn't be
a little
like
bit.
excruciating pain.
Okay.
But
On a scale 1 to 10,
I
where
was
is the
just
pain?
I was just about to say on a scale of 1 to 10, what are we talking here?
Right.
I hope he's talking about his abdomen and not his catheter.
Okay. I'm usually not that big on all that, but who knows? It might.
are you a happy face, a straight face, or a
sitting
sad
here in pain for a while, and I'm like, wait, why am I sitting here in pain? And then I gotta rationalize. Yeah, I gotta rationalize. I can't be like,
I don't know if
pain,
we're even like supposed to be like
That's
broad
no way to live.
Hippocratic oath kind of shit? Yeah, this is
Yeah.
Dr. Pushing
Right.
confidentiality kind of shit.
Right, but yeah, also that's no way to live. No, I mean like just Not
No, because she's a nurse, and Nara it's the one filming, because the privacy only protects really Nara. The nurses are just not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
Cohipa.
But yeah,
375,000 viewers just heard all of that.
constructive
Oh.
criticism for John. He just needs to work on making his arguments more concise and to the point, and not drawing on so long. But you know, he did good. He just like, I'm like focusing and I'm writing notes, and even he lost me at some point, and it's not because I'm stupid.
No,
It's just
he will.
because
He's
it's
ranting.
yeah,
He'll go a long way to make his point.
Yeah, I was really like, I took the dogs for a walk, okay? At the beginning, I was able to keep up with everything you two were saying, but then it was like after the middle of it, I just fell asleep. I was like, I don't know what the heck he's talking about.
I think that's the criticism, Buff, is he goes a long way to make his point. Unfortunately,
he
I
doesn't.
think he doesn't necessarily make the point.
Right. You got to put the. You got to land the ship. You gotta land the
I would
plane.
say, yeah.
Sometimes I'll go into, and it seems like
Yeah, I
I'm
do
going
agree.
off track or something. So when I start talking about bird on's ass, or I start talking about some sniper in a tower, it seems off topic, but I'm gonna pull it back in. I'm gonna take
Yeah.
you somewhere, and then I'm gonna say this is why this is relevant, and I'm gonna bring you back.
So okay, so that's my criticism of John, is just to, hey, make the point and talk less. Josh, are you ever just reading from your notebook as opposed to not reading from your notebook? Like, do you ever just read from that thing while you're on doing a debate?
My
Like your opening
notebook,
statement?
my opening statement, I'm reading.
Yeah.
So I
Stop doing that.
stop doing that.
Yeah, don't just read from your notebook, because people could tell you're reading from your notebook.
That is true. I can tell that
Well,
you're
that's what
reading it.
notes
Why
are for.
why should I not have a coherent? So the opening statement, the point of the opening statement is that's that's a constructed. That's something I put time and effort into building this argument, and then I could memorize it and then just
Well,
say it
maybe not
without.
even. I'm not saying you have to memorize it. I'm just saying I could tell you were reading something.
The only time I'm
You
reading
know?
is my opening. Always. You can go to every
Yeah,
one of my debates. My opening statement, I'm always reading.
I know, and that would be my one criticism, is I can tell that you're reading.
Well, what's the problem with that? Those are his notes. Those are his thoughts. Those are the points he's trying to express.
I don't like it. That's my criticism. I get to have my criticism.
Okay.
That's the only
Okay,
thing I don't
fair
like.
enough. Okay.
Yeah, I probably not gonna take your advice on that, because if you've ever seen a well, yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, okay. What I should do is I should memorize that, and then, but also you're not reading what I'm reading. So what you don't know is that I'm also adding things in based off of what he just said in his opening statement. I wasn't totally reading, but that's my opening statement. My opening statement is written and prepared. And then the rebuttal, I'm taking notes. I have bullet points. So I have all these points that I want to talk about, and then I'll look at my notebook and I'll refresh my memory. And so like I can look at it, I can look at my notes, and I can say, and then I say it in the way I say it. But the only time I'm reading is with the opening statement.
Hmm.
And so instead, maybe I read it, I prepare, and then But while I was saying the opening statement, there were lines in there that aren't written in my script or whatever for the opening statement, because I see what you're saying. You kind of got to adapt it, but the point of an opening statement is not to rebuttal what they said in their opening statement. That's why I said in the beginning, I said, I'm not going to respond to anything he just said. This is my prepared opening statement. And so, yeah, and then I'm reading it off a script, but also I think that's usually my strongest point is the opening, because I think I write well, and if you ever
What?
if you ever see like a
You guys wasn't
college,
listening to the Riz?
no,
Yeah.
I turned it off
No,
because I don't know if that's like legal.
I realize why you would at least have like bullet points, because you obviously you don't want to miss a point while you're saying your opening statement.
Yeah, but it doesn't it so just for the opening statement, if I'm reading it and I've written it and I write well, then I can hit everything in the opening, and I can pretty much just win with an opening statement.
Yeah, but okay, like not the biggest, but a big criticism of Biden instead of Trump right now is he has been reading a lot of his speeches, whereas Trump does not read his speeches, and people really like that.
But Trump does have written speeches, and he does have a teleprompter, and he goes off prompter, which is what I also, you know, while I was doing it, there were times where I added things in the opening that aren't written in the original opening. But that's just like that's the opening. That's the I have a written and a prepared opening, but then the rest of it you freestyle and you react to what's happening. I don't know. I
I
I I
guess what DJ
I hear
Opa
I
is
hear
trying
your
to say is just
criticism.
for you not to sound like you are reading something. Like even if you are, like what you just said, Trump does have somewhere to read, but if you look at him through the screen, it doesn't seem like he's reading something.
Right. Well, but Trump's also been doing this for 1,000 rallies, so he already knows the script. So
You've been
where
doing it for a while too, Josh.
I've done 5 debates. 5.
That's right. How many hours are those?
10?
10? 10 hours? Do you know
No,
how
because each
many
debate is
do you
like
know
two
how
hours
many
and a half to 3 hours.
Oh, so 15.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
right. That should be enough
Do you
time for
know
you
do
to
you know how
learn.
many hours you have to do something before you're considered an expert at it? Like 10,000?
I only need
10,000.
like an hour.
That's how
10,000.
long an apprenticeship is,
So I'm sure if I've been debating for
plus a little
10,000
more.
hours and I've done 100 free will debates, I won't have to read that script anymore. And also I do live streams where we do panels, and so everything I've said before, and I've said this stuff before, and I could just talk about it, and we could just do. But if this is a structured, organized, moderated debate, I want it to be professional, and and it's not like I'm reading a script somebody else wrote. I wrote that, you know, that I put time into writing that, and so I'm reading off a
You know
script
what?
that I wrote.
You mentioned like Biden versus Trump. I kind of fucked up earlier tonight. Like they'll always ask you questions as you're going, like in the ambulance and shit to see how aware you are of what's going on around you. And they asked me who the president was. Even I like how the guy phrased it though. In the ambulance, he said, "Even if you don't like him." So he actually asked it wrong, but I answered Joe Biden. That's actually the wrong answer. It's Kamala Harris, right?
Kamala's not the
No,
president.
I think it's still Biden.
Is
Yeah.
it still Biden? I thought
Yeah,
he stepped
Biden.
down.
It's
No, he's still the president.
No, they asked you correctly because I got hit pretty hard by a semi truck when Trump was president in Colorado, and the guy still asked me, "It doesn't matter if you like him or not. Who's our president right now?"
And you said, "I love Trump."
I
My
said, "I'm
daddy.
fucking with Trump."
I think you should have told the guy in
I'm
the
still
ambulance,
rolling with Trump.
Trump is king, and see what he's. He'd have been like, well, maybe you're crazy. I don't know. They would have given you different treatment.
Well, you know what? I said Trump though. When he asked me, regardless of whether you like him or not, I said Trump. Then I was like, nah, I'm kidding, fucking Biden. I said it just like that. In pain. I was actually really in pain before I got the surgery. But I was like, yeah, fucking Biden. Whatever.
Yeah, Biden is still president.
No, really?
He stepped down from
Isn't
he stepped down from the candidacy for the next
Yeah.
president.
And then
Oh.
without voting for
But
her,
until
now Kamala's
January
the nominee.
until
Get
January
his fucking
January
ass out of there.
20th or yeah, until January 6th, he's still president.
Get his ass out of there. Fuck that guy.
But no, I see what you're saying, DJ on Paul. It needs to sound more fluid. And what that was is I should have studied. I need to study my opening and go through it, and then take the script out from in front of my face and just recite it. It's like if you write rap music. If you write rap songs and you go into a booth and you're reading off of your lyrics, it sounds clunky. It sounds like you're reading off of. But instead, what you should do is practice it and read it and practice it and read it and then put the script away and then just recite it. And then it sounds more fluid. And yeah, I see what you're saying about that. I just didn't I didn't practice my, and I think that's why I was more nervous because I finished writing this last night and I read it probably once before I read it in the debate. Whereas with the debate with Wally, I wrote it and I read it and I read it and I timed it and I read it and I timed it and I read it and then when I did it with him, it sounded more fluid. I'm still reading; it's still in front of my face, but I don't have to read it as much because it sounds more fluid and it flows better. So I see what you're saying, but I'm still gonna write my openings, and I'm still gonna. It's not like somebody else is writing a script for me and I'm reading their script. I wrote that. So
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you should freestyle it or anything like that. You know.
yeah, it gets. You got to find a happy
You
middle
should.
between just
You should freestyle.
going off the top and just saying things in your opening versus reading a script and it sounds like you're reading a script.
You should pre-record yourself beatboxing, and then like literally start freestyling, and then like hit a button and drop that. The crowd would love it.
No, even Lil Wayne doesn't do that. Like you freestyle it and it sounds rough, and then you listen to it and then you make adjustments to it and then you fix it.
Right. I mean, it's written, but I'm saying like beatbox first because like the crowd would like that, and then you hit like some button on your computer and you drop yourself beatboxing and you rhyme over that. Maybe with like a little beat that you make on a Casio or something,
All
or
right.
an 808, a Rollins TR 808.
The rap metaphor is going too far. Debate is not the same as it kind of is like a rap battle.
But you're trying to win the crowd also, right?
Yeah.
Yup.
There's got to be some showmanship to it, right?
Yeah, so I agree what DJ on Paul's saying is I sounded too stiff, and it was this one. It was obvious that I was reading off of a script, but it's not a script Chat GPT gave me. It's a script that I wrote, and I put a lot of time into writing that, and so I'm still gonna do it that way. I'm still gonna write my openings, and then the rest from there is reaction. So like while John's talking, I don't know where my notebook is, but
They're still your thoughts.
while he was talking, my notes say deaf, secular, fatalism, Christian, influence, impact, effect, no rock that shows us there are verses, sin, computational irreducibility, not in fall entirety, control, injured will, Ian Malcolm, paradigm, hunger strike, compatibilist, Adam and Eve did not freely choose to eat the apple. We do make choices. Jinn, the Lord commanded, shall not. That's my notes. That's what I wrote down during the debate.
Yeah, and I was a little disappointed with you when you questioned him about who was Ian Malcolm. A little bit of
Did
me
I ever get to
died.
that? I don't think I ever got to that.
It came up,
Who the fuck
and
is
I
Ian
put it
Malcolm?
in it.
I didn't know who Ian Malcolm was.
That's Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park.
Fuck Jeff Goldblum.
The chaos theory thing.
I wrote in big letters on the side, I wrote onus not on me. At some point while he was talking, I was like, onus not on me.
First girls are easy. Jeff Goldblum.
And I think the point that he was trying to make was the line that Ian Malcolm drops in that fucking movie is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And I think that's what he was going after, was saying Ian Malcolm.
What does that
Ian
have-
Malcolm was all about
I don't
chaos
think so.
theory.
What does that have to do with free will, though?
I don't think that was a Jurassic Park reference. I think he was probably referencing a writer or a philosopher.
That's the only Ian Malcolm I know of. I don't know. Google it.
Did I ever bring
Google
it up?
Ian Malcolm.
I
No,
did
he
Google
brought it up.
when I Google Ian Malcolm. It
brought
is here. It is here. No way. No way. Did we talk about this? Because I wrote this. I wrote this down because he said it in his opening statement. I was like, "Who the fuck is Ian Malcolm?" And I wrote down Ian Malcolm. And did I ever ask?
No, you just went on.
No, I wrote it down. I wrote it down that I wanted to ask about that.
You did ask a question about you did kind of question Ian Malcolm, but the conversation kept moving, and I was just losing my shit, and I was like,
So that was a Jurassic Park reference?
I think that's what he was referencing. That's the only Ian Malcolm I know of.
And I didn't Google it in real time. I did Google fatalism while he was talking. I was like, he kept mentioning fatalism. And so I Googled fatalism, and I was like, oh, yeah, that is what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. But Ian Malcolm, so he was referencing Jurassic Park? Okay. I'm not mad at it. But what is that?
Nature.
I'm gonna have to go back and review this. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this again.
And that's, I think that was my point with the constructive criticism of John was, proving a point goes a long way in these debates. Not referencing Ian Malcolm.
Well, I referenced.
It went over your head too. It went over everybody's head. Well, Buff is a movie snob.
It's John.
That's why
John's like Buff. He's gonna throw in some movie quotes in there.
like I mean, like I'm saying, I think in the sense of referencing Ian Malcolm and the whole conversation of the free will versus non-free will thing is about like how the dinosaurs were destined to be extinct or
Okay.
exterminated, and it took
And
man
then man
to
is
take
playing
that
God.
choice of that free will of man saying, well, we can bring them back, but also it's a choice. It's like, well, why are we doing this if it is in the sense of
Hold
free
on, let
will?
me look
See, this is
Ian
Okay.
where I
Malcolm.
argue with him.
Ian
In the
So
Malcolm
sense
look,
of free
you
philosophy.
get
will,
Because
it's
maybe
not
maybe it's a
necessarily.
philosopher. I don't think John
so
would.
you get movie reference, but you have no
No,
idea what it meant.
when I
It's
Google
not
Ian Malcolm
necessarily.
philosophy, it says Dr. Ian Malcolm is a character in Jurassic Park, an expert in chaos theory. Wow,
Classic, yeah,
I didn't even
There's
know that.
chaos theory.
What?
Wait,
Classic
what?
movie, man. It's the fucking.
Nature finds a way.
I'm thinking that's what he was trying to pull. It's like man could have chose to bring dinosaurs back, and it was their like he's trying to say it was their free will to
Okay,
choose to
dude,
bring
Dennis.
dinosaurs back to the planet. But at the same
Okay,
time, my argument is like, yeah, okay, it was their free will to make that decision to say, let's bring dinosaurs back. But there's that
Oh
choice.
man, I wish I would have.
no,
There's
that is
that
so
choice.
I
retarded.
wish I would have went in.
So
I wrote it
retarded.
down. I wrote down Ian Malcolm because he said it in his opening, and I was like, "Who the fuck is Ian Malcolm?"
Yeah, no, that's nice that you get the movie reference, but it's retarded to say in a debate. That's like you're the
That
the
was a
smile you have
weird
right now.
thing.
Well,
Okay, you saw the Book of Mormon, correct?
it's not.
Can
It's
you
not a
imagine? Can you
horrible.
imagine? No, no,
It's
it's
not,
horrible. It's like when the little Mormon boys saw the Book of Mormon and all the references to Mormonism in it, and they're like, "Oh, yay! I'm smiling. I know about Mormonism. Now it's being sang about." It's not a good point. It might tickle your funny bone, but it's not a good point. Okay?
I
That
gotta
was a
go back
weird
and
thing to
I gotta
bring
go
up.
back. I gotta go back and listen because I thought he was talking about some philosopher that I hadn't read about in my research.
That was just a weird thing to bring up, and it stood out to me. I was like, "Why the fuck did you say that name?"
Dr.
Because he's
Malcolm
John.
Dr. Malcolm is a skeptic of the park and uses chaos theory to predict that it will fail due to unpredictable events. He believes, wow, what? What? Well, I mean,
That's the only Ian Malcolm I know of.
that's the only Ian Malcolm Google knows about, apparently. I did not even realize that. And I meant to ask about that, and I guess I never brought it up or got to it, but I was like, I wrote down Ian Malcolm. Like, my notes are scatterbrained. My notes are just random words that he says that I want to, like, talk about. I'll just write down random things. And, huh.
That
Yeah,
shit threw me off.
at one point he said there's no rock that shows us that there is or isn't free will. And I wanted to say, well, but there is a rock called the 10 Commandments. Those were on rocks, and that doesn't sound like free will. That sounds like a command. And that was one of my whole biggest points is that we aren't given free will by God. We're given commands and punishments if we don't follow those commands, and that's not free will. That's wow, huh? Ian Malcolm.
Yeah, see, I hate it that y'all
Good
got me
play,
stuck
John.
in
You
the
got me
middle.
there. You got me on that one. I did not know that was a Jurassic Park reference until just now.
I hate it. Y'all got me stuck in the middle of this. It's like, I believe in free will, but the more I think about free will, it's more of choice. And something leads to that choice, so that leans more towards your point. And it's just like that's where I was stuck at the tie. It's like, all
Right.
right, they're making good arguments against each other, and then Shamu farts, and it's like, ah, okay.
Yeah, and he kept saying, I knew this was going to happen because every biblical reference to free will, if you ask somebody, show me in the Bible where it says free will, every verse that they give you is going to talk about choice. And then it's going to tell you, make this choice, you get punished. Make this choice, you suffer. And so I wanted to make it very clear that I'm not saying we don't make choices. We do make choices, but that's not will.
Look how
And
beautiful it looks outside.
Is that a mango tree?
We're not in Guatemala.
you shouldn't be
Oh,
looking at
oh,
that. You should
now
be
we
looking.
are
Yeah.
in Guatemala.
You
Oh,
should
we
be
are
looking
in
at a
Guatemala.
computer
Hey.
screen buying flight tickets right now.
Oh, good point.
I don't have my computer right now.
You have your
You got a
phone.
phone. You got a phone. You got a computer in your hand.
I really don't have my computer, guys. I'm not even.
Good morning.
You keep dilly dallying.
It's empty.
You keep dilly dallying. Wait till I start dilly dallying.
Ooh.
Morning sunshine. I don't think she
Well,
wants
my
to come
computer
to me.
broke yesterday too. It's like
Damn.
everything is freaking breaking.
How are you working right now?
So
You know where
see,
they got
I'm.
you know where they got like 6 working computers?
What was that?
You know there's a place where there's like 6 working computers?
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it.
My house. I got
Oh
one
shit!
here, I got one there, I got 4 in my closet, and they all work.
What is this shirt?
Yeah, but I'm not
Yeah,
there.
What is that? Cheech and Chong on your shirt, or Cheech or Chong, or one of them?
some kind of hippie shit, right?
It's my pajamas, guys.
Pajamas?
No, but I hope I can get it in like before 11, so I don't miss work.
What is the
Maybe you should
scientific
start
field?
now.
What is the scientific field Ian Malcolm identifies with? Ian Malcolm is a Jewish. Oh wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
no kidding. No
Well,
kidding, that's what he is.
no, Ian Malcolm is a Jewish American mathematician and lecturer specialized in the field of chaos theory.
Mathematician. Yeah.
What do they have, a actual like Wikipedia
Oh yeah.
for this guy? He's not
Yeah.
even.
That wiki shit. It'd probably like you go underneath Jurassic Park wiki, fandom.
He's not even a
shit.
real person. It's
Exactly. There's a lot of sites like this for a lot of characters that do breakdowns of an character and a fictional character in movies and shit. There's a lot
no,
of
no.
it out there.
I don't know if this is. It says he is primarily known for his highly publicized involvement in the 1993 Isla Nublar incident, being the first person
Yep.
to speak openly about it.
Yep. Isla Nublar. That's the island
the island,
where they
right?
were breeding the
What?
dinosaurs. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
wait,
Isla Nublar.
So
That's
wait,
from
this is
Jurassic
not a
Park.
real scientist? This is
He's
Jurassic
not
Park?
a real person. He's
Yeah,
not a real
man.
Oh my god, I wish I knew this. This is why this didn't come up in my research. I'm researching philosophers and like
There's no way you would have known he would have dropped that name. I mean,
Yeah, there was no reason for him to drop that name.
there was no
What?
reason.
I'm talking about like Aristotle and and Socrates and wait a second. No
Who are you
fucking
fighting
way.
for?
Wikipedia, Ian Malcolm. Oh my god. I didn't know he was talking about Jeff Goldblum. I thought this was like a real
Yes. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
wow. There's whole like documents written about this. Like what?
Yes.
No way. I gotta talk to John about this. Wait, it turns out Ian Malcolm's chaos theory is a real thing. Okay, well, yeah, it's probably based off of some real
Allegedly.
ideas.
Yeah, because he does that. He does that whole experiment with oh, what's her nuts, Ellie, whatever, Laura Dern,
Yeah,
in the
putting
Jeep.
a drop of
Well,
water on
with
your
the drop
hand.
of water.
He was trying to get in her pants.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, he was trying to diddle a woman who already had a boyfriend.
Yeah,
Or-
she was damn married or had a boyfriend, and he's trying to get in her pants.
Which
Wow,
explains it, yeah.
wow. Oh, I wish I could have. I wish I could have went to this in a debate. I would have been like, "You're referencing Jurassic Park theory."
You're referencing the fly.
See, honestly, I would have mentioned it to him because it's only going to encourage him more.
I wish you would have said it when you came in with your question. Be like, "John, who is Ian Malcolm? What
It would have been good.
what books did he write?
Oh,
What?"
I guess y'all couldn't see it because I threw it in the chat because you had questioned.
I'm not
You was like
watching.
Ian Malcolm. I don't know that name, and I threw it in the chat immediately. It was just
I
like,
said it.
"Ah, Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, did I say it? I
Trump."
said it in my rebuttal, right? I said Ian Malcolm. I don't know that name. Yeah.
Yeah, and y'all just kept moving along. Like, and John didn't bother to elaborate on why.
Well, he wouldn't want. Well, now we know why. I wouldn't want to go deep into that because I would have picked that apart. I would have been like, "You're talking about damn Jurassic Park characters."
Wait, John talked about
He in his
the
opening
Jurassic Park.
statement, he mentioned, and I know John, and I know he's usually talks a lot about books that I haven't read and authors that I haven't read, and he'll do that. And at some point, he mentioned Ian Malcolm, so I wrote down Ian Malcolm, and then in my rebuttal, I was like, I don't know who Ian Malcolm is, so I'm not going to talk about that. And then we just kept going. But I'm not watching. I don't watch chats while I'm debating because
That's probably a good idea. Because
Yeah.
Jalen was harassing you in your chat, and he was actually harassing John in his chat.
yeah, I don't care about because I'm not. I mean, maybe it's a good strategy to let your chat help you with the debate if you have a.
Easy does it. Easy does it, but like
I think
they can also troll you, right?
a lot of these debaters do it. I think they have people in their chat or they have people around them who are feeding them stuff while they're debating. I think that's cheating, but
Little bit.
whatever. Yeah, I'm not. I didn't look at my chat. If it gets slow or we're like, I'll kind of skim through the chat and just see what they're saying. But yeah, you can give me tips in the chat, and I'm not gonna see it, and I'm not gonna respond to it. But that's funny.
Yeah.
I give him props for that because I let that one slide.
Nice. He slipped one in on you.
Yeah, he got one in. I would have been like, wait a second. Did you just reference a scientist from Jurassic Park?
Yeah. Well, all right. I'll see you guys a little later. Buff, I'll try to catch 16-ounce curls, huh? Peace out.
Later. God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. God creates man. Man destroys dinosaurs. Man creates dinosaurs. Man creates God. Damn. Oh man. That's funny. I respect it. It was a good move. Yeah. Huh.
That was pretty funny.
Just know your points. Everything else will flow. Yeah, but I still like to. This is what I. This is my favorite thing of the debates. Is I like writing a well constructed opening. I like writing, and it's hard to get me motivated to write. I like writing and I hate writing. I like drawing and I hate drawing. If you can get me motivated to put the pen to the paper, then greatness comes out of it. And so if you can get me motivated to draw something, if you say, "Hey, I'm going to pay you to do a portrait of me." I can if I'm motivated to do it, I can do an amazing portrait. Or if I when I do my Monday night show, I jot notes and I do research and I'm taking notes. And as soon as once I put the pen to the paper, I I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I this is something I've always had a skill for is writing and drawing and putting my thoughts onto paper. And so my favorite part of the debate is the opening. And I try to write a well-formed opening and then the rest from there it's just a conversation to me. It's just flowing. Um and so I think my opening is my strongest point, and then after that it's more just reacting to what the person's saying and what I'm gonna say. And I have notes, I have bullet points, and I'll go through my notebook. So I have like 4 pages of notes, and we touched on most of them. But I wrote Charles Whitman, Texas Tower sniper, mental illness caused by brain tumor, which affected his amygdala, led him to killing his wife, mother, and shooting for 96 minutes in Utah. University of Texas, Austin, killing 14 and wounding 35 people. That's my notes. That's what I wrote down. I didn't just read that. I but I can look at that and I can bring it up in a debate. I wrote down do you think free will is the ability to have chosen differently? If so, does this imply a multiverse or what I call a Doctor Strange theory? And I wrote I do not believe in possible worlds or alternate universes. And so all these bullet points that I have written down, I can just skim through and I'm not going off the paper. The only time I'm reading a script is my opening, but I wrote my script. So it's not like I have a script writer and I'm just reading absent-mindedly something that somebody else wrote for me. This is something that I put together and I wrote, and I would publish this. Like if some magazine was like, "Hey, we're interested in what you said about free will," I could send them. I have all my I have all my openings here. Um I have all my 501c3 debate. I have my free will debate. I have my racism debate. I have all this stuff saved on my computer because I wrote these openings, and the opening is the formation of all my ideas put into there. And so that's my favorite part, and I'm probably not going to change how I do that. But I should get more. I need to write it ahead of time, and then I need to practice it, and I need to read it so that I can just say it fluidly without it looking like I'm just reading a script. And that's what Trump is doing. He's said these talking points 1,000 times at 1,000 rallies, and he can go off script, and then he can come back to his script because you know, and that's just experience. That's something you get with experience. But I've only done 5 debates, so. But I'm 5-0. And eventually I'll be 1,000-0, and I'm gonna have all my openings memorized, and there's gonna be no topic that somebody can come at me with where, oh, I've debated this before. Let me open this. Let me look at this opening, and I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna say, okay, I've done this before. I know this, and I'm just gonna go off, and then over time you add to it, you change it, you figure out where the flaws were, and you adjust it, and then it starts to change. Nada, are you in bed? Are you?
I was
Sleeping.
probably sleeping already. Oh,
Or falling asleep.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna pee.
I should bounce.
Buff is
Later.
muted. Later, Nada.
I am trying to
see you,
find
Nada.
the part in the debate where Ian Malcolm came up.
That's hilarious.
I'm really trying. Oh, well, there goes Nada. Well,
What is
shit.
it that he said about Ian Malcolm?
About now what now?
About Malcolm. Ian Malcolm.
There was a part where John brought up the name Ian Malcolm, and Josh didn't know that name. And I wish the chat was visible here
It
for this
you have
video
to
right
turn
now.
it
I can't.
down.
But yeah, Josh didn't know that name. He thought John was referencing a philosopher or something. And like I threw it in the chat, I'm like, that's Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic
That's
Park.
hilarious.
Da, da, da. I'm trying to find the spot where John brought it up, and Josh mentioned it. He's just like, I don't know who that is, but he did. It's like, why would you say that name? Why would you bring up a fictional character from a movie about dinosaurs? I can kind of see what he was trying to say, but yeah, at the same time, it doesn't make any sense to bring up that.
I think
Maybe
he
he should
said
have
it in his
related.
opening statement.
Was it okay? I'm gonna check there. I'm going back on mute.
I'm almost sure.
It was either in his opening statement or his rebuttal, because I wrote it down early on in the debate. Yeah, when he said it, I was like, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna have to ask him about that. Now, what some people would do is instead, as soon as he says it, type it into Google and look it up. Which that's what somebody was I was on Easy's panel, and I was talking with what was his name? What was that guy's name? Not Shiva, but there's somebody else that goes on Easy's panel that I was talking to, and he was giving me feedback about the debate. And he's like, if you're in these blood sports debates, you need to be Googling rapidly while you're debating. And I said, well, I don't like that. That's not my style. I don't like that. But he said, yeah, well, that's what people do. And so I should have
There it is.
instantly, instead of writing it down and saying I'm going to ask him about this, I should have Googled it, and then I would have been like, wait, are you referencing a Jurassic Park scientist for this?
There it is. I just found it. It is in his opening statement when y'all are introducing yourselves to each other. He called himself the Ian Malcolm of Christian politics. That still doesn't make any sense. I guess he
Yeah,
wants to call himself the chaos theory mathematician
right.
of Christian politics, but he's a Christian anarchist or whatever he calls himself.
Right. And then later, well, I didn't even know who that was, but later I said, what do you think about randomization or chaos theory? And he's like, he brushed it aside, like, because that that defeats his argument, because chaos theory or randomized is not free. If you believe things happen randomly, then that's not free will. That's a defeater for free will.
Oh,
So so
there we go.
I think that's why you do want to keep going. I wish I would have.
Religion in a unique, different standard than the way we normally do, with the hope and aim of trying to at least have a good conversation. I like to say that I am the Ian Malcolm of Christian politics. So if I'm here to say, hey, hold on, rethink some things, that's what I hope to do. So obviously, I'd love to.
Hold on, let me rethink some things. That's
I'm
what
the
I'm here
Ian
to
Malcolm
do.
of Christian politics. That's chaos theory. That's randomization. That's outside of. That's
I would not
anti.
refer to myself that way.
Yeah, that's kind of anti God. You can't have. If you believe in an all-knowing God, how do you believe in chaos theory? Like, maybe Jordan Peterson would talk about, well, you have to have order and chaos, but I don't believe in that. And I said that later in the debate. I was like, I don't believe in random. I don't believe God plays dice. That's the idea that God rolls dice. And this is another philosophical complex. Does God roll dice? God doesn't roll dice. God doesn't
Oh,
play
God.
random. God doesn't flip coins. And I flipped a coin. I wanted to have my dice. My idea was some point in the debate, I have some dice over there, but before the debate, I forgot to grab my dice, and I think a coin is better because I can flip the coin, and it all happens on camera. Whereas if I roll the dice, you don't see how the dice rolls up, and so that's why I went into the whole. If I flip a coin and it lands on heads, the world ends. If it lands on tails, the world keeps going, and so I flipped the coin, and it did land on tails. And I would say, whenever there's a coin toss, I always say tails. Tails never fails. Floor's snoring. Oh my god, Floor.
What? I thought you just woke up.
Wake up and buy your damn plane tickets. Quit fucking around.
To me that way.
No, come on now. This is serious.
Josh, I told you I get them at nighttime. Get on just right now and try to see how much they are.
I don't care.
I do care.
Yeah, but okay. Well then, all right. Well then, let's just put this idea to bed because it's never gonna happen.
Oh my god.
All right. Yeah. Don't bring God into this. He already knows if you're gonna be here in a month or not. He already knows if you were gonna be here on the 3 years ago when you said it, 2 years ago when you said it, a year ago when you said it, the
Stop
16th
putting
when you said
pressure
it,
to me
the
like that.
22nd when you
It's
said
not.
it.
Can we argue about somewhere else about this? Because you're just gonna
Okay,
let
okay. Yeah,
you're
yeah,
just
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
get people to pick me on.
Okay. Yeah, fine. You told me 3 days ago you were going to buy the tickets on Monday. Monday was yesterday, and you didn't. So, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. It's not the place for it. But anyway, so I flipped the coin, and you could see the coin toss, and my whole point was God already knows how the coin's going to land. There is no chaos theory. There is no randomization. What happens was meant to happen, and it's going to happen that way, and there's no other possible way it could have happened. And I wish I would have. I wish I would have picked up. And so maybe that's why that guy was right, that I should have been Googling, but I just don't like the source game and everybody's just on their keyboard looking up stuff. Oh, Google told me this. Google told me this. Google told me this. Let's actually flesh out our ideas. And yeah, so man, that's funny. I didn't know that was Ian. I didn't know who Ian Malcolm was. Huh. But it wasn't like a big point in his thing. He just said, he mentioned the name, and I didn't know the name. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
funny.
I just think that's a weird person to refer yourself to compare yourself to. Ian Malcolm of Christian politics. And it's like, what does that even mean? I love John to death, but well, I mean, he's fine. He's got his ways. We all have our ways. I guess. I don't know.
And
wake up.
Hindsight is 2020. We can watch debates retroactively and comment on all of it, but when you're there and when you're doing it, it's a totally different game. You have to. I don't know. I think there's less value in somebody who's just Googling everything and looking everything up than people who are actually thinking on their toes. And I think John did a really good job. And it's not, it's not an attack on him. I do think he just needs to work on making his arguments a little more concisely, and maybe I need to work on making my arguments a little more stretched out, because maybe I make them too concise, where I in the closing, stop trying to run ads every 5 seconds. What are you doing, YouTube? I had 6 minutes in my closing, and I was done in 5 minutes. And a minute of that was spent on just saying thank you to everybody. And that's usually how my closings go. And I've seen that. When I think that's a flaw, because your closing needs to be the oomph. You need to really push it through in the closing. You need to really solidify everything in the closing. And I don't do that. I try to do that in my opening. And then in the last paragraph of my opening is my punch. That's where I really bring I give a bunch of ideas in my opening, and then in my closing paragraph of my opening statement is my punch, where it's like, this is it. And then you need to react to everything I just said, or you lose the debate. And then by the closing, I'm too nice and I'm friendly, and it's a nice conversation. And then my closing statement is usually like, hey, thanks for coming out to the debate. I had fun. It was nice. Here's what happened. And my closings are very weak. And so I need to work on that. And I'll say, if John cares to hear any constructive criticism, he needs to work on kind of making his stuff more concise and shortening it up a bit. And then sometimes I need to make mine a little less short. And that's what I saw with the debate with Vigilante, is every time they'd come up with a topic, I'd spit out all my arguments, and then we just sit there repeating the same things and talking about nothing. Instead, I need to kind of draw it out, and so that's something I can work on. Aphids are bad this
Guys
season.
got that shit, man.
Yeah, that was
Don't know
funny
why.
when whoever was saying, I'm glad they saw it. I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw it. But when I debated Vigilante, uh, like 70% of the time, he was just sitting there like, huh? What? What the hell do I even say to this? Like, how do I even deal with? And that's what I kind of like to do. I like to kind of, hopefully, I can just stun lock. That's my
Wait a minute.
debate phrase. My debate slogan is I just say stun locked when I say something, and you look at me like, wait, what?
Vigilante.
Vigilante was
Oh,
the
that was the
socialist
one with the socialist. Oh wait, then who was the one you did the one with about if
tax
churches
exempt.
should be tax exempt? Yeah.
That was Wicked Wally.
Oh, Wally. Oh, Wally. Wally.
That was a good one, and he shut me down on one of my points because that was something I hadn't. He brought up the Johnson Amendment, and I hadn't looked into that. And yeah, he shut me down on that point, but he never really addressed my other points. Well,
What the hell that Johnson Amendment is?
but see, that's usually what it is. So in my opening, I'm going to give you 3 strong arguments, and your job as a debater is to rebuttal all of my arguments. If we spend the whole time talking about 2 of my arguments, but one of my arguments goes unaddressed, then I won the debate because you didn't rebuttal all of my points. So, and that's why in like college debates, what they'll do is where they just go, and it's like,
Oh,
yeah, I just said 37 points in 4 minutes. Now you have to rebuttal all of those points. If you don't rebuttal every single point that I just made, then you're losing points in a debate. If somebody was judging the debate with a scorecard, they would say, well, he didn't address this point. He didn't address this point. So it's my job to rebuttal every point you made in your opening, and it's your job to rebuttal every point I made in my opening. And if I rebuttal all of your points, but you only rebuttal half of my points, then I win the debate because I still have points that are standing. And so that's how they like judge and score collegiate debates and stuff. But yeah,
never got debate stuff in school. Yeah, I did model you in. I was kind of debating, but not like debate, actual debate club and all that stuff.
so they wanted me on the debate team because I would have bodied everybody, but I wasn't. But I wasn't allowed on the debate team in high school because my grades. You had to have a passing grade in history and English to get on the debate team, and I had failing. I had straight Fs. I had a 0.06 GPA. Like I didn't go to school. I I didn't. I had the second lowest attendance in GPA in my entire school. I missed more days than I attended, and I had straight Fs for 3 years. So,
How the hell are you still considered a student at that point?
well, I dropped out when I was 18 in the second half of my senior year because I was like, this is stupid. I can't graduate. And at that time in Florida, we couldn't have second year seniors. There was a program called PDIPT or PDIP, which is prevention, dropout, something protection. And if you go into the PDIP program, even if you had grades like I did, you could still graduate with your class. But my probation officer at the time said, you're not allowed to go in PDIP because it's a bunch of drug addicts and criminals. And you're not allowed to associate with drug addicts and criminals because you're a felon. I was an adult felon while I was still in, when I was 17, I was convicted as an adult. So, and I was old for my grade. So I was an 18-year-old senior with credits of a sophomore or a freshman. And my probation officer said, I told him, I said, the only way I graduate is if I go into PDIP. And he said, well, you're not going in PDIP because it's all drug addicts and criminals, and you're not allowed to associate with drug addicts and criminals. And so I said, so basically you're telling me to drop out. And he said, yeah, drop out and get a job and start paying your restitution. And
Wow. Thanks.
yeah, well, yeah, so I dropped out and I got a job. But yeah.
Fucking educational system of fucking America, man. I tell you what, it sets you up for failure.
That's
Or
great. I still have dreams to this day of graduating. Like I never got to graduate with my class, and I still have dreams of a graduation ceremony where I graduate with my class. And if if I believed in free will, then I would, and I still do, even though I don't believe in free will, I still think, what if I hadn't have made those mistakes when I was 16 and 17 years old, and I could have graduated with my class, where would I be now? And it's like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
classic will on the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I could have went to college? I could have, I test scores and all that stuff. I'm high IQ. I'm as far as test scores go and like SATs and stuff, I was like one of the top in my school. But as far as attendance and GPA, I was the very lowest in my school. What if, you know, what if I would have made different decisions, and where could I be now? I could be, yeah, but what would I have missed out on? I would have missed out on this crazy life that I've lived. And I would have, I'm behind a desk programming computers, or being a lawyer, or being I'm sitting in a desk, like, it. So you can't you can't think about that stuff.
I feel that completely. I definitely think about the shit I could have done, what I should have done, da 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 da. But I look back at things, and it's just like, it's been a fun ride so far.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
I've been having fun. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
things could have been different, but fuck. I would have missed out on some of these experiences I probably needed to have in life that I did get because that happened. And I kind of like, I'm gonna say I like where I am. Oh, great, the neighbors are here, but fuck them. They're gonna look at me over. They're gonna look over here like I'm crazy. I'm like, what is this dude doing? Is he conferencing on a laptop? Anyway,
Talking to himself. But yeah, it's like, what there, I could imagine how things could have been differently, but that's an illusion. There is no other way it could have been. This is the only way that it could have been. And when I'm whatever age I am, when I'm laying on my deathbed, I don't want to have regrets. I don't want to be thinking, what if I would have done this differently? What if I would have changed this? And instead, it's just like, just go with the flow and just live and don't make promises you can't keep.
Like to look back and say it was a fun ride. Definitely a fucking fun ride.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And who knows? Maybe I don't know. I don't see the future. So all I can do is just play it out and live my life, and maybe someday there's some kid that sees one of my YouTube videos and he's like, "Oh, this guy was a drug addict scumbag running amok, and he's saying don't do that." And maybe some young man learns from that someday, and that I think that's better than the red pill guys that are saying, "Well, here's how you make a lot of money and get really physically fit and have sex with a lot of women." Like, I think all that stuff's nonsense.
Good comment, Dean.
Was
I
not for
don't
you
mean
to
that
be a lawyer or
sarcastic.
miss out on the things you think you did. His will is for you to do what you were doing. Exactly. Exactly, Dean. Because I've always had people say, you should have been a lawyer. You should have been a lawyer, or I think I would have made a great criminal psychologist. Or even though I hate psychology and I think it's fake and blah blah blah, I am good at understanding how people think. And then my experience in sales, when you do sales, you learn how to talk to people and how to adapt to different people and how to analyze how different people think. And I'm really good at stuff like that. And you know, maybe in some possible world I could have been a great criminal psychologist and I could have been interviewing murderers and stuff. Or that's all imaginary, and maybe I just start a YouTube channel and one day I she's snoring. Maybe someday I do get to interview murderers and stuff, or some, you know, and who knows? I don't know. I don't know the future. I can only live in this moment and just do what I'm doing. And yeah, and that's why when John gets into sin and all that, it's something I still wrestle with. Is like, what what is sin? And you know, if yeah, if I don't have control over it and God knows that I'm gonna do it, it's tough. I'm sure as I go through life, maybe by the time I'm 70, I'll be able to say that I know, but who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Who's in chat? Two
Trying to
things
figure
two
out
things God don't roll, dice and joints. Yeah, God don't roll dice. God doesn't roll dice. Why would why would God roll dice if he already
he's
knows what
he's watching craps games. Um guess I don't know. Trying to figure out that generic phrase like life is what you make it, but it's
I'm the way.
another phrase.
I'm the way you make it.
Um,
I'm the way you make it. You like to see homos naked? No, I'm the way you make it. Yeah, it sounds like you said homo. You like to see homos naked. Oh,
no,
I'm the way. I'm the way you make it.
no, no, life is what you make it. Um, I get. Oh, that was a cute little snore, but
I'm gonna disconnect Flora. She can go to bed.
I don't think that falls into that whole chaos theory, Ian Malcolm thing. Um, I feel there is some kind of determined path for us, and yet at the same time, I rebuke it. I was like, no, life is what you make it. You meet your trials and tribulations, you hit your roadblocks, and it's all about how you deal with them, how you overcome the shit that is stopping you from maybe doing what you want to do. But shit happens in life. It just does. I could see that on the level of slight chaos theory, in the sense of shit happens, but it's how you deal with it when it comes to you. You can't let the chaos overrule you. You gotta fucking grab that chaos and shake the shit out of it and say, no, I fucking felt I was like the path I was taking in college. I knew I was on the path to getting into criminal justice, forensic science, with a minor in psychology. And here comes life. Oh, your student aid didn't come through. You got to go. I was like, what? And yeah, I got kicked out. I'm fucking like a year and a half in.
You didn't have loans?
Oh, no, I was on student aid. But I'm settled in. I'm starting my second year, and I'm settled into my room and everything. My roommate, he ended up leaving. This is all on the first day. He ended up leaving. Like I met the guy and everything. Da 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 da. And next thing I know, like a couple hours later, he's like, "All right, I'm out." I'm like, what happened? He was like, I don't know. So whatever. I'm like, well, shit. I got a room to myself. I had a room to myself my second semester of my freshman year. I'm like, well, shit, I'll get another room to myself. And this fucker's gone. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I go to my first class. My first class was criminal psychology. No, criminal theory. And I'm like, all right. That was like 8 in the morning. My next class was like 2 hours later. So I went to the student center. I was like, well, shit, I'll go shoot some pool. I go down to student center, try to swipe my card, whatever. It didn't take the card. And they're like, you're not a student here. I'm like, you're holding my student ID. It's like, well, computer says you're not a student here. Got to go see the Bussar. Go to the Bussar. The Bussar says, oh, you need to go see financial aid.
The
Go to
hell is a
financial aid. And
Bussar?
there's um, how do I explain what a Bussar is?
Like like the dean?
Essentially like HR, student relations, student management department, sort of say. Um, when you got an issue with something on campus with what I was going through there, they're the first line you're supposed to go through, and it's like, hey, what's going on? Why is there this, like a strike on my name? You go deal with that department. And they told me, oh, you need to go see the financial aid department. I go to them and they're like, oh, we never got your payment.
I'm like, excuse me? This is supposed to be a thing that's like automatic. Like it's not automatic, but we get the how do you say, the paperwork to sign off, mail it back in, and they approve the financial aid for that semester. So, I know it was mailed off, but it got lost somewhere in the mail system. So the school never received it. It's somewhere it got fucked up. And they told me, hey, we don't have your money. And that paid for my dorm, my food, tuition, all that shit. Paid for everything except for, well, it gave me a discount on books. And they told me I gotta leave. So I was like, fuck. I left. So I left, came back home, found a job, hanging out, By the start of the next semester, these fuckers are like, they hit me up. And they was like, oh, we got your payment. You can come on back. I'm like, I got a fucking apartment, a roommate, a job. I'm just like, so you want me to just drop everything and come on back? How do I know this is not going to happen again? They really got me on that one. And I just ended up not going back because I was scared to go back in a sense. It's like, yeah, what is this? What if this happens again? I got to turn around and pack up and leave again. And this is over in Alabama, and I live in Georgia. I was like, you motherfuckers. But yeah, it's just that wondering of what could have been. Yeah, I think about it. I think about it from time to time. But here I am. I'm doing shit. I went through a path of becoming a mechanic, fucking truck driving and all that shit. Getting involved with law enforcement and fucking. I was like, maybe this is maybe more of where I wanted to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's those undetermined things that life kind of
Well,
puts you on that path to.
I would say they are determined things because everybody has a story like this. So I was in a car accident and 4 people died, and it was on a sales crew where we sat in that car was based off of the number of sales that we had on the day. So if you have the least sales, you sit in the back. If you have more sales, you sit in the passenger seat or in the front, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, what if I would have had?
Oh,
And I had really good sales that day, and so and the driver wasn't selling, and then the car handler didn't have a driver's license, so he got the passenger seat, and then I was here, and then it was in order of sales where we were sitting in the car. What if I would have sold less that day and I wouldn't have been where I was sitting? I would have been sitting where somebody else was sitting, then I'd be dead. Like, there was 11 people in that car and 4 of them died, and the places that they were sitting was based off of their sales. If I was sitting where they were sitting, if I hadn't have talked to that person that day to make that sale, I hadn't have knocked on that door. Let's say, I think I had 11 sales that day, and the guy that was sitting in the seat that died 2 seats away from me had 6 sales on the day. What if the couple of doors I had decided to skip those doors, and I said, I don't like that house. It doesn't give me good vibes. I'm going to go to the next door. And then I don't get the sales that I got on that day. Now I'm sitting in a different spot. Now I'm dead. And I think that's a harmful thing to think about. Like, you shouldn't even let these thoughts go through your mind, because if you start dwelling on that stuff, and you start thinking about everything that could have been different, then everything crumbles, everything falls apart. Instead, it's better to just think this is the way it was meant to happen. And even though he died, and it seems horrible that a young man, one of the guys that died, it was his first day on the crew. We had hired him the day before, and he joined the crew, and he didn't know how to sell magazines, so he was sitting where he was sitting because he was a trainee, so he didn't sell anything that day, and he was just training with somebody, so he sits where the trainees sit, which is in the back row, and then he died, but like we hired him the day before, and the next day he died in a car accident with the sales crew that he joined, and it's like it maybe, and this is people will talk about the problem of evil. Why would God let evil things or bad things happen to good people? But maybe that's just his time. That's just and it was there's no other way it could have happened. There's no other possible world where it could have played out differently. It happened the way that it had to happen, the way that it was written, the way that God knew it was going to happen. And maybe if he would have kept living, who knows? Like you start playing these mind games like what if I was where he was sitting and he was where I was sitting and then he lives and then who knows? Maybe he was destined to become the next Hitler. I don't know. You could go into all these crazy theories and ideas about what could have happened, and instead, just understand that we aren't in control of our destiny. We aren't in control of what happens to us. It's all part of a plan, and I find more comfort in that. And a lot of people would disagree with me with that. They'd say, "Well, if I think the way you think, then the world is all meaningless. But if I think the way you think, now I'm questioning everything because I have an analytical mind that questions everything. And if I think the way you think, now all of a sudden everything comes into question. And what is the possibilities of what could have been different?" And I think that's a dangerous road to go down.
Yeah.
Like maybe you weren't supposed to be in college. Maybe the reason you got kicked out of that college was so that you could be on the radio today and be on this show today. If you had went to college and become a criminal investigator or something, like who
I ain't
knows?
fucking buying that. I ain't fucking buying that. But maybe on the sense of what you're saying, maybe it could lead to something like what with what you're doing. Maybe it could lead to something that boom puts you in a better spot than where you could have been with what you were doing, what you think you were pursuing. Well, not think you were pursuing, but what you were pursuing. But life puts you in this position, and boom, that moment happens. It's like, hey, you get that break. Somebody takes notice and is like, hey, we want to give you a contract. Da 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 da. Come do this for this much money a year, and da da da. I'm like, huh? Yeah, like life leads you that way. Maybe I can buy that.
But when we think about what could have been, we usually think about what could have been better. So we think, man, if only I could have finished college, my life could have been so much better. I could have had more money. I could have had, but think about what could have been worse. Like, what if you would have kept going to college and become a criminal prosecutor and you're or a criminal defender? Let's say you become a defender and you defend a criminal and you get him off for something that he should have been guilty for, and then that guy goes out to murder do a bombing or something and murder 1,000 people. Like we only think about what could have been better. We don't think how what could have been way worse than where we are now. And maybe it's better that, or maybe it's not better or worse. Maybe it's just God's plan that you are where you are now, doing what you're doing right this moment. But what if you kept going to college and you defend a criminal and he becomes a serial killer, and now you just got this guy who should have been guilty off of his charges, and he goes and murders 1,000 people, or does a bombing, or does something crazy and kills a ton of people. Like we don't ever think of how what could have been way worse. And yeah.
Bibby, Bibby, I see what you're saying there. It wasn't, well, there was an aspect of fear about if they're going to screw me over again, but there was also the aspect of I'm back home and established. I got a life going on now. Yeah, I'm worried about if they're going to screw me over again. No, I wasn't in school for law. I wasn't going to be a prosecutor. Shit, I was going into
Well, who knows where
forensics.
you were going
But
into
yeah,
forensics and criminal psychology and law and things like this. Who knows where you
maybe.
would have ended up? And I think maybe, not maybe, I think for sure, I know for sure that where you are now is where you're meant to be right now.
If Butt became a criminal prosecutor, he'd be locking up all the whites. No, I'd lock up all the nigger. All your pants, if you ain't got no belt on and your pants below your butt, guilty. I don't give a damn. Guilty. Fuck you. Is it? Is that profile?
I
Is
didn't
it
finish my
profiling if I'm
teaching
black and
degree
a
because I
profile?
realized I only took it to better know how to educate my oldest son after he was diagnosed on the spectrum. I just educated myself on how to help. Yeah. And but what if you yeah, and so this is the what if game. I don't like playing this game because everybody goes down the positive what ifs, but there's negative what ifs too. What if you would have finished your teaching degree and neglected your son, and this would have had a negative outcome on your son because you were more focused on learning to teach than focusing on your son? I don't know. I don't know the specifics and stuff, but yeah, speculations are all lies. All thoughts are lies. Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah.
And that's why I kept bringing up to John, can you freely will your thoughts? Can you freely will the next thought that comes into your mind? You can't. Don't tell
I
me you can.
remember I remember you saying that. In the sense that, you're saying, try to will yourself to not thinking about a pink elephant and all that and stuff. That when you got me thinking about not thinking about the damn thing, but to not think about it is to
Is to
think
think
about it.
about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
That's
So
just like
so when
my
I said
brain
that,
froze, and I'm just like,
yeah, when I said that, everybody who was listening was thinking about a pink elephant. And you could try to deny it all day and say, I'm not thinking about a pink elephant. But the fact that you
I
just said
was.
you're not thinking about a pink elephant, you have to think about a pink elephant to not think about a pink elephant. Like,
Hmm.
even if you say, I'm not going to think about a pink elephant, well, you just said pink elephant. What's a pink elephant? Oh, it's something you're thinking about right now. Like, how you can't. We don't freely will our thoughts. Our thoughts we aren't in control of. Like,
Well,
yeah,
that seems like dirty pool too, though. to
It was a dirty move. It was a it was a kind of a grimy move, but it proves the point.
okay, so what about oh God, I don't want to bring fiction into it, but it is a good example.
You can use
In
fiction. There's nothing wrong.
Ghostbusters.
There's nothing wrong with using fictional analogies.
I'm not gonna bring up Ian Malcolm.
The only reason the Ian Malcolm thing is funny is because I didn't know. I thought he was talking about like some real philosopher scientist. I didn't realize that that was a reference to Jurassic Park. So it's kind of funny.
In fucking Ghostbusters, the original Ghostbusters, when oh God, what's her name? I know her name. Whatever. The villain they were fighting tells them, choose the destructor, and everybody's like, no, that's trick. Clear your mind, And Ray thinks of the fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It's like,
yes,
where does that free will fit? 3 guys had the free will to not think of anything,
right.
but Ray felt susceptible.
That's
So
the point of the exercise is, and that's why I started. I knew that's why I started describing the pink elephant. So I say, freely will yourself to not think about a pink elephant. And then I start describing a pink elephant, not a red elephant, not a white elephant, but a mix between a red and a white elephant. And he's got big old ears. He looks like Dumbo. He's got a trunk, but he's pink. You know what the color pink is. Think of the color. You might wear some pink boxers sometimes. I'm sure you have some boxers that are pink in your drawer. Maybe a t-shirt that was white and you washed it with a red shirt and it made a pink shirt. Now think of that color shirt on an elephant, but don't think about it. Freely will yourself not to think about it. And there's no way you could freely will yourself to not think of what I'm describing to you.
Shut up, Bibby. There's only one movie I've referenced to that's a ripoff of Christine. And it's not Dozer, it's Goza. Goza the Destroyer. That I hate your chat.
Putting my children in daycare to be able to socialize with other children was excruciating. I hate being away from my kids. Yeah, but that's the way it has to be. Like, so you think you made this decision, but that's the only way it could have been. There's no other possible world where it was any different. Like, and if you start getting into this idea of what could have happened, and you can think, well, what could have happened if I hadn't done that? Maybe it would have turned out a lot better. Yeah, but maybe it would have turned out a lot worse. Maybe if you hadn't put your kid in that daycare, who knows what could have, like, yeah, this you can't go down this road. I think it's healthier and safer to just understand that we're not in control. God is in control. And
that's pretty dark, Dean.
Butt is the only co-host. Quit calling him Butt. Okay, the joke's over. We gotta start calling him Buff.
I'll allow it. I like it.
A skinned
Butt,
elephant
Biff,
is pink.
Booze,
Right.
Boss.
Dean's
Yeah.
when I mention I say don't think about the pink elephant. Dean's thinking about an elephant with his skin torn off of him. Like Dean's like going sick with it.
Pretty dark, man.
But he can't help that. There's no other way that he could think. He can't possibly think any differently. That's just how his mind works. And that's necessary. And he did, and he still thought about a pink elephant. Unless you're like brain dead. If I tell you don't think about a pink elephant, everybody just thought about what, a pink elephant? Wait, don't think about a pink elephant? Hold on. What is a pink elephant? Okay, hold on. I can't think about that. But I just thought about it. Because I just had to think about what not to think about. Like,
those tribes who have bones sticking through their body parts, skinned elephant. You mean Africans?
Yeah, that's probably tough, Auntie. But I don't know. I'm not a. Even though I understand psychology quite well, and I don't know. I don't know the best thing to say. All I can say is what I have to say. I can't freely will myself to say the right thing to comfort you, but just know that God has a plan for everything, and yeah, I don't know.
Bibby, I apparently go by many names in this community, thanks to Mr. Mads, Biff, Booze, Buzz, Beef, Boodle, Butter, and all kinds of shit. What the hell is Mr. Mads anyway? Shit.
And I never even got into it in the debate that my lack of belief in free will defeats the argument from evil. So an atheist will say, why would God let bad things happen to good people? Well, the simple answer to that is it's part of the plan. And
Which is a weird plan.
it seems weird, and we have this illusion that, oh, that's horrible that this young child died, but um you know,
Let's
like
let's just say there is a God. This a God and a Jesus and a son died for him. Let's just say that did happen.
take
That was
Jesus
one of
take
the
take Jesus out of it. There's an all-knowing God.
that was one of the things that really threw me off with religion is that, that right there is why does this child have to die, this innocence have to die? And yeah, I was told that's part of the plan, that's his path, that was supposed to happen. And it's just like, well, why? This child never had a chance, never had any opportunity to see life. Oh, that's just supposed to be the plan. And I just saw it primarily. That's a fucked up plan. I was like, what, you gonna do this to me one day, and the turmoil that you're gonna create, like me as a parent, like my kid's born, they're 3 years old, and boom, they die. That. And it was like, oh, that's God's plan. I was like, that's a fucked up plan. The turmoil it creates. These parents are just supposed to continue to keep their faith. Just like oh, what was the one guy in the Bible?
Job.
Where God, uh, yeah, took away his family, destroyed his crops and everything. It was like,
Yeah.
made the bet with the devil. I'm
Hmm.
like, he'll still follow me. I thought that was the most fucked up story in the Bible.
And when
It's like,
and
hey,
when when Job asked God why, God said, "Why do you of little knowledge and understanding ask me these things that you can't understand?" Like, so so you would think, so we think the parent who had the child that died, we like to we like to imagine that maybe this kid could have grown up to be Michael Jordan. But what if that kid could have grown up to be the next Hitler? What if that kid, if we're doing the what if scenarios and the possible world scenarios, there's a possible world where that kid grew up to slaughter 100,000 people. Like, yeah, I don't believe in this stuff. I don't. I'm just saying, we 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 think
what
emotionally
about
about it,
Rome?
but in reality, maybe and even if that kid didn't grow up to be the one to do it, maybe that kid, you know, this is a crazy game to play. This is like you could go you could go so far either way. You could say, well, yeah, my kid could have grown up to be the next Mahatma Gandhi and save the world. Your kid also could have grown up to be the next Genghis Khan or the next Hitler or the next Stalin or the next Pol Pot, a destroyer of people. Like we don't like we don't like to think about that. Or maybe, your kid just happened. Yeah, you can't even start going down these roads. It's a pointless thing to start. The child died because it was part of God's plan. And if God is real and there's a plan for everything, then that child may be a saint in heaven because it was a necessary death that had to happen, um, as part of the plan. And then that kid doesn't have to live in a fucked up world, and to us, when we think about it with our human minds, it's like, God's horrible. Why would he let innocent children die? But then it's not about letting, it's about, you're not on God's pay grade. You don't understand. You don't make the eagle grab the fish out of the water. God does. So, like, everything, every single thing, every grain of sand has a purpose. Every hair on your head is there for a reason. Every possible second, every moment that passes, there is no other way it could have been. This is the only way it could have been. And to me, that's more comforting. But I understand that some people, when they start to think about this, then it can make them depressed because they're like, well, there's no point in anything. And yeah, it's a tough.
Always sometimes, yeah.
Yeah,
Welcome
we're
back.
just talking about the deepest philosophical concept in the history of the world. But I never even got into my boat thing, which I didn't originally create this boat idea. I forget who I originally heard this from, but it's some philosopher. And the idea is, if you woke up on a boat and you had no memory of the past, you just wake up and you're on a boat. What are the first questions you're going to ask? What are you going to do when you wake up?
Where am I?
Ding, 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 ding. First question, you got that one right. Where am I? Where are we going? What is this? What?
Wait, how big is this boat? Are we talking like rowboat or
There's a big boat.
Amistad?
Yeah. If you're on homicide, we got to figure it out pretty quick. You're going to America. You're about to be a slave. But yeah. So the idea is, you wake up.
See,
You're going
I'm
to say,
think too
first
deeply
question,
about
where am I?
Yeah.
Where are we going? Why?
Mm-hmm.
How did I get here? What's the reason to all this? Why? What's the purpose? So what I was going to say to John is, once you have the answers to those questions,
Gilligan. Yeah, room.
Where's Gilligan? Where's Gilligan? Who's Who's in charge here? Where's the captain? Who's in charge here? That's a good question.
Marianne.
Yeah, that's a good question. Who's in charge here? So, and what I wanted to say to John is, so that's an old philosophical concept. Those are the questions you would ask. And then my next thing would be to say, once you have answers to all of those questions, you no longer have free will. You have free will when you don't know the answers to those questions. When you wake up and you're asking these questions, if there's nobody there to answer your questions, and there's no evidence to answer your questions, then you have free will to do as you please. But
Hold on, so you're on the boat by yourself?
well, that's what I'm saying. If there's other people on the boat that you can ask these questions to and get these answers, then let's say if there's nobody on the boat, You can ask these questions all day and you'll never get the answer. And then you have free will to do whatever you want because you don't know where you're going. You don't know why you're here. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you're going. You don't know who's in charge. And you're just, then you have free will to do whatever you want on the boat because it doesn't matter. But once you have the answers to those questions, once you say, where are we? And they say, well, we're in the ocean and we're heading to America. And then you say, who's in charge? Who's the captain? And they say, this guy's the captain. He's in charge. And you say, where are we going? And he says, we're going to this place. What are we doing? What's the purpose? Why are we here? Once you get answers to these questions, you no longer have free will. You realize that I'm a shipmate. We're going to America. We're going to find the new land, or we're sailing for China to look for spices. Once you have the answers to those questions, you can't have free will anymore. You realize, wait a second, I have a purpose. I have a teleos. I have a purpose on this ship. I'm a ship hand. This is the captain. Here's what we're going. Here's where we're going to. Here's what we're doing. Here's our purpose. Here's why I'm on the ship. Here's where we are. Once you have the answers to these questions, you no longer have free will. You realize I need to fall in line and I need to do what I need to do. If you think you have free will, once you have all the answers to the questions, you get thrown off the boat. We walk you off the plank because you're a crazy person. So I didn't get to that in the debate, and I wish I would have. That was a important point that I wanted to.
But you wake up on this boat and you're subjected to being a ship hand.
Yeah. Maybe you're the captain. Maybe you wake up and they tell you, hey, you're the captain. You need to run this stuff. And you say, well, what am I running? Where are we going? And they say, we're going here. What are you talking about? You don't know where we're going? They say, we're going here. Here's the map. We're going to give you a map. X marks the spot. We're looking for treasure at this point. You're the captain. You're in charge. You need to run the crew. Get us to the X. You no longer have free will. You have a purpose. You have a design. You have a mission. And
that you don't even remember.
Right, but it doesn't matter because you're on a boat. And what's your other option? Your other option is jump off the boat and die.
You turn it over to your first mate. Was he still conscious?
Your first mate is.
Hold on, I gotta get my bearings together.
Your first mate is a
I just
dunce.
woke up.
Your first mate is drinking Captain Morgan in the captain's lounge. And he's drunk.
Stop moving the goalpost. Stop it.
No, your first mate. You need to go smack your first mate and tell him, hey, get it together. We got a mission to do. We got somewhere to go. We have a purpose. We don't have a free will. We don't just get to freely decide we're going to start sailing that way. No, we got to get to this X on the map to find the treasure.
I hate it that y'all got me so obsessed and thinking more with this free will shit. Because, I always believe.
God forbid we make a black man think.
I've always believed in free will. But the more y'all, I see more how free will just relates back to making a choice. And to make a choice seems to be the elimination of free will. I mean, yeah, you got the free will to make a choice, but you're going to make a choice, as you say, it's influenced by something. I can see that aspect. But
if you have
it all ties back down to that. I mean, really,
if you have two doors in front of you, and I tell you, hey, that door. If I tell you,
this is what happened when you mix white friends.
Yeah. If there's two doors in front of you, and I tell you, that door leads to death, that door leads to life.
Okay.
And do you really have free will to choose at that point?
Yeah. It's my
Yeah.
free will to make that choice. It's not influenced by a persuading force
Let's
behind me.
okay. Let's say
Because
you
like,
don't.
do I
Let's say
want to
you.
live? Do I want to
Right.
die?
Right. Right.
But then it goes back to why would I want to live
Let's
and
say.
why would I want to die? That comes back to choice. You're gonna have a reason for wanting to do either
Let's
one of the
say.
damn
Let's say
things.
you do not want to die.
Mm-mm.
You don't want to die. And
So
I
you
tell
choose
you,
to live.
that door leads to death and that door leads to life. Do you have a free will? You don't want to die. Do you have a free will and a free choice? Or do you just do what's in front of you, which is the correct and also I'm your homeboy and I know you don't want to die. And I'm gonna say, hey, let's go through this door because this door leads to life and this door leads to death. I wouldn't say that you have a free choice about that. I would say nobody nobody's going to willingly unless you want to die, and if you want to die then you don't have free will over that either. You want to die and you're going to pick
It's a
the death door.
choice.
It's not a choice. It's a non-choice choice. It's a
I can choose to live or die.
yeah, but you don't want to die.
Okay, if I don't want to die, then I mean that's
Then
still the
there's no
choice to
choice.
make and to live.
Right, but
Okay, so
it's not a
okay, I see what you're
choice. It's
saying
it's an
there. If
obvious
you just automatic brain sense that you don't want to
right.
die.
You don't want
Oh
to
well, I'm
die.
gonna live.
You don't want to die, and I'm
That's
standing there and I'm saying, "Hey, I'm going to help you not die. I'm going to guide you the right way. I'm going to say, this is the path we take to
oh, so you're
live."
an influence.
Exactly. That's my point. And God is our influence. So God is there guiding us to not die because we don't want to suffer and die. Nobody wants to suffer and die. And if you want to suffer and die, well, that's because you're being guided by a different force that's pulling you that way.
But I choose to go die.
You're not going to choose that. You're going to take I say, this way you live, this way you die. You don't want to die. I don't want you to die. I'm with you and I'm going to
Hola,
help you guide you
sport
through this.
brand.
What's going to happen is there's no choice involved. We're going this way. Like,
I haven't seen this name before. Hello, sport brand. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the madness. Most people don't want to die. Only in a hypothetical is death an easy answer.
right. But if we're being honest, he knows damn well that he's taken the door to life. And there's no choice. It's not even a choice. It's just an obvious answer. It's the
But what
same
if
with
I'm suicidal?
it's the same with the boat. It's like
Oh,
you
can't
find
say that
out
word.
you're the captain of this boat and we're sailing to the X on the map. Your other option is walk off the plank and get eaten by sharks. There's no choice there.
Are they cocaine sharks?
You get to go to the cocaine sharks with lasers on their heads, or we can go to the treasure, which is the X on the map, which is your purpose, which is what you were designed to do. There's no choice. You're going to do what you were designed to do, which is the plan that God had for you. And he doesn't know
What
he
is
can
that?
trust you,
Thinking
though.
you're doing the right thing? Greatest American Hero was awesome too. Yes, it was. Room.
You guys need to stop poking holes in my damn theories. I'm going to write a book someday, and then nobody's going to be able to argue because I'm going to be the source.
I'm trying to remember that theme song, Rome, because I want to sing it right now. All I see is him flying through the air in his red cape. No.
Everyone is afraid of death. Yeah, well, and then we
That's a
get
theory.
into suicide I don't want to go too deep into that tonight, but um, do people freely will themselves to
Sorry,
kill
sport
themselves?
brand.
I would say no, they don't. I would say there's a dark influence, a dark force that is pulling them towards doing what they know is wrong. And
Sorry,
yeah.
sport brand. I don't fear death. I accept my fate no matter what way it comes. We do exist. People that don't give a fuck. That's how I got my badge. Because I put my
Yeah,
life on the line because I didn't give a damn. I wanted to fucking protect the life of somebody who needed help. I didn't
I
give a fuck what the hell happened. I
I
just
think
don't give a fuck. But
you could say
I got a
that, and
higher,
I could
I got
say
a
that
longer,
too, but at the same
I
time,
got a longer upbringing than that. That incident was not the one that did it for me. Okay, I got a history with a certain brother of mine that
people tell
made me
J.K.
no
Rowling what
longer
she means
fear
all the
death.
time.
Yeah,
I'm the writer of this story. You don't get to tell me what I meant.
look how beautiful it is out here. It's just beautiful. I've been up for too damn long with this motherfucker. We're going on what, 12 hours now since y'all started the debate?
Yeah, I'm about.
Jesus Christ.
I gotta end. Yeah, I do gotta. I gotta end here in a few minutes, but
My email was blowing up. But yeah,
that was a good convo. I can tell you're thinking about it, and
yeah, yeah. This debate y'all had tonight definitely put some thoughts in my head, and just thinking about this whole free will thing is just like uh, free will choice, divine intervention, fucking just like, maybe I should stop and think about shit a little bit more about when it comes to aspects of stuff like that. I mean, it makes sense.
or maybe don't.
Maybe don't.
If
Yeah.
it starts leading you down like a dark path, and it
Oh no 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 no
you
no,
know,
not like that. No no
but some people it
no
could.
no.
This could. Some people, their brains, and I would say that's part of the plan is that their brains aren't designed to think about these things, and they don't care about these things, and that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. Like, um, and if somebody is the type of person that's going to hear what I'm saying and it's going to lead them down a dark road that's going to lead them to doing something harmful, then then I don't want that for anybody. So I don't want them to even go down that road. Just we should act as if, you know, I have a screwed up brain, I guess. I don't know. I just I
A different way of thinking.
This is what Alex O'Connor and Ben Shapiro were debating free will, and
Oh dear God, how fast was Ben Shapiro talking? Jeez.
pretty quick. And that was Ben Shapiro's argument was, well, if you don't believe in free will, isn't everything just pointless? Which is a really stupid argument. It's a bad argument, and I don't know. I could tell that Ben Shapiro hasn't given a lot of thought to this. He's more on the side of just this is what he's learned his whole life, and this is what he knows, so this is what he believes. But then when Alex O'Connor is giving him good arguments against it, he said, well, it's interesting that you're smart enough to not believe in free will, but still believe that you have a purpose in your life, and that's good for you. But Ben Shapiro was like, I think if most people didn't believe in free will, then they would
Oh,
just give up. They would just.
damn it, Rome, you're right. God damn it, thank you. It popped in my head, and then I looked up and saw your comment. Believe it or not, walking on air. Sorry. Ooh.
I think
Anyway.
interpretation keeps a lot of
Believe
artists
it or
pushing
not, it's just me. Ben Shapiro, that fucking little slimy son of a bitch. Um, I used to check out his podcast just to hear what he's talking about. He used to make some good points. He can shut some people down. Um, I lost all respect for him when he started doing movie reviews. Of course, that gets personal with me.
I like Ben Shapiro. My own chat's gonna roast me for this, but I like Ben Shapiro. You know,
That fucker has the most unintelligent thoughts about movies I've ever heard since Rotten Tomatoes. Dear fuck, Dinge. This some bitch ranked the Star Wars movies. It was a garbage ranking, but I mean that's one thing. But he did a review on The Batman with Robert Pattinson, and that was probably one of the worst movie reviews I've heard in my life. It's like, dude, stick to politics.
I haven't seen his
Just stick
review,
to
and I
politics.
haven't seen the movie, but I've heard that movie was garbage. Actually, I did start watching that movie, and I fell asleep like in the beginning.
It's not a bad. I wouldn't call it a bad movie. I would call it average. It's borderline. Like
Wasn't he
if
like? Didn't they
I
say he's super emotional? And I've seen clips and stuff. And Batman is not some
that right there,
skinny. Batman is
that
not
right
some
there,
skinny little emo bitch. Like,
that right there. This is that movie takes place in Batman Year Two. Um, it's essentially his second year of being Batman, and he's still young with it. He's still fresh. Um, if I was Commissioner Gordon or anybody that had a relationship with Batman and also had a relationship with Bruce Wayne,
Buff thinks about movies like I think about free will. Like Buff is like going deep into the. Okay, so
I could look at this Bruce Wayne, the way he's acting, it's just like you're Batman. Just the way he acts. There's no differentiation between the character. There's
but
no difference between Batman and Bruce Wayne
so
in
he's
that movie.
young. He's young, and that could explain why he is skinny and emotional because he's young.
Like Michael Keaton, he had his differences. Um, all of them. Fucking Christian Bale. Well, we know like Christian Bale. He's all suave and da da da. It's Bruce Wayne, and then okay. Val Kilmer even had a little difference. George Clooney fucked it up. George Clooney never changed his voice or anything. He's like, "Hello, Freeze, I'm Batman." I was like, "You sound like Bruce. You sound like Bruce Wayne."
It's all like Bruce Wayne.
Whoa. That's the same thing Robert Pattinson did. It's just like he was so emo, so depressed, so being Batman and Bruce Wayne at the same time. It's just like you're Batman.
was was Commissioner Gordon a woman in the one that you're talking about?
No, 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 no. Have you seen any of the James Bond movies with the new guy, fucking the one they just killed,
I forget his
uh,
name, but yeah,
David David Craig or Craig. Damn it,
Craig,
what is his name?
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig. You seen any of those Bond movies? Um, the guy that plays fucking Felix. Um, he's like mixed. God, I can't remember what he's mixed with. I think he's mixed with like black and Puerto Rican or something in Puerto Rican, whatever. He plays Commissioner Gordon. He does a good job. He does a good job. Um, I don't care about Commissioner Gordon's race. He did a fine job. I was just more mad about how Robert Pattinson was just this emo fucking depressed son of a bitch. when he was Batman and Bruce Wayne.
But if
It's
he's a
like, dude,
teenager, if he's a teenage Batman, then maybe it makes more sense
he
because
was like
his parents
early
were killed.
20s.
So are they
He was,
portraying him as a young Batman or
yeah,
just Batman?
yeah, young. It's his second year of being Batman.
All right. Well, that justifies it a little bit for him to be a little more emotional
Um,
and a little more erratic. And
I mean, the movie is good story wise, but it's too damn long. It is long as shit.
yeah, I couldn't get in.
It's
I watched it for like 30
unnecessarily
minutes and
long.
I couldn't really get into it.
What's her nuts? Lenny Kravitz, daughter plays Catwoman. I think she was okay. She was fine. Um, but the movie was just too damn long. It was too long. They that movie was like damn near 3 hours.
George
Was
Cocky?
3 hours. George Clooney.
Wasn't George Cocky Batman? Yes, he was. George Clooney, yeah. That was the worst Batman movie of all of them.
Yeah.
Batman
I don't know.
Forever.
Arnold, as much as I hate Arnold Schwarzenegger now, I think he was the best part of that movie, though. He was so comedic with all his one-line puns.
I liked I
Time for
liked
trees.
I liked Jim Carrey as the Riddler. Did you know that
Oh yes.
that so Christopher Nolan uses a lot of the same actors in his movies, and he's used Leonardo
Hmm.
DiCaprio multiple times. There was a plan to have Leonardo DiCaprio play the Riddler in a Christopher Nolan Batman movie. That would have been
I
epic.
couldn't. I don't know if I could see that one. I don't
He
know. After what was that? Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall
Whatever that
Street.
movie was.
I think it would have
Wolf
been
of Wall Street.
awesome. I would have loved to see
Yeah,
it
maybe he could have pulled it off. Maybe.
because
Maybe.
Leo can do a crazy guy pretty good, like in
Yeah.
Aviator, and you know, I think that would have been really cool, but never happened. So it's not real. Possible worlds. Love Leo as Calvin Candy. Calvin Candy. I love Leo, and I like Leonardo DiCaprio. All his movies. The Beach is awesome. Catch Me If You Can is awesome.
Oh
Uh,
shit. Fucking landscapers are here. I gotta go inside.
all right, well just go. I'm gonna end the stream.
Here come these guys.
I'm gonna
Those damn.
I'm gonna wrap up the stream. So
All right, man.
say goodbye. Shout out your channel. All that stuff.
Um, y'all know who it is. Shit.
You know what it is.
Pick 2210 on YouTube. Shit. Hopefully I'm gonna get this damn first part out for this damn Leave the World Behind. That movie, all the problems I've had with it, almost got it done. I'm trying to finesse things in editing and everything. I'm gonna get that out Sundays. Internet Outlaws. I'll have links around. Check that shit out. And 16-ounce curls. This new damn thing I'm doing. Trying to stream a little bit. Um, just getting more into this little internet verse and everything. But thank you everybody for joining in tonight. Everybody that watched the debate. Everybody that's hanging out right now. Thank you all for supporting fucking JS. Shit, you're all fucking awesome. Rome, you that's right. Damn it. Yeah, I'll drop the link in there if I can figure out how to
Yeah, he's a
do
mod.
it
He can put
right
it in the
quick.
chat.
I'll do it right quick. To see, I'm trying to get quicker with this shit. Computers suck. There, go back, and Yeah, that's me. Okay. That's my channel. This Leave the World Behind is going to be my 200 subscriber celebration kind of thing. It's going to be done in 5 parts, as long as everything goes right, as long as this computer fucking cooperates with me. We'll see what happens. And as soon as I get done with this, I got to get started on my Halloween month. I don't know what I'm going to try to do this year. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell.
Cool. All right. Well, talk to you later, Buff. Have a good night.
All right, man. Later. Good
Good
night.
day.
Good
Good day,
morning.
actually. Yeah.
Good day. Yeah.
All right.
Later.
So yeah. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. If I don't see you later, good morning. And if I don't see you later, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. That was cool. Fun debate. I hope if John goes back and listens to this, he doesn't think that any of it was roasting, but I do think the Ian Malcolm thing is funny that I figured out later that it was a Jurassic Park reference. I did not even realize that. It's pretty. It is. It's kind of cool. I'm not mad at him for it. It's funny. Um, but I'm gonna go, guys. 7:30. I need to get some sleep. I gotta work tomorrow. Subscribe. Have a great day. Stay safe, everyone. Later, Auntie. Wish you well with everything that you were saying that you're going through. And yeah, I'll what's today? I don't know. We got to work this week. We'll try to jump on some panels if other people are doing panels later throughout the week and stuff like that. And check out Buff's channel. Check out John's channel, John Mosman Productions, Mayhem Studios. Go thank them for the debate and for the modding. We don't have anything planned out now. I have a tournament this coming Saturday, but pretty much I've had a bunch of things going on and I got a clear schedule now. So next big thing we're doing, we'll do a tournament Saturday, but I don't really care too much about that. It's just, it's just for fun. But the dreads, I got to make a dreadlocks cleaning and maintenance video, and then I got to make a dreadlock cutting video. So that's coming next. Those are the big things on the list. If anybody wants to challenge me to a debate or something, send in the challenges and we can start planning for anything. But we got the schedule cleared off. And so it'll just be regular. Verbal combat is Friday. Yeah, I work Fridays, so I can only jump in for like the first hour, which sucks, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I work on Fridays, so I can only join for like the first hour, but Monday nights, Dreaded Conservative show. We will be back for that. And we'll do little streams throughout the week. No plan to that, but the next big thing is the dread cutting. Next big thing is the dread cutting. The dreads are coming off. So stay subscribed and watch for that. That'll be coming soon. Maybe we get challenged to some new debates soon, but that's all I got for you guys. So I'm gonna head out. I gotta go wash those dishes that I never washed last night, and watch some Sopranos. But thank you guys for hanging out. Stay cool, everybody. God bless you. Remember, you don't have free will unless it makes you feel better to think that you have free will, in which case, keep thinking you have free will. It's not harmful. Like, it's a great act as if you have it. So, but love you guys. Thank you. Hit like button on your way out. Make sure you're subscribed. Cash App is $Dreadedconservative if you want to help out like financially and stuff. They turned off our super chats for some reason. Thank you to all the members, and I will see you guys later. I'm out. Peace.